co-hosting today's event along with my colleagues, Dr. Gary Galla and Dr. Nick Ma. Nick is a third-year resident physician in the Department of Psychiatry and an active member of the UNC Philosophy and Psychiatry Research Group. Nick and I are currently working on some projects pertaining to philosophical issues and the clinical use of psilocybin for treating depression, explaining the bio in the biopsychosocial model of psychiatry. And we're also working on some pedagogical projects about introducing philosophy into the curriculum for psychiatry residents. My colleague, Gary, is an associate professor and is the vice chair for clinical operations in the Department of Psychiatry at UNC. Gary and I co-founded the UNC Philosophy and Psychiatry group in 2010 when he was a visiting scholar and I was a visiting assistant professor in the UNC Department of Philosophy. This conference series is an outgrowth, is a new outgrowth of that group. Phone. Where is this coming from? Oh, sorry. The dangers of hosting a conference from your office. So today's event, to get back to the matter at hand, is sponsored by Carolina Seminars, the Departments of Psychiatry and Philosophy, and the UNC Center for Bioethics. The mission of Carolina Seminars, which you may not be familiar with, is to serve the mission of the university and to the people of North Carolina and beyond through an expanding collaborative effort of timely topics of interest to public policy and, more to our point today, a scholarly exchange. And to say a little bit more about the Center for Bioethics, we have with us its director, Arlene Davis, who will say a few words, and I'll pass the metaphorical mic to you.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Arlene Davis. I'm a professor of social medicine, and I'm pleased to be the director for the Center for Bioethics, 10 faculty members dedicated to various bioethics issues and very much to the missions of research, teaching, and service within the School of Medicine. I can't think of anything more emblematic of all of those good deeds than the opportunity to work with you all in the presentation of this conference today. It is my pleasure to get to work with Dan and Gary often. They are literally down the hall from me on days that we can enjoy being together within the School of Medicine. And it has been a pleasure indeed. So I look forward to the talks today. A special welcome to our esteemed visitors. I'm so pleased that you could join us. And we're very grateful to be helping sponsor this. I wanted to say a special word of appreciation of Dan, not only in his work to assemble you all with help from Nick and Gary, but also the manner by which he offered preparation for the conference today. This is Dan behind the scenes at his best. And he and Nick have hosted reading groups devoted to the various books authored by our visitors today. It was a wonderful opportunity for students, trainees, and faculty to come together and to think about the talks that we're going to enjoy today, all the thought provocation that will come from them. And I think it's just emblematic of how wonderful it is to have the opportunity to work with these fine colleagues. I look forward to the day and to the presentations and couldn't be more pleased to be part of the introductions.
Thank you very much, Arlene, for those kind words, and happy birthday. Thank you for being here on your birthday. So next up, we have a few words from Gary.
Thank you, Dan. And I want to extend again a warm welcome to our guests. I'm very pleased that you would take the time to join us. As Dan mentioned, we have worked in the area, the interface of philosophy and psychiatry now for a dozen years. That seems impossible to me, by the way, that it could be that long, but it turns out it is. And in that time, what we have focused on is to try to foster interdisciplinary communication. Dan and I actually rejected the idea of the philosophy of psychiatry really at the beginning of our work. And instead, we're much more interested in the interface of philosophy and psychiatry. In putting together this year's program, some of you may think these don't look like normal topics in philosophy of psychiatry. Looking at the future of human nature, issues around transhumanism, dehumanization, and virtual reality may seem a little bit off to the side. And yet Dan and I put this program together very deliberately because we believe that these topics are extremely important both in philosophy and will have a large impact in the future of philosophy, and frankly, in the conceptualization, the diagnosis, and the treatment of mental illness. And I hope that as we go forward today, some of these themes come forward. So once again, I want to welcome our guests. We have gone with a virtual platform again this year. We hope that in the future we will be able to go back to an in-person platform, but here we are, and I want to welcome our visitors and our guests, and we look forward to an exciting day of discussion. I'll stop there.
Thank you for setting things up for us, Gary. And so now to get us started, Nick will introduce our first speaker.
Thank you, Dan. One second. So our first speaker is Dr. Susan Levin. Dr. Susan Levin is the Rose Strout Professor in the Humanities and Professor of Philosophy at Smith College. Professor Levin's research is in bioethics and ancient Greek philosophy. She has published over a dozen articles in these areas and has recently written 2 books at the intersection of bioethics and ancient Greek philosophy. Plato's Rivalry with Medicine, A Struggle and Its Dissolution, was published by Oxford University Press in 2014, and her most recent book, published in 2021 by Oxford University Press, is Posthuman Bliss, The Failed Promise of Transhumanism. We are honored to have Professor Levin join us today to discuss her most recent book. Thank you.
Thanks so much. The title of my paper is Posthumanity is a Misnomer. Transhumanist view of what we are and can become is behind the times. If through biotechnology, we could drastically enhance ourselves such that our ability to absorb and manipulate information was unlimited, we experienced no disquiet and were supremely altruistic, would we? Should we? For advocates of transhumanism or radical bioenhancement, answering yes is a no-brainer. Certain enhancements, athletes using steroids to gain a competitive advantage, or individuals using ADHD drugs like Ritalin and Adderall off-label in search of a cognitive boost, are already familiar. A chasm separates such enhancements from transhumanism, whose devotees press us to develop technologies that, by manipulating genes in the brain, would augment featured traits so far beyond any human ceiling that their possessors could not simply be called better humans. The term used to designate them, whether post-human, godlike, or divine, should instead signal their existence on a higher ontological plane. Transhumanists assure us that humanity's technological self-transcendence will occur if only we commit adequate resources to the endeavor. As they see it, quote, society needs a culture of enhancement, end quote. It is transhumanists who require this, however, as the pursuit of posthumanity would entail abundant public funding. The human stakes of how we respond to transhumanism are very high, since advocates push for humanity's technological self-transcendence. What's more, per transhumanist argumentation, once pertinent technologies existed, their use may be required. What transhumanists dangle before us, especially unlimited cognitive power, the absence of suffering, not to mention immortality, can be viscerally alluring. Thus, absent careful scrutiny and counterbalancing, their vision of posthuman bliss could elicit substantial public backing. Supporters of transhumanism include prominent academics, such as Nick Bostrom and Julian Savulescu. Posthumans will, Bostrom assures us, quote, read with perfect recollection and understanding every book in the Library of Congress, end quote. Moreover, the quote unquote roots of suffering will have been extracted biologically, leaving boundless unadulterated pleasure that posthumans will, quote, sprinkle in their tea, end quote. For his part, Savulescu, together with Guy Kahane, defends what they call a principle of procreative beneficence, that would morally oblige future parents to maximize their children's possession of prized features, including intelligence and altruism through genetic manipulation. Already, support for transhumanism extends beyond academia. For whether or not they use the term publicly, adherents of transhumanism are in places of power, especially in Silicon Valley. For example, Elon Musk is devoted to boosting cognition and co-founded the company Neuralink toward that end. In January of this year, Neuralink proclaimed its readiness to start human trials of brain implantable computer chips for therapeutic purposes to help those with spinal cord injuries walk again. But Musk's ultimate target is, quote, superhuman or, quote, radically enhanced, end quote, cognition, a top transhumanist priority. Though transhumanism is still from a household term, today its name recognition is spreading beyond academia in Silicon Valley to mainstream media such as the Washington Post, which recently observed matter-of-factly that, quote, the transhumanism movement is making progress, end quote. Transhumanism is what I call a totalizing vision, a comprehensive position on the nature of reality that reflects sure findings of reason and that should therefore steer the future of humanity, a future from which by design, humanity itself would be absent. Persuasively combating transhumanist lavish promises and the extinctive appeal of what they promote entails extensive scrutiny, philosophical and scientific. Thus, my recent book, Posthuman Bliss, The Failed Promise of Transhumanism, on which today's talk is based, challenges transhumanist views of reason, emotion, the mind, genes, and the brain, together with what I argue is their uniform guiding view of reality and knowledge. As well, it uncovers a devastating tension in transhumanist ethics. Today, I address transhumanist picture of the brain and of genes' causal role in relation to complex phenotypic traits such as intelligence, empathy, altruism, and self-control, proceeding to argue that transhumanists' failed proofs of concept for a radical manipulability in these arenas have a single source. The view that what is and can be known is information, on whose veracity transhumanists depend to deliver posthumanity. Far from capturing a timeless verity, the idea that in the case of inanimate and animate entities alike, the real and knowable should be conceptualized as information is a product of two overarching factors that sprang from and combined within a particular historical period and cultural climate. The first of these is developments rooted in computing, information theory, cryptology, and cybernetics during World War II and its aftermath. Second, the earliest molecular biologists mapped informational concepts straight away onto the nature and operation of living things. In so doing, they were steered heavily by metaphors drawn from the above fields, whose figurative nature was, however, stripped away. Animate entities and machines were deemed to be, in essence, information, their operations fundamentally the same. From this perspective, brains are computational entities, genetic causality operates via programs, and the informational patterns constituting us are, in principle, translatable to the digital realm. This ontological and epistemological position is the crux of transhumanism. It anchors advocates' view of genes in the brain together with their conviction of a radical manipulability. This conviction, in turn, fused to transhumanist belief that what science makes possible should steer what transpires, yields a moral imperative to develop and use biotechnologies that would radically upgrade us. On the merits, transhumanist scientific picture is increasingly passé. That said, even if the science were exactly as transhumanists say, we should not proceed. First, contra what transhumanists presume, and they are not the first to do so, science itself can't answer the question of what future humanity should aspire to realize. In the case at hand, scientists are not better positioned as such to ascertain whether the development use of enhancement biotechnologies would improve us, let alone do so dramatically. As to the posthuman bliss that transhumanists assure us awaits if we but invest suitably in the implementation of their vision, we have far better reason to think that signing on to transhumanism would be deeply impoverishing for us individually and interpersonally, not to mention spelling jeopardy for liberal democracy. Any view of flourishing that we endorse should, of course, be compatible with up-to-date scientific findings. Here, I don't mean the informational grid on which transhumanists rely, but rather the more nuanced perspective on the mind, brain, and genes' contributions to complex phenotypic traits, such as kindness and intelligence, that scientific findings increasingly support. In conclusion, I will propose virtue ethics as a rich, holistic vantage point on living well that is radically superior to transhumanist totalizing picture. Before turning to the construction of the real and knowable as information that governs transhumanism across the board, we need to consider their failed proofs of concept for radical bioenhancement of cognition and morality. Transhumanists confidently position science in the role of humanity's commander, yet neglect deep engagement with neuroscience and genetics. Perhaps they believe that research in these fields testifies so patently to the validity of what they propose that their own provision of this support would be superfluous. If so, they are mistaken. I begin by addressing transhumanist errant views involving the brain and thus prospects for radical, quote, neuroenhancement. Then I consider their presumption of genes' potent unidirectional causality in relation to complex phenotypic traits that governs their exuberance about the vast manipulability of the intellectual and moral features they care most about. Transhumanists presume that their featured abilities are tethered to specific brain areas, which have dedicated functions. As a result, the capacities that concern them could be upgraded through targeted manipulation of those regions. Seeing how transhumanists handle rationality, their most treasured faculty, and its augmentation via cognitive bioenhancement illustrates their position and its profound shortcomings. Transhumanists' handling of reason reflects a three-step trajectory. First, they embrace rational essentialism, meaning not merely that reason distinguishes human beings from non-human animals, but that living well for human beings hinges on it. As we'll see, the form of rational essentialism that they endorse is also quite significant. Second, transhumanists use the terms reason and cognition interchangeably. Third, they define the cognition that cognitive enhancement would augment in terms of the absorption and deployment of information. Greek rational essentialists bequeathed to Western philosophy a conception of human reason as richly practical and contemplative, a faculty through whose often non-linear activity remarkable insights emerged. In antiquity, where psychic richness and complexity are concerned, Aristotle is the preeminent figure. When foregrounding reason is the linchpin of our humanity, transhumanists ally themselves with this rich tradition in Western philosophy. Though most often they cite Enlightenment figures, they also invoke Aristotle. Purportedly, his rational essentialism is compatible with transhumanists' own because, Bostrom assures us, quote, it would be perfectly possible for a posthuman to realize a telos of rationality as well as a human being could. In fact, if what is good for us is to develop and exercise our rational nature, this implies that it would be good for us to become posthumans with appropriately enhanced cognitive capacities, end quote. In fact, compared with Aristotle's own, transhumanist construction of reason is vastly diminished. Moreover, Aristotle's version of rational essentialism, and thus his view of a life well lived, grants a necessary role to motivational wellsprings, an array of emotions from affection and sympathy through anger and psychic harmony. Meanwhile, transhumanists see affect, in particular the so-called negative variety, including anger and grief, as deleterious and would eliminate biologically the very capacity for it. Having tied themselves to the aforementioned philosophical tradition, transhumanists extol the unfathomably glorious rational functioning that will lie at the heart of posthuman existence, as though philosophers' own quest across millennia would culminate there. What I've already said problematizes such an idea. Beyond this, when transhumanists conflate reason and cognition, then define cognition informationally, they part company entirely with the tradition of Western philosophy. Traditional figures could not have invoked information as transhumanists do, since the very concept stems from historical and cultural conditions distinctive of World War II and its aftermath. It is because Bostrom defines cognition and thus cognitive bioenhancement informationally that for him, being able to absorb at lightning speed the entire contents of the Library of Congress would be a dream come true. Similarly, transhumanist Ray Kurzweil, an engineer at Google since 2012, touts the ability of upgraded minds to grasp the entirety of the World Wide Web. Because what transhumanists laud and target for augmentation is strictly informational, the matter of how, if at all, information might be translated into insight is ignored. Worse, that an epistemological divide exists here is not seen. Thus, Bostrom seamlessly equates informational absorption of the contents of the Library of Congress with, quote, perfect understanding, end quote. Not coincidentally, he urges a moratorium on vintage philosophical inquiry as a fruitless distraction, even harmful for its diversion of gifted minds from the technical aim of addressing what he terms the value loading problem concerning artificial superintelligence. In my own view, when taking up the gauntlet that transhumanist posthuman vision throws down, we have never need philosophy more. Squeezed out by transhumanist constriction and distortion of rational functioning are all forms of rational engagement, not reducible to informational manipulation. Beyond the qualitative gap between informational operations per se and insight, these forms of rational engagement include the creativity integral to headway in philosophical, scientific, musical, civic, and other arenas. Not only critics of transhumanism, but advocates too, should be concerned about a future in which transhumanists dream of radically augmented information processing capacity, speed, and reliability came true. Transhumanists tell us that compared with us, posthumans will have vastly more, quote, creative minds, end quote. So profound will posthuman creativity be, per Bostrom, that the chasm between posthuman music and Mozart will be as great as that today between Mozart's compositions and, quote, bad music, end quote. Since transhumanist conflation of reason and cognition, informationally construed, is unwitting, and they exult at the prospect of cognitive bioenhancement, they are not positioned to grasp this mismatch and the monumental impoverishment of our rational functioning more generally that their picture represents. Transhumanists are convinced that their view maps well onto the brain, such that radical bioenhancement of cognition will be possible. What anchors this conviction? Though trivial for them in its own right, they see off-label usage of psychostimulants such as Ritalin and Adderall by those seeking cognitive boosts as what I call practical proof of concept for the prospect of it. Does the employment of psychostimulants to enhance cognition, which has been studied extensively, warrants their reliance on it? In a word, no. Seeing that and why this is so reveals fundamental shortcomings of transhumanist informational construction of the mind and brain. Substantial research on task performance when subjects are given psychostimulants reveals trade-offs between working and long-term memory, memory and attention and flexibility. This research also documents what are called baseline dependent effects. The task performance of those with lower cognitive baselines has been shown to improve. Meanwhile, in subjects with higher baselines, one finds not merely an absence of benefit from psychostimulants, but deterioration. This should deeply concern transhumanists who would have us maximize cognitive ability, the specific target shifting ever upward as biotechnologies increased in potency. Further, when accentuating the chasm between human and posthuman cognition, their human focus is not a statistical average, but rather, quote, genius. They should be more worried still by the likely explanation of baseline dependent effects, a built-in feature of the brain termed an inverted U-shaped curve in the operation of key hormones and neurotransmitters, here dopamine, where high levels overtax the system, worsening performance. A similar situation exists for creativity. To test individuals' creative potential, researchers test divergent thinking, whose core feature is originality. Though subjects with lower creative baselines receive some benefit from psychostimulants, the creativity of those with higher baselines shows impairment. Transhumanists prize attention, speed, and efficiency in the processing of information, assuming that cognitive enhancement, thus construed, will augment creativity. Inattentiveness is, however, a well-established feature of creative activity. In keeping with this, the reaction and processing speeds of more creative subjects are lower than those of comparison groups. In terms of the brain, creativity not only involves areas besides the prefrontal cortex, it is also tied to reduced activity there. Moreover, in his literature review, Kenneth Heilman found that, quote, people are often most creative when they are in mental states associated with reduced levels of the neurotransmitter norepinephrine, which may enhance the communication between distributed networks, end quote. If informational boosts, such as they are, in the form of augmented speed and efficiency on individual cognitive tasks, were favored at the expense of creativity, we would reduce or even eliminate prospects for further Mozarts, never mind posthuman composers whose music was incalculably superior to his. What's more, research on psychostimulants used for cognitive enhancement gainsays transhumanists cordoning off of reason/cognition from affect when vaunting optimal rational functioning today and its transcendent incarnation. For pharmacological boosts, such as they are, may not be entirely or even mainly cognitive. Motivation may be strengthened with resulting boost to subject's performance. What's more, being in a quote positive or happy mood can impair performance, while being in a quote negative or sad one can strengthen it by, for instance, disposing subjects to reject stereotypes. Yet sadness falls squarely under the head of quote unquote negative affect, which transhumanists target for excision. Transhumanist advocacy of moral bioenhancement, a concern of Savulescu and Ingmar Persons, concentrates on augmenting two moral attitudes or dispositions, altruism and what they call a quote sense of justice. In their view, moral bioenhancement is quote possible in principle because the central moral dispositions of altruism and a sense of justice are biologically based, end quote. Person and Savulescu grant that if these attitudinal kernels do not exist, quote, there can be no spreading of them, end quote. Their argument that we possess this biological core is rooted in evolutionary psychology, itself a highly contentious endeavor. Jerry Fodor argued that the brain includes, quote, modular cognitive systems, end quote, that are, quote, informationally encapsulated, neurologically hardwired, and innately specified, end quote. By analogy, evolutionary psychologists maintain that humans possess one or more moral modules, in Person and Savulescu's case, biological kernels of altruism and justice, or what they alternatively call fairness, that emerged as evolutionary adaptations. More plausibly, though, as Neil Levy has argued, the advent of human morality is best explained as what's called an exaptation, namely in terms of general cognitive abilities that are manifest in a wide range of human endeavors, including the moralities that we create. To see the bearing of this on prospects for moral bioenhancement, let us briefly consider altruism. Within evolutionary biology, altruism has nothing to do with intention. As Christine Clavian and Michel Chapuisat observe, reproductive altruism, manifest in creatures across the natural world, is defined in terms of results, quote, independently of the actor's consciousness or subjective motivations, end quote. What's called psychological altruism, in contrast, is a moral feature or attitude revolving around motivation. It can therefore count as spurring an action, whether or not the sought for outcome occurs or the conduct in question even promotes that goal. As Person and Savulescu focus on augmenting moral attitudes and motivation, the altruism that they envision is psychological. They don't use this terminology, but that's in fact what it is. Since from an evolutionary standpoint, altruism has nothing to do with intention, psychological altruism is likely not a product of natural selection at all. As a result, it is unlikely to exist in the form of a biological kernel merely requiring technological strengthening to increase its scope. If adherents of evolutionary psychology limited themselves to the broad claim that human minds were results of evolution, evolutionary psychology would be uncontroversial, as this contention says nothing about whether particular traits are adaptations. But the spotlight on adaptation leads to a problematic construction of the mind and brain as comprising numerous discrete structures and operations, or what evolutionary psychologists John Tooby and Lita Cosmatis characterize as, quote, functionally specialized, content-specific information processing mechanisms, end quote. The idea is that per Neil Levy, quote, relatively isolated from the others, and therefore acting relatively autonomously, end quote, brain areas and thereby the mental operations for which they account can be modified one by one. Transhumanists' presumption that particular mental faculties are tethered to specific areas of the brain and could therefore be targeted for manipulation is increasingly outdated. For a monumental shift in the focus of neuroscientific research from discrete areas with dedicated functions to complex functional networks has been taking place. As is now well documented, mental tasks such as attention, memory, and creativity engage numerous areas of the brain. Individual regions have multiple roles, and various areas function as what are called hubs. For example, the amygdala was long deemed a strictly emotional area, responsible for the processing of fear-related information in particular. Today, as Louise Pessoa observes, it is seen as an, quote, important connectivity hub, end quote, that, quote, plays important roles in cognitive, emotional, and social processes, end quote. On the flip side, mounting evidence undercuts the view that the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex is a strictly cognitive, meaning here rational, region of the brain, tied especially to what are called executive functions, such as working memory. The DLPFC turns out instead to be a region of functional integration between reason and emotion. For example, William Perstein and colleagues found that activity in the DLPFC of subjects performing working memory tasks involving pictures, quote, was modulated by the intrinsic emotional valence of the material, even when subjects were not requested explicitly to maintain valence information during the delay period, end quote. More generally, their findings, quote, point to a modulatory role in cognition of emotion or motivational factors and suggest that the reciprocal relationship may map more onto defining emotional valence than onto an emotion cognition dichotomy, end quote. Per Jeremy Gray, quote, emotional states and higher cognition are truly integrated, with emotion and cognition conjointly and equally contributing to the control of thought and behavior, end quote. Offering practical proof of concept for moral bioenhancement requires supporting the clear promise of biotechnology to upgrade our moral attitudes. Person and Savulescu purport to show, quote, how moral behavior can be influenced by biomedical means in order to demonstrate that moral bioenhancement is not just a theoretical possibility, but has been practiced, end quote. Humans' moral behavior has been manipulated experimentally, but not in a way that supports transhumanist confidence in prospects for moral bioenhancement. For instance, according to Person and Savulescu, research has shown oxytocin to be, quote, a pro-social hormone, end quote, and thus evinces the biological feasibility of strengthening altruism. This view reflects an oversimplification of research findings. For, based on studies in which subjects' oxytocin levels are raised exogenously, scientists increasingly view oxytocin not as fostering prosociality per se, but, quoting Renee Hurleman and Nina Marsh, as increasing the salience of social cues, end quote, prosocial and antisocial alike, interpersonally and on the level of groups. This wider conceptualization of oxytocin's role undercuts the view that individual neurotransmitters and hormones are, per Patricia Churchland and Piotr Winkelmann, quote, narrowly funneled to modulate complex high-order mental processes that are specific to social cognition, end quote. Person and Savulescu assure us that since oxytocin, quote, is a pro-social hormone, adding extra oxytocin would at the very least promote trusting pro-social behaviors, end quote. In fact, as with dopamine within the brain, oxytocin's impact takes the form of an inverted U-curve, meaning that both low and high levels are associated with behavioral impairment. Person and Savulescu's oversimplifications matter greatly because implementing their universal program of moral bioenhancement would require blunt instruments. Here, that oxytocin be what Churchland and Winkelmann call a, quote, moral molecule, unquote, where altruism was concerned. Such means would need to be easy to introduce, comparable to the addition of fluoride to drinking water for the sake of public health. Strikingly, Person and Savulescu make precisely this comparison. Findings for serotonin, which they offer as practical proof of concept for the feasibility of bioenhancing our quote unquote sense of justice, are relevantly similar, as its exogenous addition may have either an ameliorating or a precipitating impact on impulsive aggression, whether other or self-directed. Increasingly, research addresses serotonin's role in promoting impulsive aggression. Abundant findings of increased antisociality should already incline one to skepticism about Person and Savulescu's claim that selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, or SSRIs, quote, make experimental subjects more fair-minded and willing to cooperate, end quote, in what are called one-shot ultimatum and dictator games. Careful exploration of research involving serotonin and these games substantiates such skepticism. Not surprisingly, an inverted U-curve operates here too, as impulsive aggression toward others and violent suicidal ideation have been tied to excess available serotonin. Further, the brains of those whose serotonin levels have been raised exogenally produce less serotonin, and withdrawal symptoms include mood swings and disproportionate anger. As Harris Wiseman observes, the difficulty here is not with SSRI specifically, quote, but rather with the very way serotonin interacts with the brain, end quote. As with dopamine and oxytocin in relation to augmenting cognition and altruism, respectively, a more general stumbling block to Person and Savulescu's proof of concept involving serotonin and what they call a sense of justice is our neurobiological complexity. Per Molly Crockett, even if, quote, we were to amass a body of evidence that a single neurotransmitter reliably and substantially, end quote, produced a specific result here, that boosting quantities of available serotonin lowered impulsive aggression, which possibility she deems remote. Quote, before we pull out the prescription pads, it will be important to consider the potential unintended consequences of altering the function of that neurotransmitter. Most neurotransmitters serve multiple functions and are found in many different brain regions. For example, in addition to its involvement in social behavior, serotonin plays a role in a variety of other processes, including learning, emotion, vision, sexual behavior, appetite, sleep, pain, and memory, end quote. Turning to genes. Some of transhumanism's greatest promises rest on the assumption that they drive and dominate people's standing in relation to traits such as intelligence, kindness, self-control, and aggressiveness. In other words, that by and large, they code for these features. For transhumanists, because genetic contributions to them are huge and generally reliable, traits they esteem could be dramatically enhanced, and those they disvalue eliminated. Since transhumanists' foremost concern is the capacities of future beings, they are heavily invested in the content of procreative decisions. Most famously, they support what's called the principle of procreative beneficence, or PB. Promulgated by Savulescu and Kahane, PB is, quote, a maximizing principle, end quote. Specifically, it morally requires parents to augment traits of their children to be, including intelligence, empathy, self-control, and quote unquote positive hedonic tone, through genetic manipulation to the fullest extent possible when procreative decisions are made. So significant are embryos' relative genetic positions in relation to such characteristics that they stand in for the caliber of resulting lives. Quote, when parents using IVF are faced with the choice between a number of possible embryos, it is clear what possible lives they are comparing, end quote. PB requires parents to gather all pertinent information, above all, quote unquote, genetic information. Having done so, they should, quote, choose out of their possible future children, the one who is likely to be the most advantaged, end quote. This is none other than, quote, the child who, given her genetic endowment, can be expected to enjoy most well-being in her life, end quote. Savulescu and Kahane combine a presumption of the causative force of genetic information in relation to complex phenotypic traits with confidence that, quote, there is no reason in principle why embryos in the future could not be selected on any genetic basis, end quote. At that point, PB's moral requirement that prospective parents, quote, select the most advantaged child, end quote, with the associated heavy reliance on in vitro fertilization will kick in with full force. That genes influence human traits is not in question. Where transhumanists err is in the disproportionate heft assigned to genes in creating their favored characteristics. Transhumanist attribution of massive causal force to genes in the formation of complex phenotypic traits reflects a failure to appreciate that, in contrast to physical traits such as eye color, genes' causal relationship to these characteristics is nuanced and indirect. I address this issue further in the next section of my talk, which will concentrate on transhumanist informational ontology and epistemology. Not only is transhumanist picture of the mind, brain, and genes undercut by mounting scientific findings, but as I argue at length in Posthuman Bliss, its philosophical impoverishment is supported when one compares it with Aristotle's own version of rational essentialism. Moreover, Aristotle's view of the mind and mind-body relationship is more compatible with than transhumanists with today's rejection of compartmentalization and clear-cut causality in genetics and neuroscience. In the end, notwithstanding transhumanist presumption that their claims reflect up-to-date and manifestly correct scientific findings, in the trio comprising Aristotle, transhumanism, and contemporary science, transhumanism is the outlier. Transhumanists essentially take for granted that the science on which they rely to deliver posthumanity is cutting edge, painting critics as irrational and technophobic. The above discussed scientific failures of transhumanism are therefore striking. They are also interconnected, for transhumanists' failed proofs of concept have a single source, their conviction that across the board, whether one's domain of inquiry is computing, genes, or the brain, units of information comprise what's real. As we'll see, what transhumanists take to be the truth, capital T, at bottom, the notion that computers and living things are fundamentally alike, being transmitters and processors of information, is a creation of and holdover from a particular historical and cultural setting, World War II and its aftermath. How did this equation of the real and knowable per se with information happen? A confluence of developments in the 1940s and 50s, which saw the rise of electronic computing, information theory, and cybernetics, prompted a fundamental reconceptualization of living things, which came rapidly to be seen as animate machines. In 1943, Warren McCulloch and Walter Pitts maintained that individual neurons functioned in a binary or digital fashion that they called, quote, the all or none law of nervous activity, end quote. Instead of relating thought and computer code metaphorically for a limited heuristic purpose, McCulloch and Pitts concluded that they were essentially alike. The emergence of a mathematical concept of information reinforced this idea. Its formal originator was Claude Shannon, a scientist at Bell Labs, whose work in cryptology influenced the theory that he developed. As he put the point in 1948, quote, the fundamental problem of communication is that of reproducing at one point a message selected at another point, end quote. Shannon's concept of information featured quantification, context independence, efficiency, and the minimization of what's called noise. Shannon divided communication systems into 5 components. First, quote, an information source which produces a message or sequence of messages to be communicated to the receiving terminal. Second, quote, a transmitter which operates on the message in some way to produce a signal suitable for transmission over the channel. Third, quote, the channel, namely, quote, the medium used to transmit the signal from transmitter to receiver. Fourth, quote, the receiver. And fifth, quote, the destination, end quote. Within this system, the transmission of messages was framed as encoding and their reception as decoding. On Shannon's account, the substrate independence of the components of communication systems was key. Before one can address what he called general problems involving communication systems, one must, quote, represent the various elements involved as mathematical entities suitably idealized from their physical counterparts, end quote. Shannon's conviction of substrate independence facilitated the transfer of machine concepts to living things, as did John von Neumann's work on automata. This period also saw the advent of cybernetics, which studied communication and control, whether in organisms or in machines. According to its originator, Norbert Wiener, quote, the operation of the living individual and the operation of some of the newer communication machines are precisely parallel. That quote unquote. Structural differences between animals and machines are theoretically inessential. What matters is strictly, quote, behavior defined in context neutral terms, quote, given any object abstracted from its surroundings for study, the behavioristic approach consists in the examination of the output of the object and of the relations of this output to the input. Omission of the specific structure and the intrinsic organization of the object is fundamental, end quote. Per Arturo Rosenbluth and Wiener, once structure and context are deemed extraneous, quote, the only fruitful methods for the study of human and animal behavior are the methods applicable to the behavior of mechanical objects as well, end quote. Though this need not have occurred, as it happened, these developments, which themselves formed a tight and potent unity, not only propelled key shifts in biological concepts, but transformed the very conceptualization of biology as an endeavor. Within biology, living organisms were quickly reinterpreted in terms of information theory and cybernetics. In James Watson and Francis Crick's formulation of their discovery of the double helix and Crick's, quote, central dogma, end quote, the impact of these fields was clear. In 1953, Watson and Crick spoke of how DNA executes, quote, the essential operation required of a genetic material, that of exact self-duplication, end quote. Structurally, DNA is composed of, quote, two helical chains, each coiled round the same axis, end quote. These chains are, quote, held together by hydrogen bonds between the bases, and, quote, the precise sequence of the bases is the code which carries the genetical information, end quote. Per Lily Kay, Crick, quote, formalized the information discourse as a way of imposing thematic order and rhetorical imperatives on the central problem of protein synthesis, reproduction, and the disciplinary turf of molecular biology, end quote. On Crick's formulation in 1958, the question of how, quote, the sequence of four bases, end quote, adenine, guanine, cytosine, and thymine, directs, quote, the sequence of the 20 amino acids is the coding problem. It deals only with the transfer of information, he tells us. This is, I think, a very significant quote. Crick's central dogma encapsulates his spare unidirectional view of how this transfer occurs. Quote, once information has passed into protein, it cannot get out again. The transfer of information from nucleic acid to nucleic acid or from nucleic acid to protein may be possible, but transfer from protein to protein or from protein to nucleic acid is impossible. Information means here the precise determination of sequence, either bases in the nucleic acid or of amino acid residues in the protein. Granted our hypothesis, the information must be carried by DNA, end quote. It's hard to overstate the influence from that time forward of the central dogma. As Evelyn Fox Keller puts the point, the picture encapsulated therein has, quote, reigned supreme ever since among scientists and lay readers alike, and it has spawned a plethora of associated images. We think of the cell's DNA as the genetic program, end quote. In 1992, Richard Lewontin stated that, quote, molecular biology is now a religion, end quote. Already in 1964, however, Van Rensselaer Potter had observed that molecular biologists, quote, have a religion all their own in which Crick is the prophet and the DNA molecular model is the icon. They have a dogma which says that information passes from DNA to RNA to protein, but does not pass in the reverse direction, end quote. In Crick's own milieu, the swift monumental impact of his central dogma was clear. In 1961, Francois Jacob and Jacques Monod debuted the allied concept of a genetic program. Quote, the genome contains not only a series of blueprints, but a coordinated program of protein synthesis and the means of controlling its execution, end quote. As Jacob put the point, this program, quote, equates the genetic material of an egg with the magnetic tape of a computer, end quote. Once DNA was seen as encoded information, the next step in this process was the code's deciphering, which occurred between 1961 and 1966. Biology itself was coronated in information science, a designation spurring conviction that through informational manipulation, human biology could be upgraded. Between the code's full decipherment in 1966 and 1970, this view was promulgated by prominent scientists, among them Marshall Nirenberg, who had played a key role in the code's deciphering. Indeed, not to classify biology as an information science was simply to misunderstand reality. When one reads material from this period, scientists' exultation over the power to reconstitute human biology that was surely in the offing is palpable. Although there was pushback at the time, resistance to this picture was all but bound to fail, in no small part because the position was conceptually embedded in a number of connected metaphors, including program, magnetic tape, message, code, and decipherment. Crucially, molecular biologists' embrace of an informational lens on living things as literally correct was fostered by their reliance on such metaphors, whose metaphorical nature had, however, been stripped away. Differently put, these metaphors were not mere heuristics or literary flourishes, but helped to constitute scientists and now transhumanists' informational conceptualization of reality and knowledge. Historically, the overall heft of metaphor within this dramatic conceptual shift became greater still when the above imagery was attached to textual and biblical metaphors such as translation, transcription, and book of life. The problem here is not that metaphors had a role. For, per George Lakoff and Mark Johnson in Metaphors We Live By, our conceptual systems are, quote, fundamentally more metaphorical in nature, end quote. Fresh metaphors can, quote, create a new reality, end quote, such that henceforth we think and act as befits their conceptualizations. As a different sort of example of how metaphors shape human thought and experience, take anger metaphors tied to heat and volatility, as when we say that someone's anger boiled over or exploded. These are but two illustrations from an extensive list provided by Lakoff and Zoltan Kuvexis in their investigation of this topic. Such imagery manifests and helps to sustain a conflation of anger with aggressiveness and harm that goes back to the ancient Stoics. Since human conceptualizations irreducibly include metaphor, and science is a human endeavor, the presence of imagery in science is fully expected, and not merely a sprinkling. Per Lewontin, scientific accounts are replete with metaphor because, quote, virtually the entire body of modern science is an attempt to explain phenomena that cannot be experienced directly by human beings, end quote. Thus, while conflation of a metaphor and one's object of inquiry is not inevitable, the danger is always there. In the case of information, this conflation had a crucial place in early molecular biology. Returning to transhumanism in light of this history, we can see that it is wedded to this informational template, centrally including conceptual commitments that associated metaphors embody when stripped of their imagistic nature. Transhumanists are certain that the transmission and processing of information are what computers, genes, and brains do, and that this activity is in essence the same, irrespective of material medium. And when articulating this conviction, transhumanists rely heavily on metaphors long since made conceptual linchpins to illustrate how close the similarities are. Transhumanists' notion that information will be fully translatable for their purposes across the living, non-living divide is traceable to a view expressed by Wiener in 1950. Quote, he says, the fact that we cannot telegraph the pattern of a man from one place to another, end quote, represents merely a, quote, technical, end quote, challenge. Channeling this perspective, transhumanists embrace projects such as what's called whole brain emulation, or WBE. As described by Peter Eckersley and Anders Sandberg, WBE would involve, quote, taking an individual human's brain, scanning its entire neural structure into a computer, and running an algorithm to emulate that brain's behavior, end quote. Because they are confident that whatever matters in human brains can be, quote, transferred or, quote, translated into computer software, transhumanists assure us that computers will, as Hans Moravec puts the point, be able to do, quote, the whole brain's job, end quote. This position reflects an outsized faith in computers. Moreover, when we situate WBE within the above discussed historical milieu, it becomes clear that its transhumanist supporters are leveraging Shannon's and Wiener's ideas in transhumanist case with a view toward humanity's technological self-transcendence into post-humanity. Notice too, transhumanists' heavy reliance on metaphorical formulations, which can be harnessed to confidence in what will be only if their figurative nature has been set aside. As noted by Patrick Hopkins, transhumanists envision that, quote, a specific intact mind could be transferred or moved from one material platform to another. Metaphorically treating the mind as a locatable, movable substance is attractive because it seems to solve the identity preservation problem, end quote, not to mention appearing to justify transhumanists' hopes for digital immortality. But as Hopkins also observes, warranted confidence that one's identity will endure at all, not to mention without end, quote, actually requires these spatial and motion properties of minds not to be metaphors at all, but to be literally true, end quote. Moreover, far from capturing a cutting-edge view, transhumanists' assurance of genes' unidirectional causal heft in relation to complex phenotypic traits crucially resembles the position of the first molecular biologists. This includes transhumanists taking alluring metaphors such as program and code, literally, as conceptual cornerstones, inferring straight away that human biology is highly manipulable. As well, transhumanists conceive of biology as an information science. Thus, per Bostrom in the Transhumanist FAQ, quote, messenger RNA is determined by our DNA, which can be viewed as an instruction tape for protein synthesis. The study of the functional roles of our genes is proceeding rapidly. Techniques for using this genetic information to modify adult organisms or the germline are being developed, end quote. And Kurzweil exalts, quote, we're really now entering an era where we can reprogram biology, end quote. Now, I would not reject a position simply because in essential respects it dates to a time long past. As I also do research in Greek philosophy, longstanding views for me go back to the 6th century BCE. Here, the mere fact that scientifically transhumanist lens dates to the 1940s and 50s does not suffice to render it suspect. What does gainsay their template is that scientists, together with philosophers and historians of science, are well on the way to relegating this informational template to the past. To substantiate this point, I focus on genes. The concept of Shannon information, or the quantitative concept was also called Shannon information, is, as Charles Rathkopf puts it, quote, austere and mathematical, end quote. In keeping with this framing of genetic causation, interaction between genes and environment, where recognized at all, has long been seen as, quote, static. On display here is a misconception tied closely to Crick's central dogma, that one can clearly and fundamentally differentiate between what originates with DNA, one's featured cause, and other impacts. More is needed than to recognize that biological causation, informationally construed, cannot be cordoned off from merely environmental impacts. Here, what's called developmental systems theory, or DST, frames the terrain in a fruitful way. Within DST, development spans a range of levels and a wealth of factors, biological and non-biological, that interact in complex ways. On the formulation of Paul Griffiths and Carola Stott's, development, quote, proceeds at several levels. For example, gene expression, the formation of tissues, and the state of the environment. And the interactions between levels are the prime focus of research, rather than one level being focal and the others being background against which the former unfolds, end quote. As Susan Oyama observes, none of these factors, genes included, quote, is privileged a priori as the bearer of fundamental form or as the origin of ultimate causal control, end quote. Rather, quote, everything the organism does and is arises out of this interactive complex, even as it affects that very complex, end quote. In a nutshell, per Griffiths and Stott's, quote, the process defines the system, end quote. A fittingly complex frame such as developmental systems theory gainsays transhumanist confidence in prospects for building humanity's transcendent successors through genetic manipulation. Nicholas Rose is surely right that, quote, life itself resists its reframing in terms of information, end quote. But his additional statement that what he calls, quote, life is information, end quote, has not supplanted, quote, life as organic unity as the new biological epistemology, end quote, fails to distinguish between what should be taken to heart and what has thus far transpired. Though the view that genes code for complex phenotypic traits is recognized increasingly as misleading, it persists. To Keller, quote, what is most immediately striking is not only the persistence of older usages of the term, but also through that persistence, the perpetuation of conceptual frameworks to which the older meanings were attached, end quote. Parenthetical caveats are what Oyama terms cosmetic. A transhumanist example is Savulescu and Gaines' insistence when defending the principle of procreative beneficence that they reject, quote, a crude form of genetic determinism, end quote. Regarding the notion that what is and can be known as information, I agree with Oyama that, quote, we need the stake in the heart move. Compromises don't help because they don't alter this basic assumption, end quote. I close this section by noting an important difference between transhumanists and scientific figures in the 1960s who agreed that biology itself was an information science and were convinced that therefore human biology was highly manipulable. Those scientists diverged on what, if any, direct guidance for the future of humanity this view of biology had. Robert Sinsheimer was euphoric that his generation of scientists is, quote, the first to read the book of life. The ultimate significance of this understanding of the very basis of heredity will change all the eons to come. Man is now acquiring the knowledge and the power to create his own environment and literally to direct his own future. Ours is the age of transition, end quote. But George Beadle recognized that wider discussion was needed for that, quote, a man is a brilliant research scientist does not necessarily make him more competent than any other intelligent man to resolve problems outside his area of expertise. And according to Marshall Nurenberg, the rightful locus of decisions about the application of scientific knowledge is not science itself, but a thoughtful society. Once this facet of early molecular biologist perspective is factored in, transhumanism can be seen to represent a marriage of sorts between the notion that living things and machines are basically alike and substantive commitments of prior Anglo-American eugenics, whose proponents taken together evinced no such ambivalence. This convergence reflects the fact that both transhumanism and Anglo-American eugenics are totalizing visions, meaning, as previously observed, that scientific positions on what is and can be known are supposed to reflect pure findings of reason and are seen on that basis as the rightful guideposts for humanity's very future. Ultimately, my objections to transhumanism are philosophical. For a transhumanist totalizing lens, humans' top priority should be engineering post-humanity. An encompassing perspective is indeed called for at this time, but it is our human situation that we must concentrate on bettering, not least because human, as distinct from post-human, flourishing is the sole type that our thought, experience, and imagination equip us to weigh in on. Combining a decisive critique of transhumanist totalizing vision with a holistic human-centered alternative, one that tapped into what we already treasure, might remove the lingering allure, if any, that transhumanism held. As I can indicate only briefly here, virtue ethics fits the bill. What I have in mind is a version of virtue ethics that retains distinctive merits of Aristotle's approach, but is adapted to liberal democratic ideals, my focus here being the US. In Western philosophy, virtue ethics was the dominant ethical theory until the advent of utilitarianism and Kantian ethics, also known as deontology. In recent decades, however, virtue ethics has had a resurgence. Though often presented this way, the three theoretical approaches are not contenders for the same role in human life. For only virtue ethics concerns who we are as people, across our endeavors, roles, and specific aims. For Aristotle, whose Nicomachean ethics inspired contemporary virtue ethics, since our attitudes and activities shape the kind of person we become, our characteristics will reflect the nature of these. Virtuous people consistently perform virtuous acts, he tells us, but persons qualify as virtuous based on why they do so. Because a particular act is the virtuous, for instance, brave one to perform in that situation, they know that it qualifies as such, do it for that reason, and take pleasure in the act's performance. So this is all straight out of Aristotle's Nicomachean ethics. Aristotle also stressed that since goodness is rooted in character, which starts to form at a very young age, early education should be framed accordingly. Virtue ethics is holistic in two related ways. First, is noted by Julia Annis, quote, "The virtues make sense only within a conception of living that takes the life I live to be an overall unity, rather than a succession of more or less unconnected states," end quote. Second, virtue ethics builds in the ethical value of my commitments to other people, incorporates and integrates levels of human concern, individual up through civic, and diffuses the thought that in any situation, we must choose between pursuing our own and others' good. We wouldn't have to manufacture a concern for virtue out of whole cloth, as the conduct of our lives already signals that it matters to us. An example is when, having detected tensions within our own motivations, we choose the path that comports with the sort of person we aspire to be. Also, the types of people we surround ourselves with make a great difference to the caliber of our lives. This is always true, I think, but it comes to the fore in high-stakes situations when our expectations of those we count on for support and as wishing to aid us for our own sake are not met. The failure need not be dramatic as in wholesale abdication, for the spirit in which help is offered. Is it empathetic or grudging? Also matters a great deal. Reinforcement of the view that who we are as people is ultimately decisive comes from our not envisioning life well lived in terms of discrete episodes and exchanges. Beyond a mismatch of this view with lived experience, as Alistair McIntyre has remarked, this position undercuts, quote, "the basis for many characteristically human institutions," end quote. That a concern for virtue is already embedded institutionally is signaled clearly by the commitment of primary school educators to students' character development. Since an interest in character education was renewed in the 1980s, a number of promising ideas whose historical origin is Aristotle have become part of the mix. Since liberalism emerged some 2 millennia after Aristotle, one might wonder whether a virtue ethics with roots in his time can accommodate our civic frame. I believe that it can, and that adopting a virtue ethical approach might help to improve it. The approach I have in mind is rooted in Aristotle, but modified to accommodate liberal commitments with corresponding adjustments to our views of particular virtues, importantly including justice and courage. In my view, the potential of virtue ethics in these ways is broadly supported by the writings of Martin Luther King Jr. as important commitments of his fit with or are compatible with virtue ethics. Since the guiding purpose of Posthuman Bliss was to offer an encompassing critique of transhumanism, I could only sketch a virtue ethical frame, which I did in the book's final chapter. Going forward, I intend to build on that work, returning the focus to transhumanism. And to conclude, I submit that virtue ethics offers a promising, holistic perspective on living well, one that I am confident is radically superior to transhumanist totalizing vision. The holism of virtue ethics is thoroughly human in the best of senses. We must jettison transhumanist fantasy, both because their arguments fail and because transhumanism fails to do us justice. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Professor Levin, for that whirlwind tour of your wonderful book that's so densely argued and well-researched and sort of marries ancient Greek philosophy with modern science and jumping into these really crucial debates about transhumanism. So thank you so much. I thought I would just start off with the question to get things started. I was thinking, in your discussion of and critique of the use of positive and negative emotions that have been deployed by transhumanists, I was thinking this was kind of a familiar objection. I think in the book you cite some, for those familiar with the theories of the emotions, some kind of familiar objections with how anger in some context might be considered to be a good thing and therefore a positive thing. And my concern here is, Barbara Fredrickson is a psychologist here who does positive psychology, who has argued that you can think of the positive emotions as a list, but you can also think of the positive emotions contextually. So if you're thinking of them contextually, you say, well, look, in this given context, if the anger is functioning in a way that is bad for you, then we could say it's not a negative emotion. Let's say anger is on the list of negative emotions. That the list method isn't what we have to do. We could take a more contextually sensitive approach to classifying positive and negative, and that might be a way of trying to restore the positive and negative emotion distinction while also having some contextual sensitivity. So that's just a first thought to get us rolling.
Okay, well, I'll say a few things in response, and then Dan, please feel free to follow up. So I am not alone in doing this, but at all. But I reject a positive, negative emotion binary. And there's a really, really rich 2002 article by Robert Solomon and Laurie Stone that I think is very helpful in this regard. And he was a philosopher, she a psychologist, so I think it works well together. The two of them work well together in that argument. So the negative positive binary, not with that rubric, but as a conceptualization in some way really goes back to the Greeks. And So the binary has been unpacked in various ways. So positive emotions were, associated with pleasure or benefit or approach, whereas negative emotions were associated with pain, harm, or withdrawal. And however you look at it, that binary reflects a great oversimplification. Going back to the ancient Stoics, I mean, the Stoics concept of pathe, sometimes translated passions, but really it's emotions and the way we think of them. Well, they were rejected per se as being identified with or based on categorically false judgments. In any case, they did more than anyone else in antiquity to problematize anger per se. There's a longstanding there has been a longstanding view in philosophy and psychology that anger per se is detrimental. And in my discussion of anger in the book, I was trying to challenge that. So, and anger metaphors play some role in I think have played some role in the perpetuation, but I think the idea that anger per se is detrimental is wrong. It has often been assumed in philosophy from the Stoics on and in psychology to be intrinsically problematic, to be per se pathological, but it's often conflated with aggression and hostility. And so context dependency is really important. So I think Aristotle kind of has a nice balance. Of course, I may be biased since I'm so steeped in Greek philosophy, but he rejected what came to be called the positive negative binary. And anger for him, I think, and for us is a great example. So Aristotle pays a lot of attention to context dependency, even though he's what we would call an objectivist about morality. And what matters crucially is the impetus, right? And proportionality. So, in many situations, and maybe, probably most situations, anger is not appropriate at all. But anger is not only important, but necessary as a response to injustice. And then what matters is how we respond, right? Is the response proportionate, and is it directed toward the right source in the right way, and so forth. And moreover, for Aristotle, it's not just that it's permissible under relevant conditions, but not to react with anger where anger is called for him, represents a moral failing. So I think that anger has been wrongly, by which I mean, in every respect, including morally, problematized. And I could go into other things related to liberal democracy and whose anger is accepted, even approved and lauded, whereas in other cases, people's anger is depreciated and delegitimated. But basically, I think context is hugely important, right? And there are pathological forms, right? But anger per se is not pathological. So it wasn't quite a question. I wasn't sure, what you were asking, but I was trying to respond to the sort of content and spirit of what you were saying. So please let me know if I should follow up.
Great, thank you. That's wonderful response. We might take it up later on during the panel discussion.
Sure. Yeah.
So I forgot to mention just sort of our due process here. Next up, we have a question from Dave Chalmers. And after that, we have another question from one of our attendees, Thomas Hofweber. And so we are taking some questions from the Q&A from our attendees here on Zoom. We'll also try to take a peek over at the comments on YouTube and bring forward any questions that might come up there as well. So for our viewers, we wanted you to know that you have a chance to get some questions in if you're watching live. So next up, Dave.
Thanks, Susan. That's super interesting. Just a whole lot to think about. I'm not an expert at all on on transhumanism, but I've often wondered if I'm a transhumanist. Maybe at least a fellow traveler or something, if not committed on all the specifics. But I guess part of this depends on what transhumanism is. And I guess partly it's just a request for information, whether there's a standard definition that you use or that other people use. I mean, I think you distinguished, for example, I guess a prescriptive thesis and maybe a descriptive thesis. I guess one says that certain forms of cognitive enhancement are possible, and one says that these forms of radical cognitive enhancement are desirable, something we should pursue. And I guess speaking for myself, the prescriptive question seems incredibly complicated, and I don't have any strong view on it. But whereas the descriptive thesis seems to me like it has more going for it in the first instance, at least that this kind of radical cognitive enhancement is possible. I guess part of this is a question about your own. I mean, I think your own arguments are actually directed against both. You're most clearly against the ethical thesis that this is desirable, but I think quite a lot of the time you're also arguing against the descriptive thesis that this is possible. And then when it comes to that thesis, I guess I'm curious whether transhumanism should be understood as building in. You criticize a lot of very specific claims from, I don't know, Savulescu and Bostrom and others about, for example, the role of the emotions and the role of information and so on. So should we understand those as kind of built into the transhumanist thesis, so that to be a transhumanist, you actually have to take those, be committed to those specific claims about, say, the emotions? Because I guess, that also to me sounds kind of dodgy. On the other hand, transhumanism is just the thesis that radical cognitive enhancements are likely to be possible. Then I'm much more sympathetic with it. But I mean, I guess I would think also that transhumanism, I guess, was at its peak in, I don't know, the 1990s or something, and maybe then it was all about bioenhancement and 90s. And whereas these days, I mean, at least when I look around, I think the people who are sort of most deeply engaged in this kind of thing are very much moved by AI as the mechanism towards cognitive enhancement, whether using technology to extend our minds, eventually to move beyond the capacities of the human mind, and especially with the recent advances in AI. I'm wondering whether, for example, transhumanism should be understood to subsume this kind of AI-based approach, as well as these kinds of more genetic and neuro and bio enhancement. Anyway, so that was, sorry.
Wow, okay. There were various facets to what you were asking about, and I'll address at least several of them. So the first thing is that there's no universally agreed upon definition. However, in the bioethical debate over transhumanism, most commonly it is construed in exactly the way I take it. It's understood to refer to advocacy of radical enhancement of select human capacities. Most of the emphasis is on augmentation. I mean, there is some emphasis on elimination of, right? I mean, and that does get significant play too. So far beyond, I mean, categorically beyond any conceivable human ceiling, that the beings that eventually, the beings that possess those radically augmented abilities would reside on a higher ontological plane, and so then would require, they couldn't be called improved human, better humans. They'd have to be called posthuman, semi-divine, whatever the case might be. And that is a construction of transhumanism that is very standard in bioethics. Certainly, that's what people are advocating, whether they call themselves transhumanists or not. My view is, and I'm not alone in this, for example, John Harris, who was another academic who's now retired from Manchester, he doesn't call himself a transhumanist, but his ideas match up. So based on ideas, that description applies to these major figures that I discuss, and the critique is of that line of reasoning. The question about covering AI, yes, it does cover AI. I don't see it. I take what you're saying about AI, but I don't agree that the genetic focus has, dramatically receded, because, for example, Savulescu is still pushing it. So for me, at least, the informational template is what's foundational, regardless of whether one's, emphasizing more the biological or the AI prong. And some people do both, right? But for me, it's the informational template that matters, and not the specific domain of focus in terms of the applicability of my argument. But it is true that the way molecular biologists picked this up, the first molecular biologists picked this up, is very, very significant. But I think the major assumptions about the mind are also reflected, certainly in neuroscience, and therefore, when people talk about, and you're much more of an expert on all of that, the translatability and so forth, you might be more of an expert on that than I am. But the assumptions about translatability of at least, functionally, if not neurons, exactly, but functionally, that the contents of the brain and the mind can be translated, rest on the same kind of informational template as I tried to show at one point. So I think that my line of argument can accommodate both, even if AI comes increasingly to the fore even more than it has already. That doesn't bother me, ultimately, because I think the informational template is what's foundational. You distinguished, obviously, sensibly between descriptive and normative planes. And it's true that a lot of my focus is definitely on the normative plane in the book and in the talk. But a lot of the talk and a lot of the book are directed toward the possibility. Here, I didn't have a chance to get into this today, but in a portion of one of the chapters in the book, I talk about Kant and how I think his critique of pure reason is helpful in certain ways in illuminating some shortcomings of transhumanism. And so I'll just take a page from Kant here and say, one of the things I think is helpful is his distinction between, logical possibility and a possibility that our rationality has any legitimate hope of getting a handle on, let alone leveraging into technological self-transcendence. So I fully accept that I cannot rule out the possibility that transhumanist scientific presumptions are correct. However, they often put the burden of proof consistently on their critics to show that what they are proposing could not be done. And that's not a reasonable burden to place on anyone who is advocating or defending position of any even moderate complexity. So it's true. And then the critics are supposed to show that as long as the critics haven't shown that what they propose is impossible, right, then the perspective boons are so immense that we should go with it. And so often in the bioethical literature, when people have critiqued transhumanism, they have focused on potentially negative outcomes. Sort of taking for granted with transhumanists that it may well be possible to do it. And then we have to worry about, we have normative considerations about distribution, access, and so forth, right? Once the technologies exist. And I thought it important that the critique that I offer be comprehensive, but centrally including close scrutiny of the scientific assumptions, right? I don't want to grant that the can is there and that we should focus just on whether, it's desirable or morally obligatory to develop the technologies and then to use them. I mean, transhumanists focus much more on the use than on the development, right? But obviously, if we think it's morally desirable or even more required, if it's morally required to use them, it's morally required to develop them, right? So I believe that going into the book that that case had not been made by them. There's a lot of just assumption that, yes, of course, this is possible. Now let's just, worry about how procreative decision-making would look and those sorts of things. And as when I started the book, I just didn't know yet how much scientific work, investigation as a non-scientist I would have to do. And I was stunned by the fact that transhumanists generally don't do anything like that kind of probing. I mean, I just didn't see that anywhere. So it needed to be done. So I see the book as a combined sort of contesting of the possibility scientifically, and definitely contesting of the, desirability, let alone treating what they propose as a moral requirement. But even if, as I said at one point, even if the science were there, I would still not want us to proceed. But the science isn't there, in my view. Again, is it impossible for them to be right? No. I just think it's quite unlikely that they're right.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, and next up, we have a question from our colleague in philosophy, Thomas. So, Thomas.
Thank you very much. I guess, I guess you can hear me at least.
Yes.
Okay, super. So I had a question along very similar lines than Dave. So I felt like the criticism at the first part was mostly about particular versions of transhumanism and how they might make certain possibly flawed assumptions about the role of information in the mind and things like that. But I took you to have a sort of a more ambitious goal in mind, namely that any version of transhumanism would be somehow flawed. And that I felt came out in the second part of your talk mostly, in particular, that there is some sort of inherent tension between virtue ethics and transhumanism. But I didn't fully understand the argument about how that was supposed to go. So, I mean, I take it, and maybe leading up to the question, please clarify that a little bit. But so I take it, so one way which I can see the tension is the following, that the thought would be that, so for virtue ethics, there's a lot of focus on flourishing. What kind of flourishing you have depends on what kind of creature you are. So human flourishing is a particular kind of flourishing. And so then the question could be, could it ever be appropriate, rational, or even morally required for me to transcend my human form and become a transhuman creature? And you might think that, okay, there could be an argument that nobody who starts out human could, reasonably aspire to be transhuman, because there's some sort of tension about what kind of flourishing a human being has and what kind of flourishing this transhuman being would have, and it would somehow be irrational or something like that. But I feel like, you didn't quite make that argument, I take it, but I take it that argument wouldn't apply to the thought that you might want to aspire for other creatures to be transhuman. So we who are born human should stay human, but then future generations should become transhuman and then, have their own certain kind of special flourishing associated with what kind of creatures they are. And so I wasn't sure how anybody from a virtue ethics perspective could block that sort of argument. So would it be such that it would always be irrational for us to try to create creatures that are transhuman as opposed to human, because we could never appreciate their flourishing equally to the flourishing of creatures that are human, or something like that. But so maybe the question really is like, could you elaborate on, is there a real tension between transhumanism in general and virtue ethics? And secondly, then how was it supposed to go?
Okay, thank you very much, Thomas. Okay, so in my view, there's a fundamental tension between transhumanism and virtue ethics. To start, I'll invoke a distinction made by Martha Nussbaum in Love's Knowledge between external and internal transcendence. And the external variety involving the idea that, to flourish, we would somehow have to surpass the parameters of our human natures to become, tightly connected to, or to achieve something that very clearly surpasses the parameters within which we exist as human beings. And even though the ancient Stoics presented their view as, flourishing as the fullest possible realization of human capabilities, it's quite arguable that their view was actually the Stoic sage was really is sort of a template for sort of external transcendence. Aristotle's view, and this is a position of Nussbaum's, but it's just very clearly arguable, represents just what she calls internal transcendence. I take that to be the case for virtue ethics, meaning that flourishing for a human being involves the richest, fullest realization of our distinctively human faculties, the faculties that are, at their best, realizations of human capacities. For Aristotle, the concepts of potentiality and actuality, where the trajectory is from dunamis to energeia. So the cultivation and realization, right? Fulfillment. So the fulfillment, or the fullest possible realization of our distinctively human capabilities in the ways and in the harmonization of which we live the most virtuous of lives. And interestingly, in the Nicomachean Ethics in Book 10, famously or notoriously for people who work on Aristotle or learn about him in class, there's a tension because Aristotle, sort of sounds at one point like he's veering toward what Nussbaum calls external transcendence. The prime or unmoved mover, which is Aristotle's God, contemplates without interruption, eternally, and contemplates what is Beth, namely itself. And then Aristotle says, contemplation is really our single best activity. And, one mark in its favor being that once you've formed all the concepts and whatnot, you can contemplate whenever you want, and you're not dependent on anyone else. And self-sufficiency, he says, suggests is a great thing. But so while some scholars of Aristotle think there's a tension between Book 10 and all the rest, which argues for the a rich, combination of intellectual and moral virtue in a very civically engaged life. Some people think there's a tension between Book 10 and all of that, while other people think that Book 10 and what precedes can be reconciled. And I agree. I think I agree with the latter position. So I think that ultimately Aristotle is defending, again, in Nussbaum's terms, a model of internal transcendence, where living the best possible life has to be the best possible life for us as human beings, because our natures are not divine. And so I think that there's a tension that is very, very deep there. And so for Aristotle, to flourish is to realize in the rich ways and full ways he talks about our nature as human beings. Right. So, and flourishing has to be defined and unpacked in terms of the kind of creature one is. And eudaimonia for human beings is eudaimonia for human beings period. Okay, so then you asked the question about whether I wasn't quite as sure about the second question, but something like, would my view or would a virtue ethical view preclude, so it would preclude our aiming for external transcendence, right? But would it preclude the advent of future generations with their own template for flourishing, right? And well, at this point, we have to leave Aristotle to the side in some sense, but so you may have to come back, Thomas, about the second question, but one thought I had is really that it has to be purely a thought experiment, because we would have to be the ones to create those beings, and we could not but create those beings in light of our understanding and its limits and our psychological constitutions and so on. So I mean, just on the level of can, to go back to Dave, one of Dave's points, I think the same points about feasibility apply there too. If we just bracket, if we just put aside questions about how, whether and how it would happen, and we just look at it as a phenomenon, then if somehow what you call transhumans existed, then it would certainly, we could say, based on Aristotle, extrapolating from Aristotle, that whatever flourishing meant for that type of creature would be distinctive of that type of creature, right? But there's a lot we have to just set aside and not get into in order to say that, but that would absolutely be true. I mean, in a way, I mean, the scenario is so far removed from anything in Greek philosophy that, and I want to be careful not to be anachronistic. So I think I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dr. Levin. We have a question from our YouTube audience. Paul Fletcher, do you think that transhumanism and its reluctance to offer solutions to mental health issues other than a panacea approach is not only unattainable, but dangerous?
Can you repeat the question? I missed one little bit of it.
Sure. Do you think that transhumanism and its reluctance to offer solutions to mental health issues other than a panacea approach is not only unattainable, but dangerous?
I can agree with that. Definitely the unattainable part. I would say, and I appreciate that question very much. Well, first of all, it's sort of on a broader conceptual level, but this question relates to that. Transhumanists reject the distinction between treatment and enhancement as conceptually, well, it's not helpful, but also suspect. It's not really legit. And so for them, anything that improves existence counts thereby as an enhancement. And so that's the umbrella, is enhancement is the umbrella, enhancement equaling improvements. And then what most non-transhumanists would call treatment versus treatments fall under that too. And so when we think about how resources would be allocated, since transhumanists think of, they're concerned with improvements, and then their concern is how much improvement can we get in a particular area by use of particular means. So for them, in principle, and this is quite clear, they don't find any means morally problematic per se, right? What matters is how much bang for your, capacitative buck are you gonna get? And so from their standpoint, if we're talking about improving cognition, or for that matter, coordination, or anything, right? What would matter is the means to choose would be the one that gave the biggest boost. So they are, and now speaking generally, they are not directly concerned with anything that non-transhumanists would call therapeutic, right? So that just doesn't interest them. So they would, for example, bypass any of the terrain that you're talking about by saying, we're going to, tinker with genes in the brain. I mean, they would have us biologically remove the capacity for suffering. Okay, let's not get into the logistics of that. I just kind of talked about that already and why I think that's not feasible. But Bostrom talks about this. Certainly another transhumanist who talks about this a lot, or has talked about this a lot, is David Pierce. And so the idea is you just, in this piece called Letter from Utopia, Bostrom talks about extracting suffering by the roots, and so, right, I mean, that's unattainable, to use your word. It's a dangerous view. And I have to frankly admit, I agree with it's dangerous on some construction of dangerous. I haven't thought about that aspect of your question, but now I am very grateful to you because I will. I do think it's super dangerous because if we go with transhumanists, then the idea is not only is this feasible, and it may be, and for some it's very clearly morally required. Nick, that's morally required to use. It's morally required to. We're morally required to allocate those resources to developing the technologies, right? And when we're using resources for that, I'm not getting into the fact that I think that would be a terrible misuse of resources, but we're not using those resources for other things that we do have a much more reasonable chance of actually making some headway on, right? And so I think it would be a grave misuse of resources, and certainly public funds, would be, in my view, much better spent on mental health, for example, improvements in that regard. So I think it would be dangerous. One way in which it would be dangerous is that it would be irresponsible. It would be dangerous because conditions that could be improved through further research might be neglected, which is not to say that they would be totally set aside, but they would stand to get less in the way of investment than transhumanist projects if we signed on to transhumanism, right? And another way I think that the way that transhumanism is dangerous in relation to your question is that what transhumanists offer sometimes, I mean, it's very alluring, right? It's like, who would, at first blush, like, who would not want to avoid suffering, right, if possible, or who would not want to achieve immortality? I'm not expressing my own, I'm just saying, right? There's a sort of visceral allure there. And there's visceral allure that, and the stuff, these ideas are often presented in this way, right? And so if they're presented in that way and people, take them in, and at first blush, it sounds like, why not sign on to this, right? So, in some sense, I mean, on one level, I think at least some transhumanists recognize they need public support to help propel the public funding, but if there's public support for those ideas that leads to public funding, that's all very problematic from the standpoint of our investing in further research on mental health conditions and also neurological conditions like Parkinson's, right? That we have a much better chance of making headway with to actually help human beings, right, who are suffering, right? So that, I mean, I thank you very much for that question.
And that will be the last question for our first session of the day. Thank you, Professor Levin, for talking with us about your latest book. And we're looking forward to returning to the topic of transhumanism and picking up some of these threads again at our panel discussion later on today.
It's been my pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. We're going to stop now for our 15-minute break. We will return at 11, and we will see you then.
Welcome back to our annual UNC Philosophy and Psychiatry Conference. Next, I'll be introducing our second speaker, Dr. David Livingstone Smith. Dr. David Livingstone Smith is a professor of philosophy at the University of New England. Professor Smith currently works on topics of dehumanization, race, ideology, and self-deception. He has published 10 books. The first 4 were about Freud and psychoanalysis. Smith's 2011 book, Less Than Human: Why We Demean, Enslave, and Exterminate Others, won the 2012 Anisfield Wolf Award for nonfiction. That book was the first of 3 monographs that Professor Smith has written on the topic of dehumanization. Today, Professor Smith will discuss his third book on the topic in his most recent book, published by Harvard University Press in 2021, Making Monsters: The Uncanny Power of Dehumanization. Thank you for joining us today, Professor Smith.
Well, thank you. I assume I'm audible. Yes? Great. Okay. So thanks so much for inviting me to participate in this event. And thank you, Daniel, and your team for making this happen. I think it was really an inspired decision to choose 3 topics that are next door to one another, but significantly different from one another to make for a very stimulating event. So as Nick said, what I want to do today is talk to you about my current position on dehumanization as is presented in my most recent book, Making Monsters. Before going on to explain that position, though, I would like to read a few pages, a couple pages actually, from the preface to the book to sort of set the stage here. So, quote, "They did not know that the Tutsi were human beings, because if they had thought about it, they wouldn't have killed them. Let me include myself as someone who accepted it. I wouldn't have accepted that they are human beings." End of quote. Eli Nagarambi, a Hutu man, spoke these words to the US political scientist Daniel Jonah Goldhagen in 2008. Nagarambi was talking about his role in the 1994 Rwanda genocide, during which he bludgeoned and hacked Tutsi women, men, and children to death. Goldhagen confessed his perplexity at how anyone could perform the horrendous acts that were everyday occurrences during the Rwanda genocide. "I find it hard to understand," he said, "and I want to understand how people could approach other people who are begging for their lives and screaming in pain and chop them." In doing so, he expressed the same sort of mute incomprehension that many of us experience when reading about these events, or about the horrors of the Nazi extermination camps, or about any of the all too frequent episodes of collective brutality that deface human history. Struggling to adequately describe the state of mind that allowed him to butcher his neighbors, Nagarambi responded, "That's a hard question to answer, because even though you did it, you know they had the same flesh as you." Then he added, "It was very sad when a baby would cry. I did not kill children, but at some point you felt guilty. You would see an infant who's just learning to smile, and it smiles at you, but you still kill it. It was a cloud that came into people's hearts and covered them, and everything became dark. You're holding a machete over someone who is weak and saying, 'Please, I'll give you money. Please forgive me.' Or a woman would say, 'I'm a beautiful woman. Please take care of me.' But instead, you kill them. This genocide, when we look back and think about it, is beyond our ability to understand. I cannot explain it. The only answer I can give is that it was like being in a fog, something like a darkness. So I take that last statement, the culmination of this man's struggle to explain or really even comprehend what came over him on that terrible occasion in which close to 1 million people were killed in the space of about 3 months, as a statement that he and others were in kind of an altered state of consciousness. An altered state of consciousness which is very difficult to understand, very difficult even for the persons experiencing that state of consciousness to grasp. I've devoted the last, I guess it's around 15 years of my intellectual life to trying to understand this. As Nick said, my first book on dehumanization, which came out in 2011, was my first attempt to wrap my mind around this phenomenon. It was really hard. It was really hard because outside of social psychology, there just wasn't any literature. Philosophers weren't interested in dehumanization then. Things are changing now. So there was virtually nothing in philosophy. There is virtually nothing in political science. There was virtually nothing in anthropology. And I had, and still do have, issues with how social psychologists handle this topic. So this was a matter of trawling through diverse literatures to find the odd paragraph or the odd couple of pages that would contribute to telling the story about what dehumanization is, the history of the idea, and how it works. And my focus today is not so much on the history of ideas. So what I wrote in Less Than Human all those years ago is still the best story I've been able to tell about that. But my views on what dehumanization is, well, they haven't actually substantially changed either. But how it works, my views have changed in important ways and expanded. So if we're going to talk about dehumanization, the first question, like the first question ever since Socrates for philosophers is, what the hell are we talking about? What does this word dehumanization name? Now, that's not a straightforward question to answer. And the reason for that is dehumanization names a lot of different things. The way I put this, there are numerous conceptions of dehumanization. So when the word first entered the English language in the early 19th century, it wasn't with any particularly clear meaning. And then over time, various people have meant various things by it. And many of those things, even in the scholarly literature, even if we leave out, the vernacular uses of the word dehumanization, even in the scholarly literature, there are 8 or 10 logically distinct conceptions of what dehumanization is. Now, I'm not going to say this is the correct notion of dehumanization, because there isn't a correct one. What's important is that whomever is trying to make headway in studying dehumanization be as explicit as they can be about what they mean by it. So we don't talk past one another. So I'll start with what I mean by it. In my view, dehumanization is the attitude of conceiving of others as less than human creatures. I've chosen all of those words really carefully. So if you reflect on that for a moment, you see that Smith thinks of dehumanization as a mental state, as a psychological state, as something that happens in people's heads. And that is in contrast to those who use dehumanization differently, for instance, to refer to certain forms of behavior, verbal behavior, or say cruel and degrading treatment of others. But dehumanization isn't just psychological. By that I mean, you can't properly understand it just by considering what goes on in people's heads. You have to consider what people's heads are in as well. So take this as a sort of a footnote to that definition. Dehumanization is a psychological response to social and political forces. Right? So dehumanization on this view, and I'll unpack this in some detail as I go on, isn't something that just, arises spontaneously in human minds. People don't wake up one morning and say, oh, those people over there, they're vermin. Really, they're vermin, or they're demons, or they're monsters, or whatever. No. Dehumanization occurs to us in response to things going on outside of our heads. And in particular, I think that dehumanization is a consequence of the, now how do I want to put this? Well, I'll put it this way, it's slightly inaccurate, but it's close enough. The manipulation of certain psychological dispositions and vulnerabilities. So let's now, having set out my conception of dehumanization, start to pop the hood and look at the mechanics of it. And I want to do this through two explanatory challenges. Here's the first. Let's suppose that y'all are dyed-in-the-wool Nazis. Hopefully there are no Nazis listening to this. Or maybe it would be edifying for them, actually. But let's pretend, let's play a game. Let's play a game that you're SS officers that have drunk the Kool-Aid and are utterly convinced of Nazi ideology. And let's suppose, and this is not a supposition, it's true, that I'm a Jewish man. So part of Nazi ideology was that Jewish people are Untermenschen, are subhumans. This was in the official propaganda, and it was just very widespread. If you look at correspondence, say, of German soldiers on the Eastern Front, they refer, quite casually to the subhumans. Now, how does that work? How can that work? I mean, you're looking at me, and what you see someone who is really, in every important respect, indistinguishable from anyone you would consider as a fully fledged human being. I speak your language, I wear clothes. If you observe me more closely, you'd see I'm bipedal. I take an umbrella if I think it's going to rain. I drive to work, so on and so on and so on. So how could you then, being confronted with me, think of me as anything other than a human being? Well, part of the answer to this question depends on how we theorize the notion of the human itself. But I don't want to go there now, maybe later. What I want to go to is a body of psychological research that I think is crucial in addressing this puzzle. And this is the body of psychological research into what is known as psychological essentialism. Now, philosophers listening know that the notion of essentialism is like all over the map. It's been kicking around for a couple thousand years at least. There are lots of different meanings that are associated with it. Psychological essentialism, as it's used in the psychological literature, mustn't be confused with other and, in fact, philosophically more common notions of essentialism. So when psychologists talk about psychological essentialism, what they mean is a kind of disposition, first of all, to carve the world of living things up into natural kinds of things that are supposed to be, in some sense, out there and are demarcated independently of our classificatory practices. And this is the crucial bit, to think of individuals belonging to any of those kinds as belonging to them in virtue of possessing some deep, unobservable property. And that's what they refer to as the essence, right? So the essence is say, of a human being is some property such that makes it the case that if an individual possesses it, that individual belongs to that kind, humankind, right? Just as, what makes a porcupine is the possession of the porcupine essence, and so on and so forth. The sorts of essences that psychologists talk about, which are fictional, but we are disposed to think in terms of nevertheless, are supposed to be causal essences. What that means is this deep fact is supposed to be causally responsible under normal conditions for the observable properties that are typical of the kind. So you could kind of read off the essence from the appearance, right? So, thinking that way, I appear to be a human being. And you can infer from that I am a human being. You can infer from that I have the human essence, which is causally resulted in this kind of appearance. And I'm using appearance very broadly to refer to whatever is observable about an individual. But then you might think, well, hold on, but what about the game we played a moment ago? Remember, let's get back and roll. You're Nazis. I'm a Jew. I look human, and Nazis never disputed that Jewish people looked human, just as white supremacists in the aftermath of the American Civil War did not dispute that African Americans looked human. So, what's going on? If I have the subhuman essence, how come I look human? Well, the logic of psychological essentialism, in fact, allows for a gap between essence and appearance. So recall that I said under normal circumstances, the essence is reflected in the appearance. But that doesn't have to be the case. That doesn't have to be. So something could be a member of a kind on this way of thinking without appearing to be a member of that kind. Something can appear to be a member of a kind without actually possessing the essence of that kind, which would make it a member of that kind. This way of thinking comes really easy to us. As is evidenced by the psychological literature. I'm thinking now of an experiment done by Frank Keel. exploring psychological essentialism in children. And Keel presents the child subject with a picture of a porcupine. And obviously I'm fond of porcupines, right? And then gives the child a story about this porcupine being surgically modified to be indistinguishable from a cactus. And the child is asked, well, what is it? Is it a cactus? Is it a porcupine? And the child says, it's a porcupine. Why? Because it's made out of porcupine. That's the response. But the child doesn't think of other non-natural kinds in this way. So the same experiment conducted, presenting the child with an artifact, which is modified to resemble another artifact, you don't get the same response. There are lots of examples of how easy it is for us to think in this kind of way. One of my favorites has to do with the miracle of transubstantiation in the Catholic Church. In the year 1215, at the 12th Lateran Council, it became official church doctrine that the wafer taken at communion is literally the body of Christ, not symbolically, literally. Now, it doesn't look, the wafer doesn't look like a first century Palestinian Jew, right? It looks like a little cracker, but that doesn't matter, right? We can perfectly well conceive of it as merely appearing to be a cracker, but really on the inside, in some strange sense of inside, it's the body of Christ. And that led, just by the way, and I discussed this in the chapter of my book on the history of anti-Semitism, to stringent attempts to protect the sacramental wafers from Jews who would allegedly wanted to steal them and then torture them, stab them and boil them as a way of killing Christ all over again. So psychological essentialism helps us to address that first explanatory problem, that you Nazis think to yourself, yeah, he looks human, but on the inside where it matters, he's not really human. He doesn't have a human essence. He's, so to speak, a counterfeit human, just like a counterfeit $20 bill looks like a $20 bill, but isn't really one. Well, that would explain how you could see me, how people can see others as looking human, but being non-human. But what about subhuman? How does that work? Well, as soon as we say subhuman, it's clear we're thinking in a hierarchical fashion. Sub is less than, it's lower than. And so the notion of subhumanity implicates a hierarchical framework. Now, in the history of ideas, there is a very influential thesis about this. And there is, as far as I know, precisely one book on this thesis, which was written in the 1930s. It's called The Great Chain of Being. The book of that name was written by a philosopher named Arthur O. Lovejoy. And the book itself is a magnificent piece of scholarship. So Lovejoy tells a story that this idea of a hierarchy, as sort of a natural hierarchy, was one that was cobbled together from elements of Platonic and Aristotelian thought in late antiquity. And it was formalized and had its career through the Middle Ages and through the early modern period. And basically what it looked like was this, I mean, there were diagrams, you can find diagrams of this. At the top of the hierarchy was God, because the hierarchy is arranged in terms of degrees of intrinsic value or perfection. and below God was the archangels, and then below the archangels were the angels, and human beings modestly situated themselves just below the angels, and then various mammals and birds and reptiles and fish down, 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 and decreasing degrees of perfection. So Lovejoy thinks this kind of faded away in the 18th century, late 18th century, maybe early 19th century, where we have the rise of scientific biology and a different kind of picture of the world, and very decisively with Darwin's work, which utterly contradicted a hierarchical conception of nature. But as magnificent as this study is, I think it's significantly mistaken. It's mistaken in two counts. First of all, this hierarchical framework is far more widely distributed than Lovejoy would have us believe. And we find it in West African thinking, in Indian thinking, in Chinese thinking, in Mesoamerican thinking. It's all over the place. Second, it hasn't really died out. I mean, this notion of hierarchy is still part of our moral psychology. You know, if a mosquito is buzzing around the room where you are and you swat it, and I were to say in horror, how could you do that to that living creature? Your response is likely to be, yeah, it's just a mosquito, come on. Its life doesn't matter. So I have some views about how that kind of framework came about, when and why. I'm not going to talk about those now. Maybe it'll come up later. Suffice it to say, I think this hierarchical thinking is well ensconced in our moral psychology. Now, that's not true of everywhere. It's not true of all cultures, but it is certainly true for us and many. I would hazard a guess, all complex societies. So the hierarchical framework, the great chain of being idea, allows us to understand subhumanity then. So if we combine the essentialistic component of our psychology with the hierarchical component, we get something like this. To dehumanize others is to conceive of them as possessing the essence of a being that is lower on the hierarchy of intrinsic value, as defined by our cultural framework. Okay, this in all essentials is the picture that I presented in 2011. There are a couple of problems with it. One of them has had a lot of airtime in the very limited literature on dehumanization. The other has not. In fact, as far as I'm aware, the other one is, I think, identified only by me, maybe one other person, but that other person's paper is, as far as I know, not yet in English. So I'm a poor monolingual person, so I'm not sure. Okay, so what are these two issues? What are these two problems? What are these two explanatory shortcomings of the picture that I've just painted for you? Well, I call one of them, actually, before we get on to this, let me give you some concrete illustration of the picture I've just painted. So what I want to do is draw on two texts. One was published in the year 1680, written by a man named Morgan Godwin, an Anglican clergyman. And the other was published in 1942 under the editorial supervision of Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS, Nazi Germany. So the one written in 1680 was written, as I said, was written by Morgan Godwin. So Godwin was a student of John Locke's, who sailed to Virginia in the year 1666, maybe to escape the plague that was decimating England that year. And he goes to Virginia. He gets himself in trouble in Virginia. He goes to Barbados. And then he returns to England. And his experiences in the New World were such that he was horrified by the atrocities that were being committed primarily against enslaved Africans, and especially in Barbados, which was the wealthiest at the time of the British sugar colonies, and a very, very brutal place. And he was also appalled as a clergyman by the exclusion of enslaved people from the church. They did not have the opportunity of converting to Christianity. Now, the reason for that, which he was well aware of, is at the time, there was some uncertainty about whether it was morally permissible to enslave Christians. So this is what Godwin called, what did he call it? Profit before religion. That, you know, if enslaved people could become baptized and be admitted to the church, it might be necessary for them to be manumitted. And that would ruin business for the slaveholders. So Godwin writes these series of like explosive documents, the most famous of which, the 1681, is called The Negroes and Indians Advocate Suing for Their Admission into the Church. And the title goes on, you know, these 17th century titles, they take a whole page. And in this book, it's a very valuable source of information because Godwin reports on the attitudes of the British colonialists towards enslaved people. So let me read a couple of quotes from this. And bear in mind, he's reporting, right? He doesn't believe these things. Quote, "The Negroes, though in their figure they carry some resemblances of manhood, yet are indeed no men." So what we have here is the appearance essence distinction, right? They look human, but they're not really human. Another, Africans are, quote, "creatures destitute of souls, to be ranked among the brute beasts and treated accordingly." So destitute of souls is like the metaphysical explanation for their non-humanity. So that the idea of possessing a soul or a rational soul was at that time and in that place the version of the human essence. And here we have the ranking idea of subhumanity, ranked among the brute beasts, demoted on the hierarchy. Now, let's switch over to the other text. The other text, written in 1942, or at least published in 1942, it's called Der Untermensch, which means the subhuman. It's a very famous piece of Nazi propaganda, all about, basically about Jewish people. Der Untermensch of the title is the Jew, right? The subhuman equals the Jew. So let me read you a couple quotes from this. It's a fascinating document. I would recommend you all read it. First, quote, "Not all of those who appear human are in fact so. Woe to him who forgets it." We have the appearance essence dichotomy again. This was a very popular Nazi slogan. The earliest example in the Nazi literature I found was from Carl Schmitt in the 1920s. And it was itself an elaboration of a traditional German proverb, anti-Semitic proverb. Not everything with a human face is human. So another quote, although it has features similar to a human, the subhuman is lower on the spiritual and psychological scale than any animal. Jews are, quote, beasts in human appearance. So we have the ranking, the hierarchy again, right? So I've chose these two examples because they're so explicit, but you can find the historical literature just peppered with these sorts of statements. It's really remarkably consistent. Okay, so now I'm getting on to the two problems with the view I articulated in 2011. I call the first one the problem of humanity. That's the one that's got quite a lot of currency in the admittedly tiny literature on dehumanization. Nowadays, it's most closely associated with the Cornell University philosopher Kate Mann, but a version of it was articulated earlier by Kwame Appiah. Several other people have alluded to this. And in fact, you could really sort of make the case that even Morgan Godwin back in the 17th century offers a version of this. So here's the deal. If we actually look at dehumanizing discourse, that is discourse which I interpret as reflecting dehumanizing attitudes, what we find, and this will be the Kate Mann version, is that the ostensible dehumanizer implicitly acknowledges the humanness of the dehumanized. So let me give you a couple of examples, and then I'm going to want to take it up a notch. So it is very, very common for groups of people who are dehumanized to be described as criminals. Criminality, my account has a lot of bells and whistles, so I'm always in danger of leaving some things out, right? So groups of people who are dehumanized are typically first racialized. They're conceived of as an inferior and dangerous race. And criminalization is part of that. So they're bad to the bone, they're criminals, they're rapists, they're murderers, etc. Now, cockroaches can't be criminals, rats can't be criminals, lice can't be criminals. Criminality is a distinctively human category. Similarly, often dehumanized people, part of the persecution that they suffer involves humiliating them. But again, you can't humiliate a rat. So the language of criminality and the acts of humiliation, those betray an awareness of the humanness of the supposedly dehumanized folks. Now, I said I'd take it up a notch because actually, if you look at this literature, you find very, very, very often, in fact, this is typical, that dehumanized people are explicitly described as human. We don't have to infer it. Let me give you an example. This is an example from an interview with one of the perpetrators of an event known as the Hadareni pogrom. The Hadareni pogrom was an episode of anti-Roma violence that took place in the town of Hadareni in Romania in 1993. There was an argument, a Roma guy stabbed a non-Roma guy. The Roma guy and his buddy fled into their house. A mob gathered, burnt the house down. One of the men tried to escape and was clubbed to death by the mob. The mob was like 500, 600 people. The other was burnt alive. And then 11 or 12 more houses of Roma were burnt to the ground. So this is an interview. It was published in The Independent, the British newspaper, with someone named Maria, who was a perpetrator. Maria said this to the journalist. On reflection, though, it would have been better if we had burnt more of the people, not just the houses. We did not commit murder. How could you call killing gypsies murder? Gypsies are not really people. Now, I want you to notice something. In the first sentence, she says more of the people. But now she says gypsies are not really people. It goes on. They're always killing each other. They are criminals. Well, we're back to people, right? They're criminals. Subhuman, vermin. Now they're not people anymore. And they are certainly not wanted here. So this kind of duck rabbit light flipping is absolutely typical, sometimes in the space of a single sentence. And this has contributed to some people being skeptics about dehumanization. They say, well, look, they really do recognize these others are human beings, and dehumanization just seems really weird anyway. So I think we should, you know, when people describe other people or refer to them as subhuman creatures, we should just take that as a way of trying to hurt them or to degrade them. But people don't really believe that. I think that's an incorrect conclusion to draw, as you'll see in a moment. So that's the first problem, the problem of humanity. The second problem I call the problem of monstrosity. Again, if you look at episodes of dehumanization, and particularly the most toxic, the most dangerous form that we find, for instance, inspiring genocidal violence, the victims, the targets, are not simply described as subhuman creatures like rats or lice. They are also described as demonic or monstrous. We actually find this right now in Ukraine. Russians on state TV talk about Zelensky as a devil and Zelensky's followers as little devils. But it's very, very common in the Middle Ages, medieval anti-Semitism. This was explicit. We find versions of it in the ethnic cleansing, so-called, of Myanmar. It's all over the place. If you look at newspaper reports of the brutal, horrible, what were known as spectacle lynchings, which I talk a lot about in the book, lynchings mostly of Black males that were public events there were literally thousands of spectators watching a human being tortured for hours in the most horrible way, and then often burned alive at the climax. And you look at the newspaper reports from that era, which I've dug up, regularly the victim is described as a monster, a fiend, bad to the bone, evil, essentially evil creature. And just to expand on that very slightly, in secular societies, of course, demons don't cut it anymore, but we have our own versions. So essential criminality is a typical one, Okay, so we have got these two. We've got that, and that doesn't fit the 2011 model because the essence, it's not simply they're being seen as as possessing the essence of a creature lower on the great chain of being than the human. Monsters and demons don't belong on the great chain of being, right? They are anomalous. They are by definition unnatural. And the great chain of being is supposed to describe the natural order. So there's a problem there as well. Now, lucky for me, it occurred to me that both of those problems, which are serious problems, could be addressed by a single modification of my account. And it's a modification which I think really brings us much, much closer to understanding the distinctive phenomenology of dehumanization. So there was a 1941 movie called The Wolfman. It was a big budget movie. And just incidentally, it was, the screenplay was written by a Jewish refugee from Nazi Germany. And film scholars have thought this very significant because they've hypothesized that the film itself, The Wolfman, is a cinematic representation of the dehumanization of Jewish people in Germany. Now, the Wolfman is a monster. The Wolfman is scary. And what he is he's sort of a chimera. The Wolfman doesn't look like a wolf, but he doesn't look like a human being either. He is an impossible combination of wolfishness and humanity. If the movie was just about a wolf chasing people, it wouldn't be a horror movie. It might be a scary movie, but it wouldn't be a horror movie. There's something about the wolf man that makes it a horror movie. Now, I think, and I'm going to explain why, when people are dehumanized, they're not just thought of as roaches or lice or rats or wolves. They're thought of as human roaches, human lice, human rats, human wolves. That is, they are represented in the mind of the dehumanizer simultaneously as a less than human animal and as a human being. And you might say, well, that's impossible. That's a contradiction. That's like saying, my car could be simultaneously all red and all green. It is a contradiction, but human minds are perfectly capable of sustaining contradictions. It's psychological, not logical here. I'll come back to that, I think. Okay, so if it's the case that when we dehumanize others, we think of them simultaneously as, now I'm going to choose my words more carefully, wholly human and wholly subhuman. This addresses both of the problems. On the one hand, it throws light on this tendency that we saw in the excerpt I read from the interview with Maria to flip between characterizations of the other as human and non-human. And on the other hand, it also explains, think of the Wolfman, the monsterization of dehumanized people. Now, I want to go into that component a little bit and before I bring it all home. So when I was working on this stuff, I found, so interestingly, several crucial contributions to distinct literatures that have a bearing on this issue. I just want to very briefly touch on these. The first was a paper written by the German psychiatrist Ernst Jentsch, published in 1906. The title is translated on the psychology of the uncanny. The German word for uncanny is unheimlich. And the connotations of that, particularly in this paper, can be used in different ways in German, but it's something that's unheimlich is disturbing in a very special kind of way. It's unsettling. It's, I like to say, creepy. So what Jens wanted to do in this paper, by the way, the only English translation, just incidentally, is by a philosopher. I'm blanking on the name. The philosopher father of a famous philosopher at the university, who was at the University of Pittsburgh. Oh man, getting old sucks. Okay. Sellers. Wilfrid Sellers' his father. Okay, so what Jens did is he wanted to explore the nature of this feeling, which he wanted to distinguish from fear, which I think is absolutely right. And the explanation he settles on, and this is a somewhat regimented, my version of his explanation, is that we experience something as unheimlich when we represent it as belonging to two incompatible categories. That is, our minds are torn between seeing it as one kind of thing and another kind of thing, when it can't be both of those things. They exclude each other. So for instance, one of his examples is figures in a wax museum, which if they're well done, you look at them and you think, wow, say there's a wax figure of Donald Trump and you go in a room, God, there's Trump standing there. God forbid. There's Trump standing there. But then you look more closely and it doesn't move and the eyes look dead and the skin looks kind of dull. And then you say, no, it's a lump of wax. But as long as there's that pull to see the figure as a human being, then you have these two contradictory mental representations. And that elicits the creepiness effect. It's a brilliant paper. Next stop, 1966, Mary Douglas, the anthropologist, in her famous book, Purity and Danger, Douglas articulates a story that goes something like this. I find the book very confusing, by the way, but so this is my interpretation. Human cultures, have conceptions of the natural order, and these are very, very important. And that part of that is the division of the world into kinds of things. And part of that is the arrangement of these kinds of things in relation to one another. But whenever you try to divide the world up into these distinct kinds, you encounter anomalies. You encounter things that don't fit in because the world isn't like that. This nice, clean world of necessary and sufficient conditions, you look outside your window, you don't get them, right? So these sorts of frameworks always encounter anomalies. And when they encounter, and these anomalies are experienced as disturbing and dangerous because they undermine our conceptions of the natural order. They're disorienting. Next person, very briefly, Masahiro Mori, his famous 1970 paper, The Uncanny Valley, which is essentially an updated version of Jens's 1906 paper, where Mori famously says, as robots become more human-like, they will get more and more comfortable with them until they're almost indistinguishable from real human beings, but not quite. And then we'll experience them as very, very disturbing. Mori's term, Japanese word bukimi, is what's translated as uncanny. Like unheimlich, it means something disturbing, creepy. So I don't think uncanny does it its full justice. Finally, a philosopher, Noel Carroll. Noel Carroll, as you may or may not know, has written extensively about horror, the horror genre, art horror, he calls it. And one of the questions that he asks is, well, what's a monster? What's a monster of horror fiction? And he argues that a monster, there are two elements of the job description. The monster has to be physically dangerous. It's going to kill you or hurt you. But that doesn't distinguish the monster from lots of other things. Monster also has to be what he calls cognitively threatening, and I call metaphysically threatening. That is, it has to be an impossible combination of incompatible natural kinds, like a wolf man or a zombie that's simultaneously dead and alive. Okay, so that throws light on how my tweak deals with the problem of monstrosity. Now, one more last point, and this will take me maybe just a little bit past 12. Why does that happen? Well, here's why I think it happens. That is, what's the it? Why is it that dehumanizers typically, if I'm right, represent those whom they dehumanize as simultaneously wholly human and wholly subhuman, thus transforming them into monsters? I think it has to do with two competing representational systems. As hyper-social primates that we are exquisitely sensitive to the humanness of others. When confronted with visual cues, such as the sight of a human face, and in particular, a pair of human eyes, and we know neuropsychologically faces are processed really quite differently than we process other things visually. I think that we cannot help responding to those inputs by seeing human. It's modular, it's gut level stuff, it's bang. And it can't be turned off. But there's something else about us which is really important, which is the cognitive division of labor. Human culture is predicated on a cognitive division of labor. That is, there are people who are placed in positions of epistemic authority, rightly or wrongly. Those might be scientists, they might be religious leaders, they might be politicians, there might be right-wing, podcasters. The point is, there are people who are placed in the following position. This person is supposed to know. This person knows better than me. So we defer epistemically to them. For example, the table in front of me looks like there are no gaps in it, but a microphysicist comes along and says, no, it's mostly atoms in the void here. This is mostly empty space. Well, I take that on board, even though my eyes tell me something different. Why do I take it on board? Because the microphysicist is supposed to know. I grant the microphysicist epistemic authority. So the problem comes when people with epistemic authority tell us that despite what we might think, these others, these Black people, these Jews, these Native Americans, whatever, there are unfortunately all too many examples of this, aren't really human beings. You might think they are, but they're not really. There's something else. And of course, then, if we really do grant them epistemic authority, then it's rational to take this on board. But at the same time, we can't help seeing these others as human. So in my view, it's actually the failure of dehumanization, the failure to think of others merely as cockroaches or lice, that produces some of the most devastating, the most toxic, the most dangerous consequences. Okay, I'll wrap it here. And I'll be happy to give unsatisfactory responses to questions.
David, thank you very much for a lovely a lovely talk. And I'd like to actually ask the first question, and we'll be monitoring both the attendees as well as our panelists, and then our folks joining us on YouTube. I can't help but turn to the stigmatization of people with mental illness. I'm gravitate to it professionally. And although I would not equate it in most cases with the examples you have given from history, I think there are some very interesting features of it, and I would be very interested in your comments. So, for example, for patients with thought disorders like schizophrenia, there's often a dehumanization that runs along the lines of they're subhuman because they're not rational. They lack the rational capacities that a normal human being has, and therefore they are subhuman. And if we stick with schizophrenia for a moment, prone to violence, dangerous, maybe not at Wolfman level, but significant. Another example, depression is not a mental illness, it is a moral failing. If people only possessed greater character structure, if they had only spent more time developing themselves as a fully Aristotelian human being, they would not suffer from this thing called depression. And then, of course, a third example, antisocial personality disorder, in which the central trait of a callous disregard for the rights of others qualifies this individual as subhuman. So within both your initial framework and then in your modified framework, I would just be interested in any comments or thoughts you have about that, and I'll stop there.
Yeah, sure. And that's a really great question. So I'm a person that likes to make distinctions. So my style is to rather sharply bound something I'm investigating and consider it, at least in the first instance, as distinct from, let's say, nearby phenomena. And so with respect to dehumanization, I distinguished it from nearby bad things like racism, although there is an intimate relationship there, sexism, ableism, transphobia, all those bad things that we all want to fix, but we stand the best chance of fixing them if we can identify their distinctive dynamics. Now, fairly recently, I've begun to expand outside of that. And I've expanded by really considering, I think this is inescapable, that people with cognitive disabilities have been explicitly and often are thought of as not human beings. In fact, I just wrote a little piece about this. If I'm lucky enough to get a semester sabbatical in a couple of years, I'll delve into it more. So, case of schizophrenia would fall into that kind of framework. Not so much depression as you described it, because that's nearby. So there's not a denial of humanness there. It's just basically a claim is that the depressive person is just a kind of a third-rate kind of human being. Antisocial personality disorder, yes. And there's, by the way, a certain amount of research I'm familiar with indicating, somewhat paradoxically, that the rise of biological psychiatry encourages this rather than the other way around. It encourages this because of misconceptions of how genetics works. So, popular ideas of genetics elides genes with essences, right? And so there's a kind of response, well, if it's genetic, then it must be some kind of a special essence that these people have. Now, I find it really interesting. I go to the Nazis quite a bit just because it's so well documented and they were so explicit. So if you look at the physicians that were involved in the T4 so-called euthanasia project, in which thousands of disabled people were killed, many children. In fact, it started with a child. These physicians justified snuffing out these lives on the grounds that these were not human beings. They were quite explicit about it. They were not human beings. But they didn't say they're like monsters or rats or lice, or at least monsters in the Noel Carroll sense of the word. They typically described them as shells. So it's as though they saw them as only appearance. In fact, one of these doctors, a very distinguished pediatrician, described cognitively disabled children as massa carnis, a lump of flesh. So my sense in those cases is that the human essence is denied, but nothing is put in its place. But these are early days, and these are for me, and these are very, very difficult things to sort out, but I definitely think there's something important there.
Dr. Chalmers, I think you're up.
Okay, thanks, David. This is really rich and interesting material. I want to ask about the connect. You say you got a narrowly delimited phenomenon, but I'm curious to ask about the connection between dehumanization, as you conceive of it, and one of those nearby connected phenomena. I think for you, dehumanization always involves treating a human being as something less than human. I guess I'm interested in cases where you treat someone or something that's not a human being as something less than human. And I guess I don't especially, I mean, there's a case of non-human animals, which is interesting in its own right. But I don't have that kind of case so much in mind as the case of maybe something like, say, if we come across an alien species or maybe artificially intelligent creatures in the future that we might want to regard in some broad sense as persons. But then, so let's say the broader phenomenon would be treating a person as something less than a person. And in the current context, while person and humans, persons and humans are roughly coextensive, maybe these come to roughly the same thing. But you can see at least there's the potential for this broader phenomenon here. I guess one thing to call it would be depersonalization, but I guess that already has a meaning already in psychiatry.
It does, yes.
We can't call it that. But yeah, I'm interested in the status of depersonalization. You might think, I mean, in various ways, that's just as bad as dehumanization, and for roughly the same reasons. If we treat, in the future, we might have exactly the same kind of issues about the status of, say, other species, other intelligent species, say, that have come up with other groups of humans, and treating them as less than humans might seem to be bad in roughly the same way. In fact, I mean, I guess you can say that this isn't the phenomenon you're interested in, but one question is whether what's bad about dehumanization is actually that it's an instance of depersonalization. That, the really bad thing here is to treat a person as something less than a person, and dehumanization is bad because it's depersonalization. And then I guess the other thought that occurred to me was that, just say we get to a context where this becomes relevant. I don't know, civil rights structure for AI creatures in the future or some such. I wonder whether conceiving of the phenomenon as dehumanization tends to promote a kind of this hierarchy you were talking about, with humans at the top of the hierarchy, and to be treated as less than human is bad. Somehow that kind of tacitly endorses this the model with humans at the top of the hierarchy, and again in the context, say, of these potential civil rights struggles of the future, that very conception might want to be replaced by something broader. Anyway, I wonder what you think.
Oh gosh, there's a whole lot of stuff there. I have to confess, the notion of personhood just doesn't do anything for me. I don't understand it, and I can understand part of the motivation for it, and I have a whole chapter about this in the book, right? So it would seem perplexing that if human is a biological category, that humanness carries moral weight. So if we think of human as a biological category, then we need something else to account for the special moral status that we modestly give to our own members of our own kind. And personhood kind of does that job. I'm not quite clear what it is in terms of substance about the notion of personhood that does that job. Because all the traditional notions of personhood, say, don't apply to human infants or to severely cognitively disabled people or so on. So what I tend to do is come back to the notion of the human. I think the notion of the human does carry moral heft in the way that we think. But that requires an understanding of how it actually works. And I don't think that it's best understood as essentially a biological category. Now here's a common response to that. I'm kind of circling around here trying to find my way in, David. Well, science has shown us that human equals Homo sapien. Well, that's actually factually untrue. If you look at the paleoanthropological literature, you find human being used for the species or the subspecies or the genus, or even more broadly to any number of hominins. At the extreme, even chimpanzees. You can go to like the Smithsonian, they have a website on human evolution, and they identify 24 early human species, right? So this notion of humanness has a certain amount of flexibility, even in the scientific literature. And if we go wider, outside of science, it's even more variable. I mean, the Quran of New Guinea treats the cassowary as human. So what's going on? Like, is there a common thread here? And I think there is. I think to assert the humanness of others is to assert a kind of identity with them. To describe a being as human is to describe them as my kind in a very basic, essentialistic way, in fact. If that's the case, then to refer to something that you said you weren't pointing to, but I think it's an interesting thing. It's perfectly compatible with my view that, and it sounds paradoxical, that non-human animals can be dehumanized. So I think all of those considerations apply if we're thinking about alien species, if we're thinking about fancy robots, and so on. It's the inclusion or exclusion of them from the us, which is gonna matter here, in my view.
So you would use human in a broad enough sense that it can potentially include, say,
absolutely,
all
yeah,
the AI systems
yep,
of the future.
Yep.
And if someone says it's okay to dehumanize them because they're not humans, you say no. Actually, in this sense, they ought to be counted as humans.
No, I think human is a vernacular, basically political category, distinguishing us from them, and it functions like an indexical term. If I say you're human, I'm saying you belong to my kind.
Great, thanks.
Okay, we have a question coming in from Christian Perrin. Christian, would you like to bring forward your question?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, I'm on audio, not video, right? And I'm unmuted.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Great. So yeah, my question is about applying and working with the with David's dehumanization model, thinking about fetuses. I mean, certainly it seems a lot of the debate, the abortion debate, is about, when does human life start? And it seems like a lot of the rhetoric of people who are in favor of abortion rights will want to argue that fetuses aren't human. I guess you often hear the phrase, they're just a clump of cells, something like that. But I think the issue or the case fits your model pretty well, because at the same time, people are also very clear that, a fetus at 11, 12 weeks or more, they'll refer to it as their baby. They'll post their baby pictures as a sonogram. So there is that kind of duality. But at the same time, I don't think anybody kind of says that fetuses are monsters. So I guess that duality does not lead to thinking of them as monsters. So I'm wondering kind of how well the case of fetuses fits your model there.
Yeah, so I have a subsection in the book on this topic. And I included it because right to life people often misappropriate my model and try to argue that, well, you see, Smith shows that if we refer to the unborn as an embryo or a clump of cells or a mass of tissue, we're dehumanizing. And by my account, that's not the case. It's not the case, at least in paradigmatic examples of dehumanization. The argument, look, so people like this are going to often do say this. Well, the fetus is a member of our species, so it's human. And then those who are on the other side would say, yeah, but that's just human. It's not a person. So how do we deal with this? Well, I don't think there's actually a fact about, at least in early development, that would allow us to say, look, this is a human being in the way that I theorize humanness. So this is essentially contested. The case of abortion rights is also complicated because there's an additional axis. There's a developmental axis. I mean, just as it would be strange to call an acorn an oak tree, it's strange to call a fertilized ovum a human being or a person. So, I mean, to wrap your mind at exactly how I handle this, I'm afraid I have to refer you to that subsection of the book because it's a little bit complicated.
Right. So I guess I am sort of interested in the idea that as a political movement, the right to life side, seems like it, like you said, it could very easily employ your work. But I guess I'm also, I mean, it seems like you are at some point saying, well, there is some metaphysical fact, that fetuses aren't human. But at the same time, you're saying human is a political category. So I'm not quite sure how it all fits together.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying it's essentially contested. My rather simple-minded take on moral issues, and this is a morally fraught issue, is that morality is all about the kind of world one wants to live in. And if one wants to live in a certain kind of world, you're explicitly making a claim on others that they should too, because that's how worlds get made and changed. And so what you're going to opt for in terms of considering, say, an embryo, a human being, is going to be partially, at least, a function of your commitments to, your moral commitments, what kind of a world you want to live in. I want to live in a kind of world where embryos can be aborted. And I don't apply the category of the human to them. I don't see human as the biological category. Others have a different point of view, and this is why this argument is so intractable.
So I just the other thing, I'll ask you a bit more about the idea of essentially contested. I mean, it would seem that for a lot of human history, the issue of whether women are fully human has been essentially contested. So would you say that was also
no, right. So I never talk, first of all, I never talk about fully human. I think human, non-human is it's digital. It's because essences don't come in degrees. And I think, and again, this is something that may be revised. I'm gradually exploring this a little bit further. I think the characterization of women is well described as not fully human, and certainly in certain historical periods. That's not the same as dehumanization, in my view. So I think that these sexist representations of women are better explained in the following folk metaphysical way: that women are chronically incapable of realizing the human essence. I think that's how Aristotle thought about it, and that's how Aquinas thought about it, and that's how a lot of folks thought about it. So it's more similar to the way that some forms of bias against disabled people pan out than it is to dehumanization, say, in the Nazi sense, or in the, the sense of what happened in the United States with African Americans.
Thanks, that was helpful.
Okay, next, I wanted to bring forward a question for you, David. I was wondering if you could say a little bit about whether or not you think there might be a meaningful difference between what one might think of as rational dehumanization versus irrational dehumanization versus something like pathological dehumanization. So what I have in mind for this kind of a distinction might be, if you are a soldier going to war and you are on the battlefield and it's your life on the line, then dehumanizing the enemy might be a rational thing for you to do, in a narrow sense of rational. Likewise, I think that, there could be a lot of forms of irrational dehumanization. And this gets into, well, what is the big question? What is irrational?
Yeah, that's right.
But then again, I do think that that's sort of different from a kind of pathology of dehumanizing people. I know you wanted to resist the idea that there could be some kind of biological basis for it, but I suspect that there probably are forms of psychosis where the psychotic individual sees others as less than human, as a part of their sequelae of their psychopathology. So I just kind of wanted to lay out that distinction and see what you.
Okay. So just as an aside, the last thing that you mentioned is something that one of the many things that I need time to work on, that I want to work on. I strongly suspect that psychological essentialism works on two different tracks. There's kind essentialism, and that there's also individual essentialism. And I think things like Capgras syndrome can actually throw a lot of light on this. So that's a future project. With respect to, dehumanization of people on the battlefield, my colleague Shannon French, a military ethicist, in collaboration with Tony Jack, who's a neuroscientist and a philosopher, have written on this. And their view is that dehumanizing others as dangerous animals is actually really dangerous in military contexts. Once that genie is out of the bottle, it's really hard to get it back in. And it very readily leads to atrocities, war crimes, and so on. There is a sort of dehumanization. I wouldn't call it dehumanization. They do, which they think is preferable, which is seeing enemies as targets, right? So if you see someone as a target, it doesn't have the same. So look, when you dehumanize people, in my sense, they're not, they are seen as evil. they're something to be exterminated. We see this in virtually every genocide where dehumanization plays a part, right? The genocidaires, they're trying to rid the world of evil, right? They're doing the morally righteous thing. So yeah, in a combat situation, thinking of others as things might be helpful insofar, this is really important and central and something I haven't stressed yet, it helps soldiers to kill. So one thing I haven't addressed at all is what I take to be the function of dehumanization. And I think the function of dehumanization is to disable inhibitions against harm, and paradigmatically lethal harm. Well, why do we need to do that? We need to do that because we're ultra-social animals, and ultra-social animals, any social animal has to have powerful inhibitions against doing damage to community members. Now, in most animals, community is the local breeding group. And so violence is inhibited. It occurs, but it's inhibited. Human beings have deep into prehistory, we know this, very extensive social connections over large areas of geography. We're ultra-social, so our inhibitions against, let's just stick with lethal violence here, have to be very, very powerful. Now, we can see this even in the homicide capitals of the world. Homicide is actually quite rare. In military contexts, we see it in the problem of combat motivation. It's not so easy for most people to kill other people. It's psychologically difficult and it's traumatizing. There's a small population of sociopaths that aren't too bugged about it. But for most of us, it's hard. And the act of killing haunts people for a lifetime. So think dehumanizing, in scare quotes, people as things, as targets, as objects, helps to get soldiers to kill. It takes the foot off the brake. Seeing them as vermin or monsters or demons puts the foot on the gas pedal. That's why that's really, really dangerous. But even there, in combat, it catches up with people, They might dehumanize people in the way I've described, but they've still done violence to themselves by doing violence to others. and they may experience the psychiatric consequences of these acts. This is a very, very problematic area, and I think it's made light of and misunderstood.
Thank you for that very wonderfully rich answer to my question. And so we're at the 12:30 hour, and we're up for our 30-minute break. We will resume at 1 p.m. to hear our talk from Professor David Chalmers. So look forward to seeing you then. And thank you again for the talk and sharing your book with us, David.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to our annual UNC Philosophy and Psychiatry Conference. Next, I'll be introducing our third speaker, Dr. David Chalmers. Dr. David Chalmers is Professor of Philosophy, Professor of Neuroscience, and co-director of the Center for Mind, Brain, and Consciousness at New York University. And he is Honorary Professor of Philosophy at the Australian National University and co-director of the Phil Papers Foundation. Professor Chalmers is interested in the philosophy of mind, especially consciousness, and the foundations of cognitive science, physics, and technology, as well as the philosophy of language, metaphysics, epistemology, and many other areas. He has published or edited 7 books and over 75 articles and book chapters in these areas. Today, Professor Chalmers will be speaking with us about material from his latest book, Reality Plus, Virtual Worlds and the Problems of Philosophy, published by W.W. Norton and Alan Lane in January of this year. Thank you, Professor Chalmers, for speaking with us today.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Nick. And yeah, thanks to Nick, to Dan, to Gary for organizing this this great event. It's a privilege to be part of it, especially to be paired with such interesting papers. As people have noted, the talks are perhaps somewhat disjunctive in topic, but with some resonances between them. I do notice that everyone has the word human in there somewhere, from transhumanism to dehumanization to the human mind. My talk may actually focus a little less on issues tied to the human than the other talks. The focus will be primarily on the question of virtual worlds. But yeah, Dan requested this topic, saying that this is actually something of interest to both philosophers and psychiatrists. So along the way, I'll try to, I have zero expertise in psychiatry, I should say, but along the way, I'll at least try to bring out some connections between some of these issues about virtual worlds and some issues perhaps about dreams, hallucinations that may connect to issues in psychiatry. Okay, let me share my screen. I'm going to be using slides. There we go, it's showing up okay. Yeah, so my topic is virtual worlds and the human mind. And as Nick said, this is largely going to be material from a recent book, Reality Plus, Virtual Worlds and the Problems of Philosophy. The American cover has a butterfly. The British cover has clouds. What they have in common is if you stare at both of them, you get some degree of pixelization, which I guess is meant to be some hint that you're in you may be in a virtual world. But the book is really a philosophical investigation into virtual reality and virtual worlds, and also an attempt to see what light virtual worlds and virtual reality may shed on some fairly traditional issues in philosophy. In the introduction to the book, I call this this genre techno-philosophy. The name is very much inspired by Patricia Churchland's use of the word neurophilosophy back in the 1980s for a two-way interaction between neuroscience and philosophy. Here it's a two-way interaction between technology and philosophy, both using philosophy to shed light on technology, in particular, trying to think philosophically about the coming technology of virtual reality and virtual worlds, but also using technology to shed light on philosophy, thinking about some quite traditional philosophical issues, such as the problem of skepticism in the light of technology. And the main technology here will be virtual worlds, virtual reality, although you know, other technologies such as artificial intelligence, even the internet and smartphones can play a role along the way. But virtual worlds will be my primary focus today. Just to get some definitions onto the table. By a virtual world, I mean an interactive, computer-generated world where maybe, you know, the prime thing that makes this distinctive is it's a computer-generated world. Even a basic video game world involves a virtual world. Here's the space of a World of Warcraft. This is just experienced typically on a two-dimensional screen, but it's computer-generated and it's interactive. You control an avatar that interacts in this world. That's a game world, but there are also many social worlds which aren't particularly game-like. Here's the world of Second Life. Again, computer-generated, interactive, still not yet full-scale virtual reality though, because it's again experienced on a two-dimensional screen. Virtual reality, I take to add an extra condition. Virtual reality is an immersive, interactive, computer-generated world, where the extra condition is immersiveness. That is, being experienced in 3 dimensions from the inside, as if you're present at the center of that virtual space. So typically these days, virtual reality is experienced using a headset. Here is the Oculus Quest 2. I guess recently renamed the Meta Quest 2 when Facebook renamed their company. You put this on and you experience a 3-dimensional virtual world all around you. Here's the game of Beat Saber, which I play myself from time to time. We've got a little group of philosophers who get together and play Beat Saber and other games. You get in there and you're surrounded by this space with cubes coming towards you that you slash with a lightsaber. Even get a bit of a workout. Here is VR Chat, which is a social virtual world in virtual reality. Again, immersive, interactive, computer-generated. There's also augmented reality, where you experience the physical world around you augmented by virtual objects. But my focus today will be on virtual worlds and virtual reality. In the book, Reality Plus, my central thesis is that virtual reality is genuine reality. There's a long history of people regarding virtual reality as being essentially illusory, or as being a hallucination, as being fiction, as being a mere second-class reality. I want to resist that traditional line and hold that virtual reality in principle is a form of genuine reality, perhaps distinct from physical reality, but no less real for all that. And this breaks down into 3 central theses. First, and most speculative, is the idea that physical reality itself could turn out to be a form of virtual reality. The thesis that it could turn out that we're in a virtual reality already. I don't say that we are, but I do think it's something that we can't rule out. Second, I want to say virtual reality is not an illusion or a fiction. Virtual objects are not illusions. Virtual events really happen. And that, the correct ontology for virtual reality is some kind of digital ontology where the relevant entities are all real. And third is a thesis about value. We can lead a meaningful life in virtual reality. In principle, we can lead a good life in virtual reality. This is actually a potentially more practical question than the others that may face us in the decades to come, where people may be spending more of their time in virtual worlds. And the question will arise, is this merely escapism? Is this mere frivolity? And I want to argue, at least in principle, one can lead a meaningful life there. So those are the 3 central theses. And in the talk to come, I'll spend a little bit of time on each of these, at least giving an outline of a case for each. To connect this a little bit to psychiatry, I thought of bringing in dreams and hallucinations, for which, of course, some quite parallel issues arise. I mean, issues about dreams in philosophy go back millennia before issues about virtual worlds. Virtual worlds, in the strict sense, had to await the computer in the mid-20th century. Already a few centuries before the Christian era, the Taoist philosopher Zhuangzi put forward his famous parable of the butterfly dream, where first it seems Grungja dreams of being a butterfly and then wakes up, finds himself Grungja. But then we asked the question, well, how do we know that he's a Grungja who dreamed he's a butterfly and not a butterfly who's now dreaming that he's Grungja? This kind of raises the old question, how do you know that all this is not a dream? A question that's comes up in many, many philosophical traditions and can be seen as a precursor to the whole virtual world idea, which is kind of a high-tech version of the same idea. So in principle, you could raise all the issues that I raised for virtual worlds, for dream worlds, and indeed for hallucination worlds. Because, what's a dream world? A dream world is an immersive, interactive, dream-generated world, the kind of world that we seem to interact with in our dreams each night. There's also hallucination worlds, immersive, interactive, hallucination-generated worlds. Here, I guess I have in mind different kinds of hallucinations. There are the kinds of hallucinations that might be brought on in various mental disorders, such as schizophrenia, and the kind that might be brought on by altered states, say with psychedelic drugs. I guess I'm not an expert on either of these cases, so I will focus more on the dream world case, simply because I don't want to speculate wildly about mental disorders and about altered states, but I'll at least try to bring in the hallucination case from time to time, while using as my central case here, aside from virtual worlds, the case of dream worlds, which is reasonably close to home for all of us. So do these same issues arise here? Could you, for example, put forward a thesis: dream reality is genuine reality? Perhaps with three analogous theses. You can imagine an analog of this book that argued, okay, we might be in a dream world. Dream reality is not an illusion or a fiction. And in fact, we can lead a meaningful life in dream reality. So question is that, if you accept the arguments in this book about virtual reality and virtual worlds, should you accept corresponding theses about dreams, or perhaps about hallucinations? What I'll try to do as I go along is first present the main argument, some of the main arguments about virtual worlds, but then in each case, consider the generalization to dreams and perhaps to hallucinations. And basically the moral will be some things generalize, but not everything generalizes. But I think it's at least interesting, especially perhaps for this group, to consider the generalization. The structure. One way of thinking about the structure of these issues is this kind of a very speculative set of issues that involve the very speculative hypothesis that we are ourselves in a virtual world. Here, the exemplar of this is The Matrix, where the movie The Matrix illustrates the idea that we might wake up and find ourselves in a virtual world, as Neo did. Then there's the more practical issue of the virtual worlds that we create, that we're already creating, and that we may increasingly create in the decades to come. Here, the science fiction emblem of that is, I guess, the metaverse, which from Neil Stephenson's 1992 novel, Snow Crash, where the metaverse was a world that people created and actually go into and spend time and then come out. And of course, now famously, corporations and others are trying to create versions of this metaverse. They're actually trying to create virtual worlds that people will increasingly use. So I'm going to kind of start with the speculative matrix style issues, and then move to the somewhat more realistic issues about the virtual worlds we are creating. Incidentally, I mean, there's a parallel distinction to be made in the dream case. There's something like the very speculative lifelong dream hypothesis, that we could be in a dream, massive speculation, versus questions about the metaphysics and the value of actual dream worlds, the dreams that we actually have at night, and so on. What is their status? So I'll consider both of those cases as well. Okay, so that's, I think, enough background. on the table. Let me now get into the first of these issues, the issue of whether we could already be in a virtual world. This is the so-called simulation hypothesis. The name comes from Nick Bostrom. The idea goes back quite a long way. I mean, you can find it in science fiction in the 1950s and the 1960s. I mean, there are versions of it even well before then, although it's not quite so clear they involve the computer. They involve computer simulation because computers were not really discovered or at least formulated in full generality until the 30s and 40s. The simulation hypothesis says we are in a lifelong computer simulation, that the reality around us, apparent physical reality, is all the product of a computer simulation. This is illustrated in the Matrix movies. Here's the most recent one, Matrix 4, where Neo finds himself in a virtual world. Well, here's an illustration. By the way, all these illustrations, at least all these black and white illustrations, are by a marvelous illustrator, Tim Peacock, who produced 57 illustrations for this book, Reality Plus, and is just incredible at conveying philosophical ideas. And actually, I find these illustrations really add a great deal to the book. This is an illustration of the simulation hypothesis using a scene from the I think one of the sequels to the Matrix, where Trinity meets the Oracle inside the Oracle's apartment in the Matrix. And you see a few grid lines to indicate this is a simulation. But it also this also illustrates two very different ways that a being can be in a simulation. Trinity has basically got a biological brain and a biological body that is connected up to the simulation. So it's like a brain connected to simulation. That's what I call a biosim, biological being connected to a simulation. The Oracle, on the other hand, is herself, doesn't have a biological brain or body outside the simulation. She's just a simulated creature herself, and an AI. She's one of the machines, as they say in the movie. That's what I call a pure sim. So a biosim is a biological creature connected to a simulation. A pure sim is a simulated creature in a simulation. I view both of these as versions of the simulation hypothesis. Neo's situation counts as one version where you're a biosim, but the Oracle's could be another where you're a pure sim. This is actually relevant for some issues about consciousness. Many people, one way of objecting to the simulation hypothesis is to say, well, if we were in a simulation, we would ourselves be simulated creatures, and simulated creatures can't be conscious. But we know we're conscious, therefore we're not in a simulation. I mean, that relies on the controversial claim that simulated beings can't be conscious. My own view is that simulated beings can be conscious. So this is not an objection. But just say you accept, as some people do, that a computer simulation of a brain or of a conscious being will not be conscious, then you might reject the pure simulation hypothesis. The pure simulation hypothesis requires that pure sims can be conscious, but it still leaves open the biosim hypothesis that you could be a biological creature connected to a simulation. I mean, even if you think that simulated being can't be conscious, that's no obstacle to Trinity being conscious in this situation because she has a biological brain. So even if you even if you've got those anti-AI intuitions about simulated beings, the biosim hypothesis will still be left open. It's also worth distinguishing what I call the perfect and imperfect simulation hypothesis, where an imperfect simulation only imperfectly simulates the world it's trying to simulate with glitches and approximations. Maybe like in the Matrix, the black cat will cross your path twice, or there are red pills that can get you out. Whereas a perfect simulation is indistinguishable from the world it simulates. They're both interesting cases, but in a way, the perfect simulation hypothesis is the purest case here. So that's the one I'll start with. especially once you raise the possibility of a perfect simulation, indistinguishable from the world it simulates, that very much raises the question, how do you know, how could you know that you're not in a perfect simulation right now yourself? And of course, if a perfect simulation is defined as indistinguishable, that makes it impossible almost by definition. More substantively, it starts to look as if you can't have any, you might think you could have certain evidence that you're not in a simulation. Maybe you think various things are happening that couldn't happen in a simulation. But then on reflection, you think, well, just about any of the relevant evidence that I'm not in a simulation could itself be simulated. So it would seem just the same to me. If so, it looks like you can't have any conclusive evidence that you're not in a perfect simulation. That hypothesis is always going to be left open. I mean, there's various things to argue with here, but this is all, of course, marvelous for a philosopher, because this is some Descartes and others' skeptical problem put in modern technological form. We already talked about Grunge, who arguably wasn't trying to raise a skeptical issue. Many people have read him that way. Descartes certainly was. He raised his many challenges, illusions, dreams, and the evil demon. How do you know an evil demon isn't deceiving you by producing sensations of an external world when none of it is real? Here's an image of the evil demon doing its work. This is a high-tech evil demon that's connected up to a simulation, which is then connected up to a brain in a vat, receiving all these sensations. The brain in the vat is a good Cartesian, so reasons through all this and says, okay, I may not know about the external world, but at least I know I'm here, I'm thinking, therefore I exist. But nonetheless, the brain in the vat is quite worried by the simulation hypothesis, and has good reason to be, because look at what the evil demon is doing. These days, of course, we raised many of those Cartesian questions by asking, how do you know you're not in a simulation, as I just asked? Here's another high-tech version of Descartes. Here's Descartes himself. Descartes says, surely I couldn't really be fooled into thinking I'm sitting here by the fire in my robe with a piece of paper in my hand, but there's Descartes just connected up to VR. I mean, you might say, okay, this is just warmed over Descartes or warmed over Grunge or whatever. I think the simulation hypothesis does improve on the classical versions in at least one respect, which is that as VR technology develops, this simulation hypothesis, this simulation scenario is becoming a serious possibility, a more serious possibility than, say, lifelong dreams or evil demons. Okay, we can't now produce a virtual reality which is indistinguishable from physical reality, but probably within decades we will be able to. At this point, that becomes we can actually point to people who are in this situation, making it very much a live possibility. There's also the point that Nick Bostrom and others have made, that statistically, simulated worlds may eventually be common. Unsimulated populations may create many simulations, simulated worlds, simulated beings. They may eventually greatly outnumber unsimulated worlds. So perhaps there's a statistical case that we actually are in such a simulation. Here we have this illustrated, an argument between Bertrand Russell and Nick Bostrom. Russell held that ordinary reality was perhaps the simplest explanation of the regularities in our experience, and that's why we should reject these Cartesian hypotheses. Whereas here we have Bostrom saying, but come on, statistically, there may actually be many more simulations out there in reality, which overrides or defeats this simplicity-based inference. And here we have in the background 6 or 36 or 216 simulated worlds. The simulation argument is controversial. I do think at the very least, it gives us an extra reason to take the simulation hypothesis seriously. Putting all these considerations together, I'm very strongly inclined to think that we can't know we're not in a simulation. I mean, of course, this goes back to lengthy reasoning about the Cartesian hypothesis. My own view is that actually that if you actually work through the technology at a couple of points, it at least helps us to resist some classic replies to this kind of skeptical reasoning. And that the simulation argument itself can actually be used to buttress this claim. But here, I won't go through all the details now. I'll just indicate, I think there's pretty strong reason for accepting that we can't know we're not in a simulation. I'm certainly not claiming we are in a simulation, but I do think the weaker claim here is well supported. Okay, so that's the first issue. I said I would try and connect each of these to the dream and perhaps the hallucination issue. Here, the relevant dream hypothesis is that I'm dreaming right now. And I take it that the real analogy to the simulation hypothesis is I'm in some kind of lifelong dream. I'm in some kind of massive dream that where I have a dream of, roughly an entire lifetime and an entire world, a very, very detailed and long-lasting dream. I'll come to the more realistic case in what follows. And the question is that hypothesis analogous to the simulation hypothesis in these respects? I mean, I guess in principle, pro the dream hypothesis, I think you could argue that this is actually a meaningful hypothesis. Someone could, in principle, if not in practice, have a long dream of an entire lifetime. This is not dreams that people in our world seem to have, but there's no obvious bar to the coherence of this idea. You could actually imagine, creating, say, a person, or at least a computer that underwent something like this. Second, any evidence that we're not dreaming, you might think there's strong evidence that we're not dreaming, but any such evidence could in principle be dreamt, at least in the right kind of lifelong dream. So I think there's a reasonable case that my view is we can't be certain we're not dreaming. My view is it's not something that we can give credence to, that we're not dreaming. It's a coherent hypothesis. On the other hand, there's not the same reasons to take this hypothesis seriously as there is in the simulation case. Unlike lifelong simulations, we don't have serious evidence that lifelong dreams are actually going to exist in our environment anytime soon. The evidence about our own environment seems to be against it. Furthermore, just say you tried to run a version of the simulation argument for the dream hypothesis, saying, how would it go? Well, all these non-dreamers are going to have many, many lifelong dreams. Therefore, we're probably dream creatures ourselves. There, I think, there's just, in the case of computer simulations, there was a fairly natural path to seeing why unsimulated creatures would end up creating simulations and creating many simulated worlds. I just don't think we have corresponding reasons for to think that lifelong dreams are likely to be common. In fact, most of our evidence right now is they're pretty rare. Even if it was possible for them to exist, there's not really the same kind of obvious path to expect many of them to exist. There's also the whole issue as to whether lifelong dreams would in fact create many dream people, or whether it would just in a typical dream, the only conscious being is the dreamer. Whereas in many of these simulations, we want to think there are actually many simulated creatures in the simulation. So this would actually have to be an extremely detailed lifelong dream that somehow managed to support multiple conscious beings in the dream. So I think there are a lot of disanalogies between the dream case and the simulation case, at least until you go for a very extreme version of the dream hypothesis. But okay, that's one way of looking at the generalization to the dream case, and I think probably something similar would apply for hallucinations. Okay, let me now go on to, not quite the second part. This is just thinking about how a Cartesian argument for skepticism stands in light of this. Premise one, we can't know we're not in a simulation. That's a premise I just argued for. Then a second premise of a Cartesian argument might say, if we're in a simulation, nothing is real. And then a fairly natural chain of reasoning will then lead you to the conclusion, the skeptical conclusion, we can't know anything is real. No substantive knowledge of the external world. And, I've already argued for premise one, so you might think, okay, this is bad. We're now going in a heavily skeptical direction. We just need premise two to get us to a skeptical conclusion. But this is where actually I want to resist premise 2. I want to resist the claim that if we're in a simulation, nothing is real. And that then takes us to the second part of the talk. You might think, okay, the first part was bad news. We might be in a simulation. Second part is good news. If we're in a simulation, it's not so bad. It needn't be illusory. It's a form of reality. But are simulations illusions? Very common view. Simulations are illusions and virtual reality is illusory reality. You find this view everywhere. Here is Cornel West talking about the Matrix movies. As you may know, Cornel West actually appeared in the Matrix movies as Counselor West of Zion. So here we have him. I guess first he escapes from the Matrix into Zion. He gets out of his pod, then escapes from Zion into I don't know, our world, the United States or whatever. And then but then there's a suggestion he's still in a simulation. And on the commentary track for the Matrix movies, Cornel West says, okay, this is a traditional trope. It's illusions all the way down. You keep exiting reality. You think you get past one level of illusion into reality, you just find it's another illusion. So that's what's illustrated here. I'm very much mainlining the idea that simulations are illusions. My view is that simulations need not be illusions, and that if we're in a perfect simulation, the world around us is not an illusion. The world around us is perfectly real. Because all this raises the question, what does it mean to be real? Here illustrated in another scene from the Matrix, where Neo says this isn't real, and Morpheus says, what is real? How do you define real? Great philosopher's question. And of course, they're living in this rather digital world. I think it's actually the construct at that point. Well, in the book, I discuss a number of meanings of what it is for something to be real. I think maybe there are arguably 3 or so key ones here. We say something is real if it makes a difference, or if it has causal powers. That one goes back to Plato with the Eleatic stranger, sometimes called the Eleatic principle. Sometimes we say something is real if it isn't all in the mind. If something's all in the mind, it's not real. But if it's outside the mind, then it's real. That's basically reality as mind independence. You get something like this in Philip K. Dick, who has this criterion. Something is real if when you stop believing in it, it doesn't go away. Opposing this, we have what we might call Dumbledore's principle from Harry Potter, where Dumbledore says, just because it's all happening in your head, Harry, it doesn't mean it's not real. But so that's, the issues get complex here. There are different notions of reality at play. Third, though, something is real if it's not an illusion. Roughly, something is real if it's as it appears to be. If things are radically unlike the way they seem to be, they're illusions and not real. I want to argue that if we're in a simulation, the objects around us are real in all those senses. I think they are, my view is they are digital objects. If we're in a simulation, then it turns out that the apparent tables and chairs around us are entities in a simulation, grounded in algorithmic processes in some kind of computational system. So they're digital objects. But I want to argue they still make a difference. Tables and chairs and so on are digital objects that make a difference in reality to us and to each other. They're not all in the mind. These are digital entities outside the mind that could continue to exist in principle when no one's perceiving them. And they're not an illusion. I want to argue that it seems to us that there are, tables and chairs and so on out there. And if we're in a simulation, then they really are out there. They're not an illusion. So on my view, virtual objects, including the objects we'd encounter if we're in a simulation, are digital. But being digital is not it's just a different way of being real. You might think when things are made of quantum processes and they're somewhat more evanescent than we thought, but that doesn't make objects made of quantum processes unreal. I want to say the same for objects made of digital processes. So the way I see it, the simulation hypothesis should be understood as a version of what the physicist John Wheeler called the it from bit hypothesis, where everything in the physical world is made of bits. Tables and or let's say organisms are made of cells, which are made of molecules, which are made of atoms, which are made of fundamental particles, which are made of bits. So here's a picture. Physical objects, the its, are made of a level of bits. So this is a hypothesis that various physicists have entertained. They don't necessarily believe it, but what's important for our purposes is that it's coherent and that it's also not a hypothesis where nothing exists. It's a hypothesis about the metaphysics of reality. Things are made of bits. There's also another version of this, which is the it from it hypothesis, where the layer of bits is itself grounded in a deeper level, maybe a circuit board in a computer in the next universe up. That's another version of this hypothesis, but again, a version where things are perfectly real. I want to argue that basically the simulation hypothesis and the it from bit hypothesis are close to equivalent. Well, you need to build in an extra element here, which is that the simulation hypothesis has a simulator, someone who sets the simulation in motion. So that's a kind of, if you like, creation, which I argue is analogous to a traditional creation hypothesis. So here's what I call the it from bit creation hypothesis. God creates the universe by creating bits. And on the left, we have a traditional God doing this here. Let there be bits, and creates the bits, and then everything else, the tables and chairs and horses and cars come into existence. On the right, we have a simulator creator, a non-traditional God, but here we're assuming maybe a teenage hacker in the next universe up, sitting at her machine and arranging the bits. And from all that, the chairs, the tables, and so on all come into existence. And I try to argue these scenarios are basically equivalent. And that if we're in such a scenario, our attitude towards the simulation scenario should be analogous to our attitude towards the idea that a traditional God might have created our world by creating bits. It's still a world where everything is real. So, matrix simulation style conclusions, the conclusions of that kind of speculative part of the talk is, yes, we could be in a simulation. However, if we're in a simulation, things are perfectly real. I think that actually blocks at least one classic version of the Cartesian reasoning. Maybe there are other versions to worry about, but that can at least help us with worrying about these skeptical scenarios, and also begins to give us some clues about virtual reality. We're now getting, at least in thinking about this rather extreme and speculative case, we're building our case that virtual reality is genuine reality. Okay, at this point, it might be nice to say something else again to bring in dreams in the current context. How much of this actually applies to dream worlds? Can we say that dream worlds are real and not illusions? And maybe we'll stick with the lifelong dream case as the extreme case, and also think about the more realistic case. I don't know. If we're in I think dream objects have some causal powers, not in general as much as the objects they correspond to in physical reality. But if we're in a lifelong dream, they could have rich causal powers. I think we would probably end up saying that dream objects are all in the mind, constituted by processes in the mind. That's arguably one strike against their reality on one of the conditions of reality. Simulated objects are not all in the mind, but dream objects are all in the mind. At least in the case of the non-lifelong dream, at least the ordinary dream, there's a fairly strong case of dream objects are illusions. You don't know you're dreaming. There seem to be physical objects out there where there aren't. Arguably in the lifelong dream case, you could argue that these are not illusions for much the same reason. Roughly, these dream objects, those are the only objects I've ever been encountering. Just because they're constituted by the mind doesn't mean they're not the way they appear. So I would say that at least one respect, the lifelong dream is less real than simulations. It's all in the mind. Non-lifelong dreams maybe fall short in a number of respects, but the extreme case of a lifelong dream world may mainly fall short in the respect of being all in the mind, which I'll return to later as a important kind of non-reality. There's also the question of whether there's an analog for the it from bit hypothesis here, for the say the lifelong dream hypothesis. We could call it the it from dream hypothesis. Just say we turn out to be in a lifelong dream. Let's say it's somehow our own dream, just as we are ourselves in our own dreams normally at night. Just say I'm somehow in my own dream now then. And it's an extraordinarily detailed dream that's simulating a whole physical universe, or at least a physical locale, in great detail, maybe even to the level of physics, if we're allowed to idealize. Then do we have the idea that then you might want to end up saying, for much the same reasons, that there really are tables and chairs out there. They're just made of dream processes, or maybe other processes in my mind. We could call this maybe the it from dream hypothesis, where physical objects are actually constituted by dream processes or other mental processes. Of course, this is very reminiscent now of idealist philosophers such as Berkeley. Berkeley actually wanted to say that there are these physical objects. They're just not made of matter. It's an interesting question whether that should be counted as a form of realism. I'd say the main respect in which, say, Berkeley's view. Let's think of the Berkeley view, say, with God, where it's all grounded in processes in God's mind. In certain respects, that could be viewed as a form of realism. The main sense in which that's not realism, in my view at least, is that here physical processes are constituted by mental processes, and in one's own dream case, they're constituted by one's own mental processes, which is a significant strike for falling short of reality. So maybe the simulation hypothesis is ahead on that one count for reality, although not necessarily on others. That's enough then for the extreme speculation half, lifelong simulations and lifelong dreams. Now, let me get in the time remaining to the slightly more practical or realistic half of the virtual worlds we're actually likely to build in coming decades, for which the moniker the metaverse has recently become a useful catch-all. Well, metaverse these days has come to mean almost anything. The future of the internet, however you envisage it. But it started with Neil Stephenson back in Snow Crash in 1992, where the metaverse stood for a single massive social virtual world that people would enter, work and play and build relationships and communities. And ever since then, many people have been saying, okay, we need to build the metaverse, or at least a metaverse. Over time, I think the meaning has changed slightly from thinking of the metaverse as a single massive social virtual world. For a while, people talked about metaverses. We might have, one metaverse that Apple creates and one that Google creates, and so on. Ever since, Mark Zuckerberg kind of appropriated the metaverse 6 months ago now with his big speech where he renamed Facebook, he renamed the company Meta to express its ambitions for helping to create the metaverse. It seems that the term has drifted towards being something like a single global interconnected system of virtual worlds, analogous to the internet. In the way there's not multiple internets. The internet's not a local thing. The internet is the global network of entities. The metaverse is supposed to be, I guess, a successor to the internet, the immersive internet, the internet experience from the inside in 3 dimensions using virtual reality technology, augmented reality technology, and other things. Anyway, this verbal issue about exactly what counts as a metaverse doesn't matter too much for our purposes, but it does matter that the virtual worlds that we create will be very much at the center of it. Well, here's a rather dystopian illustration of the metaverse in the guise of Plato's cave. Here, I guess the idea is instead of seeing shadows on the cave wall, you're shackled up in virtual reality, getting experiences from VR, and there's Mark Zuckerberg running the show at his laptop. My own view, actually, of the metaverse is it needn't be as dystopian as this, and maybe some of the points about virtual reality being genuine reality are relevant to this as we'll come along. But yeah, there's a few differences between, I mean, the metaverse and the Matrix are both large, immersive virtual worlds. There are a few relevant differences. The Matrix I'm thinking of as potentially this lifelong thing. You spend your entire life in the Matrix. The metaverse you go into and you go out of, even in the Stevenson novel. You know, you go in for a few hours, you come out. The virtual worlds that we build now, maybe you'll put on your headset for an hour, and then come out. You don't spend your whole life there. Importantly, you know you're using VR when you use VR and the kind we're actually making now in the metaverse. You can feel the headset. You remember putting the headset on. There's any number of clues that you're using VR. So the epistemological issues don't really arise. It's also, at least for now, far simpler than a full-scale universe simulation. The worlds are often very simple and cartoonish. Nonetheless, some similar issues arise. In particular, is the metaverse, and are the virtual worlds we're building now, are they worlds of illusions? Even people who are very sympathetic with the whole virtual reality idea have seemed to indicate sympathy with that view. Here's William Gibson, neuromancer, back in the 1980s, talking about cyberspace, by which I think when Gibson said cyberspace, he basically meant virtual reality, what is now sometimes meant by the metaverse, although the term came to be used more broadly for, I don't know, something like spaces on the internet as a whole. But Gibson said that cyberspace or virtual reality is a consensual hallucination experienced daily by billions of people. Okay, so building in this idea that virtual reality is essentially some kind of hallucination. Here's the movie Ready Player One, generally a positive depiction of virtual reality, but at some point late in the movie, one of the characters says, reality is the only thing that's real. Meaning, I think it's fairly clear in context, physical reality is the only thing that's real. Virtual reality is not real. So again, expressing that prejudice against virtual realities that I want to resist. So standard view, virtual objects are unreal, they're illusions, hallucinations, or fictions. My view, I mean, already strongly suggested by the speculative case, the Matrix case, my view is that virtual objects are real. They're non-illusory digital objects that when you interact with virtual objects, even in existing virtual reality, you're interacting with real digital objects, objects which are ultimately processes on a computer, but which are no less real for that. I mean, one way of getting there is to start with the idealized case of the simulation, full-scale simulation, and then generalize. If we're in a full-scale simulation, the objects we're interacting with are real digital objects running on a computer. Generalizing, you can kind of make the case that, take a slippery slope from a full-scale simulation to slightly less full-scale, and so ultimately to primitive. Even in ordinary virtual reality, the objects we're interacting with are real digital objects running on a computer. I mean, of course, the slippery slope argument could be questioned in various ways, but I think it makes a prima facie case. And then there's also a bunch of more direct arguments you can make that inside ordinary VR, or the objects we're interacting with are real digital objects. Those are the ones that have causal powers. Those are the ones that bring about our experiences. Arguably, those are the ones that we perceive, and so on. I mean, I don't want to argue that virtual reality is exactly the same as physical reality. I don't want to say, for example, that a virtual kitten is exactly the same kind of thing as a biological kitten. And you might want to say, well, a real kitten is the biological one, and this is not a real kitten in that sense. But one way of putting the point is to consider, here we have a biological kitten, a robot kitten, and a virtual kitten, all extremely cute. I guess I want to say the virtual kitten is ontologically at least on a par with the robot kitten. The robot kitten may not be a biological kitten. You say, okay, it's not a real kitten, but it's nonetheless a real thing. And it may have, if it's a, let's say it's a sophisticated enough robot kitten that may have many of the causal powers of a biological kitten. I want to say the virtual kitten's on a par with the robot kitten. Not the same as a biological kitten, but nonetheless, it's a real object. The robot kitten is a real object, with real causal powers, it's mind independent and so on. So is, I want to say, the virtual kitten. It may be a digital object, but it's no less real for all that. So yeah, I want to say, okay, at the very least, virtual kittens are real objects, if not real kittens. The question also arises, though, is virtual reality an illusion? Things seem to be out there in physical space where they're not. That kitten may seem to be a physical kitten, and it's not. That could be an illusion. I mean, this is a complex issue in its own right. I think novice users of virtual reality, the first time you put on a virtual reality headset, you may experience objects as being in physical space around you, which is arguably an illusion because they're not. Those objects are not out there in physical space. The clearest case of this may be if you don't even know you're in VR. Someone puts on a VR headset, you just perceive all this as if it's out there in physical space, and that may be false. And I think actually for expert users of VR, it's somewhat different. Expert users of VR experience objects as being virtual objects in virtual space, which needn't be an illusion. There really are virtual objects in virtual space. An analogy I like is a case of learning to use mirrors. Maybe the first time you look in a mirror, you don't know it's, perhaps you don't know it's a mirror. You experience someone on the other side of the glass. Wow, there's someone through there. That's an illusion. They're not there. So novice users get illusions with mirrors, but an expert user of a mirror, I don't know, you're driving around the road, look at your rear view mirror in your car, you see a car that's actually behind you. Is that an illusion? The illusion view would say, oh, you're seeing a car out there through the glass where there's nothing. No, I think the expert user sees that as a car which is behind you. They perceive the car as being behind you. The expert user of mirrors knows to make that adjustment, and that's not an illusion. I want to argue that something kind of similar goes on with the transition from novice users of VR to expert users, so that expert users needn't have illusions. They can have non-illusory perception of virtual worlds, perceiving it as involving virtual objects in virtual space. When I'm playing Beat Saber, I perceive a virtual space with virtual cubes in front of me, and all that is really happening in the digital world. This is okay, so now this is, I think, is rich territory for thinking about the generalization to dreams and hallucinations. Now, moving from the lifelong case to the ordinary case. We moved from speculative VR to real VR, so now we're moving from speculative dreams to real dreams, ordinary dreams. I mean, how is the analogy between ordinary dreams and ordinary VR? I mean, they're disanalogous in a number of respects. First, the old disanalogy, ordinary dreams are very much in the mind, whereas VR is not. Also, typically, ordinary dreams are much less, ordinary VR obeys certain is typically very stable, is complex, obeys pretty serious rules, algorithms, and so on, whereas dreams, of course, are much less stable, typically extremely fragmented and open to radical change and instability. Also relevant is that typically in a dream, we don't know we're dreaming, although there is the exception of lucid dreams. So I think all that makes a difference for the status of ordinary dreams. It makes it harder to just put forward a straightforward thesis that ordinary dream reality is genuine reality. Interesting question whether we actually want to say that dream objects should be understood as brain objects in the way that I'm going to say virtual objects are digital objects on a computer. Arguably, the relevant brain objects don't have the rich causal powers of the virtual objects that we represent, that we seem to have, partly due to the unstable, fragmented nature of dreams. Maybe if we had a very rich and stable dream world, which was running some kind of rich and stable simulation, you could get this going. But I take it a typical dream is not like that. There's also the question then of whether dream objects are illusions. remembering the view I just put forward about the novice expert distinction for virtual realities. Does that arise for dreams? Arguably, dream objects seem to be physical. I mean, typically dream objects seem to be physical objects in physical space. Normally when we dream, we take ourselves to be in physical space, especially in typical dream where we don't know we're dreaming. Arguably, that's an illusion, just like the case of the novice user of VR. An interesting case here would be the expert dreamer, and especially the expert lucid dreamer who knows they're dreaming and is very used to this and understands all this as a dream scenario. Maybe just as the expert VR user can come to perceive all this as virtual, an expert lucid dreamer can come to perceive all these objects as dream objects in a dream space. If so, arguably, there's no illusion in such a case, or at least less illusion. Although I think there are various tricky cases here, not least the case where you dream other people. I take it lucid dreams very frequently involve other people who seem to be other conscious people in the dream. Even for a lucid dreamer, there seem to be other people there. Typically in a dream, there are not other people there, I take it. There's you, and maybe there are representations of people, but there's no other conscious beings in the dream. So if that's the case, then one will still get illusion even in lucid dreams. So, of course, a similar issue comes up in virtual reality if you encounter non-player characters in a virtual reality. Do you perceive those as genuinely being people? If so, that's probably an illusion. If, on the other hand, you run into another user, maybe there's a real person playing Beat Saber with me, and I see their avatar, I say that's another person, and I think that needn't be an illusion. There really is another person in multi-user VR. I think there's not really an obvious analog of the case of multi-user VR in the dream case. Oh, what about hallucinations? Arguably, I don't have any expertise on the case of hallucinations, but arguably a hallucinator who doesn't know they're hallucinating undergoes illusions, that all this is happening in physical reality. Even hallucinators who know they're hallucinating may at least often experience all this is going on in physical reality. The illusion is very hard to resist. I mean, I gather hallucinators say schizophrenic people vary quite greatly in their cognitive reactions to their hallucinations. Many hallucinators know perfectly well they're hallucinating, and then it may well be that some hallucinators who know they're hallucinating experience things as hallucination objects. It's like, okay, just as in a dream you experience this as a dream object, in a hallucination, okay, that's a hallucination object in a hallucination space. In that case, there's at least the potential this could be, instead of being illusory experience of the physical world, some hallucinators could have what they reasonably take to be non-illusory experience of their own minds, of their own hallucination worlds. It needn't be an illusion because it's veridical experience of a mental space. Of course, there may still be some residual illusion, not least, again, if you have the sense, which I gather is very common, that when hallucinating that you're interacting with conscious beings who are out there and speaking to you, and so on, just as in the dream case, that I think can fairly clearly give you residual illusions because there are not actual, people or beings who are speaking to you in those cases. But yeah, the analogy is interesting. So finally, there's the case of the imagination. Are imagined worlds real? Most imagination is extremely fragmentary, even more so than dreams, or sometimes it just follows basic scripts. Then in that case, I think you get fewer causal powers than in virtual or physical worlds, as well as being all in the mind. Perhaps there could be some simulation-like imaginings that could be closer to virtual worlds in the mind if it's a very detailed model-like simulation imagination, but I take it that's at least not the standard case. Okay, I'm beginning to run out of time. I did want to say something briefly about the third case of can one have a meaningful life in a virtual world? Can life in VR be as good or better than life in non-virtual reality? I'll just do this briefly. Here's the classic case of the experience machine, Robert Nozick's case in Anarchy State and Utopia. Here the conceit is that Nozick himself is in the experience machine. He's chosen to have a wonderful hallucination of a wonderful experience of being a prize-winning author with a job at Harvard who's winning National Book Awards and so on. But the experience machine, you get to choose your own experience, a wonderful, wonderful experience. And Nozick asks, should you enter the experience machine pre-programming wonderful experiences for life? And Nozick says no. Why? The experience machine is pre-programmed. We don't have autonomy there. It's illusory. The things that are supposed to happen there don't really happen. And it's artificial. You're not in contact with nature, and we want to be in contact with nature. I want to say maybe some of those are good reasons not to enter VR, not to enter the experience machine. I want to say none of those are good reasons not to enter VR. VR is not pre-programmed, it's interactive. You're not living out a script in VR, you get to make your own choices. I've already argued VR is not illusory. What happens in VR really happens. It's true that VR may be artificial, but plenty of us live our lives in mostly artificial environments. I live in New York City. Many of us spend most of our days indoors and so on. I don't think that renders our life meaningless. So, likewise, the same for VR. I mean, there are, of course, deep questions about what gives our lives meaning. In my view, our lives have meaning because of, in large part, our experiences, our relationships to other people, the communities that we're part of, the projects that we take on, the achievements we make, the struggle that we overcome, and so on. I think all of those values can, at least in principle, be present in VR, especially once one notes that a typical virtual world will have many people in the virtual world. If it's a solipsistic virtual reality where you're the only person, that's a different thing entirely. But realistic virtual worlds of the kinds we're creating have people, have communities, have projects, have relationships, and so on. And of course, it's a much more primitive form of life right now than physical reality. But I think one can argue that all these values can be present in VR in principle. It may be missing some sources of value, like nature, birth and death, perhaps sheer physicality. And there's a lot to say about each of these, but it may also have new sources of value. New bodies, new forms of experience, near unlimited space, and so on. So I don't want to say virtual reality is necessarily better than physical reality, but I also don't want to say the reverse. In the long term, it's rational for some people to prefer physical reality for all kinds of reasons. But it's also rational for others to prefer VR or to spend at least much or most of their lives in virtual reality. I mean, there's a lot more to say about these issues, but that's just to get my view onto the table. Well, here's an illustration of the choice. Maybe you get to put your body in a pod and live life in amazing virtual reality, or fly to another planet which has been terraformed and live in a physical terraform reality. I want to argue that either choice can be reasonable. So you can live a meaningful life in VR. This is not to say it's going to be wonderful. Life may be good or it may be awful, but the full scale of human experience is available. Just very quickly touch on the analogous question, can one live a meaningful life in dream or hallucination reality? Here, I think the answer is much less clear. We could try and bring on the lifelong dream machine to make it like this appears in some early science fiction in the 20th century. Even in the case of a lifelong dream machine, I think the obvious objection is it's all in the mind. You're not really interacting with a mind-independent reality. Arguably, genuine meaning in our life requires interacting with a reality outside ourselves. In a dream, you're interacting with a reality that we have generated ourselves, which is arguably not nearly as meaningful. No real achievements, no real relationships, not even any other people. I just want to say, okay, that may be true for dreams, but VR needn't be like this. In VR, there really can be other people, there's genuine people, genuine relationships, genuine achievements, and so on, because there's mind-independent reality. There's also the question as to whether the prospect of life in VR is utopian or dystopian, a huge issue in its own right that I'm not going to have time to address here. I'll just register my own view, which is that the metaverse, the coming metaverse, is likely to be like the internet. It'll bring wonderful things. It'll bring awful things. I think in the case of the internet, despite all the awful things, you can argue that the net value has been positive. likewise, in the case of the metaverse, I think we can hope that the net value will be positive, but it very much depends on how we actually build this metaverse in the years to come, and who builds it and under what constraints and so on. All very important issues that I won't have time to address today. So I'll just conclude by saying, so repeat my view that virtual reality is genuine reality. And as for the virtual worlds that we'll build in the future, I think the rest is up to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation of the material in your new book, Dave. Let me check the Q&A and see if we have any questions yet. Oh, it looks like Gary has a comment.
Dave, thank you very much for a very interesting and simulating talk. You know, I think it was in the New York Times earlier this week, there was an article about using VR to treat chronic pain and people entering virtual reality as a way to treat certain, well, in this case, chronic pain. And it got me thinking that I thought that there might be a lot of use for VR in the treatment of mental disorders. Mm-hmm. One could imagine creating a VR in which certain attitudes, emotions, cognitive states could have a chance to be corrected, but more over time within this VR state. And I also wondered about using VR for folks, and this gets a little bit to Susan's talk from earlier today, to create a reality that one might consider much more positive. So I'm thinking here of people with locked-in syndrome, where they cannot communicate with the outside world normally. What would a VR reality do for them? Or even people with severe physical disabilities, not of that type, in which their ability to move around in the world and to actually engage in our version of the real world is very limited. So it's more a comment than a question. I just see the possibility, regardless of whether this would lead to any sort of transhumanism or Aristotelian flourishing. I just see the opportunity for these sorts of technologies to impact a lot of people in a lot of ways, and I'll stop there.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. And yeah, those technologies are already happening, actually. I think both the things that you mentioned, there's already quite a lot of use of VR in treating mental disorders. And yeah, I'm very, very far from an expert here, but I know some of the things I've seen is, for example, people treating people with body image disorders by giving them different bodies in VR, experiencing bodies with different shapes can, at least in some cases, be very useful for people with body image disorders. I also heard about some work in treating schizophrenic disorders tied to I'm forgetting the name of the researcher in London who I talked to about this, but she's managed to try to build avatars to externalize the source of their hallucinations, and somehow work with the patient on actually taking it a hallucination that was largely auditory and somehow giving it an associated physical body in a virtual reality. And this could somehow, I don't know, somehow cut the hallucinated being down to size in a way that helped people deal with, acknowledge all this as a limited hallucinated being and not something more powerful. So yeah, those are just two examples. Other people here may know much more about that. And I totally agree about, people who, sometimes when people contrast physical reality with virtual reality, people start from the case of lucky and privileged people who have great access to physical reality, and then virtual reality can seem limited by comparison. Yeah, but not everyone has such great access to physical reality. You mentioned the case of disabled people. I think disabled people, even in the case of of Second Life, which is not a full-scale virtual world, but disabled people have been very big users of Second Life and have built communities there and so on, because their access to this kind of virtual reality is, at least in some respects, better than access to physical reality. I think you see the same thing with sometimes with aging people, often being big users of virtual worlds, people, or just people in rural areas that may not have the same access to communities. In your case of locked-in syndrome is a really interesting one. I mean, people are already doing some things with brain-computer interfaces for people in situations like this, or at least with relevant forms of paralysis. And as brain-computer interfaces get better, that's going to offer the possibility of people interacting with quite rich virtual worlds without having to have, relevant kinds of motor control. I think that's probably, sophisticated forms of that are still some distance off, but that's somewhere in the middle distance, I think.
Great, thank you, David. David Smith, you're up next.
I think you're muted.
I'm unmuting. Yeah, that was so interesting and so clear. Just to comment on a question, my comment is, I was teaching your stuff to my students a few weeks ago, and one of my students said she has proof that we're living in a simulation because she's identified a glitch, which is the propensity of socks to mysteriously disappear.
Socks, okay.
Yeah.
There's a sock vortex in the simulation.
So what I wanted to ask you about is, so when I think of a simulation, I think of a simulation of something. So if we're living in a simulation, if that's right, that it's a simulation of something, and wouldn't that kind of blunt what might be taken to be the skeptical implications of the idea of living in a simulation?
It's interesting. Of course, a simulation needn't be a simulation of something that exists, right? One thing you can do is simulate an existing city, like say New York City, and build a simulation of the Empire State Building. Sorry, that's the Empire State Building outside my window. But another thing you can do is simulate a city that doesn't exist, right? I think many video games involve. Well, you can build a video game where you simulate the Second World War. There are video games where you simulate the Second World War or something that actually happened, but there are many where you simulate something that doesn't have that kind of reality. So I don't know exactly how is it you're thinking that the fact that they're simulations of something will blunt the skeptical?
Well, because right. So if a simulation is a simulation of, and all right, so let's take the case of the building. That's a simulation, but there's no building. That is simulation, but there are buildings, and it seems like the existence of buildings is a necessary condition to have a simulation of a building. Maybe not that exact building, but a building. So if that's right, I'm not at all sure that it is right, then the claim that we're living in a simulation seems to imply that there's something that the simulation is a simulation of. And if that's the case, then it's not simulation all the way down.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder if by similar reasoning we could prove the existence of unicorns. I'm experiencing a unicorn right now. Even if it's a simulation, then there's got to be a real unicorn that it's a simulation of. And something would go wrong with that.
It would indeed.
With that reasoning. So I guess the thought is, though, maybe at a more general level, if we're having simulation of some broad class of things, like even physical objects, there has to be something in reality that corresponds to it.
Yeah.
I wonder. I mean, certainly it could be the case that in a world like ours, we can build simulations that are very like this world, but we can also simulate totally different worlds, 26-dimensional worlds. Maybe our world is actually a product of 26-dimensional octopi in the next universe up. Just chosen for kicks to simulate something totally unlike there a world? Well, I guess we would know there's something out there, because if there's a simulation, there's a world containing the simulation. But I don't know if we can make any inference to that world being in any way like the world that we experience.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next up, we have a question from Susan.
Okay, well, I want to thank you very much, Dave. This is very much outside anything that I would usually consider. So, but here's my question. So, you used the words meaningful, good, or better even. So, which leads me to want you to say more, and I'll flesh that out a little bit. I wrote down the following. You said the full scale of human experience is available. You said that. And so now I'm pondering that in these terms. And so I want to connect this to the concept of embodiment and ask about a particular topic, to a particular kind of human relationship, namely friendship. So saying that there has to be a body or a functional equivalent is not the same as speaking of embodiment, as, for example, phenomenologists would talk about it. So my question is, I'm trying to imagine how friendship could be as good or even better. Sherry Turkle, for example, has talked about the, important limits, and she's not the only one, but important limits in terms of, conversation. And there has been a strong suggestion that for the conduct of at least our closest friendships, there needs to be embodied presence, co-presence. So I just wondered if you could address this in some way. I do teach friendship in my course in philosophy and literature. And so anyway, I'm trying to figure out how this, what the implications are of what you're saying or are for this, and also how to connect what you're talking about with what I am more familiar with.
Yeah, I think the body and embodiment is a super important issue here. And it's clearly, one of the limitations, at least of current virtual reality embodiment. The bodily senses, for example, are very primitive. It's not bad for seeing and hearing, but anything involving a sense of one's body is mostly absent. That said, there are bodies in even in existing virtual worlds, or avatars, in which I want to argue that avatars are in certain respects to be regarded as forms of embodiment in virtual worlds. They're virtual bodies as opposed to biological bodies, but they can play some of the same roles as physical bodies. And I think not least with respect to your question about friendship. When every week I get together with a group of friends in VR, and we go to different spaces and hang out. And it's rather important to our experience of all this that we all have avatars, and that we can kind of be talking to each other in our avatars in a common space. I remember one time we were all just standing around. I think somebody gave a talk, and then we all just kind of, maybe 5 of us were standing around in a circle talking to each other. And someone said, "This is just like coffee break at a philosophy conference." Okay, I don't want to hold out coffee break at a philosophy conference as the highest form of human friendship, but nonetheless, there was I think there was that sense of community there, and of sharing a common space in virtue of being embodied in these avatars. And likewise, a conversation over Zoom is not bad, but there's also so much that is missing, not least because of the sense of inhabiting a common space, making of eye contact, jointly attending to another person. Whereas even in current VR, I think those things are improved. Now, of course, it's still extremely limited. And yeah, once you get from forms of, especially once one moves, say, from friendship to, romantic and sexual relationships, then there's all kinds of limitations. That said, it's possible to imagine, maybe this is moving a little bit in the transhuman direction in virtual worlds, but bodies that get more and more sophisticated in virtual worlds perhaps connecting with brain-computer interfaces and so on. So we get more and more sophisticated virtual bodies. Then the question will be, how much of that value, which I think you rightly say, embodiment gives us in relationships in the physical world, how much of that could be present from digital embodiment in a virtual world? If it turns out some of it is essentially biological, for example, then okay, well, maybe we won't get that. Or maybe we'll get that derivatively on the fact that we still have a biological body back in the physical world to which this is happening. But if some of it isn't essentially yeah, it's a deep question, exactly where those sources of value come from.
And real quick follow-up, just that when you were talking about avatars, and I have no experience of this, you have prior relationships with these people,
Yeah.
but initiating a friendship that has a shot of deepening, an Aristotelian symmetrical lovely virtue friendship or something equivalent in meaning. It's not clear to me how the establishment of such a relationship would take place. And even just going back to something that David said about the gate, the eye contact, the meeting of eyes, and the sort of the acknowledgement that, I mean, most, if not all of that is nonverbal. But there's embodiment is arguably integral to that. So that this is not a follow-up question. This is just, I'm still grappling with it. It's extremely interesting, and I'm going to keep thinking about it after today's conference. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I think actually there are, I think in, say, virtual worlds like, say, Second Life, it's actually been reasonably common that friendships have actually started there. In some cases, even romantic relationships, which maybe at some points have moved to the physical world, in some cases have moved to the physical world at some point, in other cases not, they've stayed in the virtual world. But apparently, I mean, I've certainly started pretty good friendships over, maybe not so, I don't spend that much time in virtual worlds, to be honest, except with people I know. But say over the internet, I've met people over the internet in discussion forums who subsequently became good friends. And I think, this certainly in a virtual world where there are actually bodies all along, I think that provides a more natural path for this to happen. So I think, again, I agree that the body is important, but then the question is how much, but I think virtual, avatars can actually play some of that role. And then in the second part of the comment you mentioned, what was it again? I think there was something I wanted to say about that.
David's.
Eye contact, yeah.
So it's not the body, it's embodiment. It's really not just about having a body, it's about a whole person. Yeah.
So it turns out people who work on VR really care about this stuff. They really care about the body, and they recognize that the body is now one of the limitations. And yeah, you mentioned eye contact. So people are now working on mechanisms for some of these worlds. You can go in, for example, and they actually give you a sense of as long as your face is, if you're both talking and your faces are both generally pointed in the direction of each other, then they actually make sure that the pupils are aligned in such a way that you get that sense of eye contact, because it is super important to human relationships to have that sense of someone's eyes looking back at you, and they're managing to work on subpersonal ways to make that happen. I guess the question, of course, you might raise the question, is this a fake? They're merely faking eye contact here with some digital mechanism, or are they actually providing the kind of psychological sense that we need, that we get from subpersonal mechanisms using some digital mechanisms? I mean, I do think it's going to be one of the biggest challenges, certainly for, I think, to actually get people to use VR, is to have a sense of embodiment that's even vaguely on a par with physical embodiment.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I have a question. Thank you for talking with us today about your book. This has been a very fascinating discussion about virtual worlds in a virtual space, in virtual worlds. And I guess to bring it back to psychiatry for a minute, you do have that passage that you brought to our attention sort of before the conference, towards the end of the book, where you briefly mentioned mental illness in the context of thinking about hallucinations and illusions. And I know you didn't want to venture too much into the empirical realm about those psychological states, but I was just kind of curious about your thoughts about maybe the relation between delusion, hallucination, and illusion. And so, when you have cases of people that are delusional, it seems that it's their cognitive state that may actually be playing a role, like, if there's cognitive penetration and affecting the way that they're experiencing things in their environment. And so I didn't see anything in the book about the roles that delusions might play here. And I was just wondering if you had some thoughts about that.
Yeah, I'm no expert at all on delusion, and I take it there's many different forms of delusion. I guess when I think of delusion, I tend to think of it as a primarily cognitive thing, whereas I guess the case of hallucination I'm thinking of as more of a perceptual thing. In a hallucination, you get these misleading perceptual states that present things to you as going on perceptually, whereas in a delusion, you think. Yeah, so roughly, in a hallucination, you perceive things as being a certain way when they're not that way, whereas in a delusion, you think things are a certain way when they're not that way. Now, I'm sure in practice, it's not that simple, and then for delusions can, for example, cognitively penetrate your perceptions. So, yeah, when you've got the delusion that your partner's been replaced by an imposter or whatever, then you might actually come to perceive things that way. But I guess I'm thinking of the delusion case. The perceptual case is in certain respects, I guess I'm thinking of that as in certain respects richer. You're doing more like something like the simulation case where you simulate a whole world. You dream up a world, maybe you hallucinate up a whole world. Whereas I'm thinking of a delusion as somewhat more localized. I don't know, maybe there are massive, I guess there are massive delusions where people put themselves in enormous simulated worlds and then actually perceive things that way as well. And if we take the case of a massive delusion like that, maybe which cognitively penetrates perception, then what I'll say about it is perhaps analogous to what I want to say about cases of hallucination. Of course, in the case of hallucination, we have this phenomenon that often people know they're hallucinating. They experience things a certain way, but they don't necessarily cognitively endorse it. Whereas for delusions, I don't know, because it's cognitive, it's at least harder to get that kind of case where you have the delusion, but you also reflect and you realize it's wrong. Maybe, I guess there are cases where you get that as well. So anyway, those are just a few. I think in principle, the issues can be parallel, but the fact that one is cognitive and one is, insofar as one is primarily cognitive and the other is primarily perceptual, that may give rise to some of these differences.
Just to quickly follow up, one thought I had was sort of an analogy between the type of hallucinator that you described, who's aware that they're hallucinating, and some potential parallels between someone who has a psychiatric diagnosis and has insight into the diagnosis versus someone who doesn't. Mm-hmm. And in lots of cases of actual hallucinators, I think they typically aren't aware that they're hallucinating. When someone takes some LSD and then it's not like, oh, I'm on LSD now. I think that, and they're aware of that as the experience is happening. I think it's probably seems to them that they're in another world, or that they've left this place for another one or something. But just a few thoughts to.
Gary says this is called hallucinosis.
Yeah, in psychiatry, we often will call hallucinations in which the person hallucinating is aware that the hallucination is not real, hallucinosis, and hallucination is when you believe it is real. And it's just interesting, and I just as a side note, we'll often refer to hallucination for when there is nothing in fact there, and illusion as to when there is a distortion of something that is there. So, for example, when you mentioned at the beginning augmented reality as opposed to virtual reality, we might think of augmented reality as kind of a set of illusions where yes, here's the real world, but then there are these distortions of the real world that might be present. So we make these distinctions mostly for clinical reasons, though, not purely conceptual. And I'll just say one other thing. I think most delusions in psychiatry are local. They're not this massively changed world. They're really often quite specific and quite local. And interestingly, it's an open question, I think, the extent to which perceptual abnormalities actually influence the development of delusions. So, for example, if one were to think that they're being followed because they think they see someone following them, they will develop a whole delusional complex around being pursued and persecuted that may be triggered by a relatively small perceptual abnormality in certain cases.
So delusions are mostly local, but hallucinations can be more global? Or are they local too?
It's interesting that it's disease specific. So classically in schizophrenia, they're going to be auditory hallucinations, not visual. Whereas in substance withdrawal, like alcohol withdrawal, they're going to be quite detailed. You might believe you're in a bar or you're driving a large truck, and very visual with a lot of sensory modalities. So it actually depends on what's causing the hallucination, actually determines the nature of it.
It's also interesting what you say about the usage of hallucination versus illusion, because to some extent, that I think tracks the traditional philosopher's distinction. Illusions have an object, there's an object there whose properties you're misperceiving, whereas hallucination conjures up an object where there was none. And I guess I'd been thinking that was just a philosopher's thing, but interesting to hear that it's not.
Well, we probably stole it from you.
Could be.
Well, thanks again, David, for this wonderful talk. We're now going to take our break until 2:45. Looking forward to having a panel discussion where we go around and follow up on themes and questions from the day. We might take up some questions that we weren't able to get to earlier, and want to give the speakers an opportunity to discuss some things that they would like to explore more following from the conversations that we've had today. I'll see you back in at 2:45.
Great, thanks.
Welcome back, everyone. So today we're moving forward with, or at this stage of the conference, we're now moving forward to our unscripted, televised conversation. The way I'd like to proceed for this panel discussion is let's go back to our first speaker of the day, and maybe if Susan, if you could start us off with some thoughts that you've had in light of the discussion, or any questions you wanted to carry forward. We could do that and then move on to David Smith and then Dave Chalmers.
Sure, I'm happy to do that. So I have a topic that for us to get into that emerges from something David said, and then I have a couple questions for David. So I got to ask. I already had a chance to ask Dave some questions. So the thing I would love for us to come back to is something that David said, which I have a version of that is probably equally important to me. But the way you put it, David, was something like it ultimately, everything comes down to the sort of world we want to live in. So I hope we can come back to that. So I have a couple of questions for you, David. The first is when you were talking about you're trying to explain these contradictory responses in the aftermath of your 2011 book, as you talked about it. And the first point was about modular responsiveness to faces. I want to ask about the second point, which was what you called a cognitive division of labor, epistemic authority, which sort of elicits epistemic deference, right? Mm. So, I mean, this is just a question. It's something I wonder about off and on, not in relation to what you were talking about, but just more generally, is what's, the concept of expertise and what it takes to be an expert, and what isn't that kind of, I mean, many people would say, and some have said that it's getting watered down a lot. So it's not just about the question of whether experts are still as respected as they were before, whatever that was like. That's part of it. But the other part is that more and more people fancy themselves experts and see themselves as, writers or directors or what have you. And so I wonder about the implications, if any, of that for that second point involving cognitive division of labor.
So within my framework, what really matters is being regarded as an expert, irrespective of how one regards oneself. I guess it helps to think of oneself as an expert in order to be regarded as an expert, but it's to be regarded as an expert that is most important to me, because the idea is that dehumanization is something that comes from the outside, and it's something which doesn't come naturally to us. So we need to invest a kind of epistemic authority in someone in order to take on board views that don't obviously cohere with how the world and other people appear to us.
So if there's arguably a certain waning of that kind of attitude toward others, right? Mm-hmm. And that kind of acknowledgement, which arguably there is, would one expect that cognitive division of labor to be impacted in any way?
Well, I'm not sure it's waning. I think maybe it's becoming more promiscuous, right? So there are a lot more people who are regarded as putative experts than there were previously.
Well, you were saying something about how you regard yourself versus how others regard you. So one may regard oneself, not talking about as an expert, but other people may be reluctant to.
Yeah, and it's the other
That's what I'm saying. So if everybody is sort of self-referential about it, but people are much less willing to classify others as experts. I'm just wondering.
I guess the implication would be. I guess I'd have to think it through if that were the case. I don't think it is the case, but if it were the case, then
Yeah,
perhaps
if it was.
dehumanization would diminish.
One might think, and then the question would be, so would it, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a really counterintuitive conclusion, but that seems to be the implication.
That's interesting. Okay, so then my other question is sort of looser. It comes back to your, when you were talking about, you know, you and Dave was a person and human, and you said you were, you don't want to put much, if any, philosophical weight on person, and you want to really work with human. So at one point you called it a political category. And then you also said something like, I mean, it's you didn't put a status that we grant one another as, I view you as on a par with me, kind of thing. And I mean, that sort of acknowledgement can well lead to things like, you know, what's been called politically, you know, in multiple countries, solidarity. I guess I'm just, but then there is, so if you're my kind, you know, you're not some other kind, right? So, I mean, in psychology, I'm no expert, I just mean for the research, based on the research I did for the book, I mean, there's, you know, a lot of talk of in and out groups. And people talk some about how that distinction, you know, is inherited from our ancestors, right? And then we map it onto our current environment, which is very different from our ancestral environment, right? We don't, you know, for example, have the same kind of urgency with regard to predators or what have you, right? But so I don't, this is not a well-formed question, but it just seems to me, I'm just trying to pull together, like if someone asked me, I don't expect this to happen, but if someone asked me afterwards, what does David say the human is? Or how does David say we should conceptualize the human? And I know this is a very tough question, but I'm just trying to figure out how I would put all this together.
Yeah, so I'm very skeptical of what are inspired guesses at most about prehistory. And it needn't, you know, it needn't be important to the question, actually. We do divide people up into, you know, those who we think of as in-group members and those who we think of as out-group members. But those are very porous boundaries, and they're very flexible boundaries. And this is where human beings differ from the so-called xenophobia of some other animals. I mean, we can extrude people from the us, we can include people from the us into the us. So my conception of what it is to regard someone as human is, as you rightly said, to think of them as my kind, but that's not really enough, because my kind can operate at various levels of categorization, right? So it's more something like my essential kind or my natural kind that's working with the notion of human, in my view.
I mean, clearly, but okay. So, and there's clearly a judgment of value and some kind of hierarchical positioning.
Yes.
So, do you think, in principle, it's if you don't take it to be, and I'm not arguing that it is, I'm just saying this is how some people present it.
Sure.
If you don't take it to be deep-seated to the point that it will always have to take some form, is it possible for us, in principle, to surpass that, such that some humans will always end up on the lower tier? And you know, like aspirationally, when Paul Farmer, you know, for example, talked about human beings as a single moral community. I mean, in principle, do you think that we could grant that kind of acknowledgement without putting some on a lower tier? And then in that event, of course, we might not require that sort of, you know, punctuated acknowledgement, because we would all be understood. It would be second nature for us to see others as moral equals, right? Equal
Yeah.
in human worth.
Sure. Yeah. No, I think that's perfectly possible. I think there are formidable obstacles to abandoning hierarchical thinking altogether, but within the category, say, members of our species, yes. I mean, what needs to happen is that we are not motivated to exploit others in order for that to happen, because this demoting them on the hierarchy is something which facilitates exploitation. So as long as there's, we're after exploiting them, or oppressing them, or gaining some advantage at their expense, then we're likely to hierarchialize. But in a much more egalitarian society, I think that could be remedied dramatically, if not eliminated entirely.
Thank you.
Can I just jump in here? Because I thought this was an interesting point of potential commonality between both of your talks. That both of them have this kind of opposition to the idea of a hierarchy of humans. In Susan's case, the transhumans, who are better than the existing humans, and in your case, the dehumans or the dehumanized, who are regarded as on a lower rung than existing humans. But you can see both talks as kind of
it's true,
arising from I don't know to what extent at least the normative aspect of this arises from a instinctive rejection or considered rejection of the idea that humans should form a hierarchy in both cases. I mean, I guess I can imagine that if there were to be transhumans, then there would be I don't know if it would be dehumanizing, or at least a de-transhumanizing of ordinary human beings who weren't the transhumans, weren't the transhumans, and then they would get to be de-transhumanized, which would be part of what would be bad about the outcome that Susan has in mind. So anyway, I thought maybe there were some interesting connections there.
Yeah, I just to follow up real quick on what Dave just said. So one of the worries that's been expressed, so there's a distinction between moral bioenhancement, right? A bioenhancement of morality and elevated moral standing. And some critics of transhumanism are concerned about just that, right? Where unenhanced humans would then categorically exist, in terms of how they were seen, be judged to exist on a lower tier, and then not unlike the way in which humans, at least some humans, judge most, if not all, non-human animals as being on a categorically lower plane.
Yeah, and if they don't do it with animals, they do it with plants, right? Plants are living things too.
Yeah.
So I think what's really important about dehumanization is the kind of moral distance that it creates. And you can create moral distance by elevating yourself as well as by demoting the other. So I think that worry is a plausible one.
Also, sort of on this point, sorry to break up the queue, I think it'd be productive to just follow the inquiry for a bit here. We have a question and our comment from Allison Arp, who is a resident, fourth year resident in the psychiatry program here.
Hi there, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi there, I'm Allison Arp. I'm a psychiatrist. And again, really appreciate everyone's talks today. I have a question for David Smith. Really appreciated your talk. So I'm very struck by your insight of how dehumanization involves an implicit acknowledgement of being human. That's such a neat insight. And just to make sure I really understand your position most clearly, well, it sounds like you're saying, and you kind of got to this at the end of your discussion when we were talking about war and things. It sounds like you are saying that kind of breaking our bond with another human being kind of violates our own nature in a way. And so we must kind of postulate the other as monstrous in order to kind of justify or rationalize violence towards them, as if they essentially deserved this kind of treatment. And I was just also thinking about this. Another way to put it is, our own feelings of violating what we know of our human communion is threatening, and then there might be a need to displace those feelings that the other is threatening. And I just want to hear kind of, just clarifying in more words about this kind of picture.
I'll try. I think dehumanization is facilitating. So it very often, if not regularly, precedes acts of violence rather than being simply a post hoc rationalization for them. My suspicion is, let me say, this stuff is really hard to figure out. So I'm being very cautious, saying my suspicion is that acts of violence, particularly lethal violence, close up and personal, where you're exposed to the cues of the other's humanity, let's call it that, their sameness to you, are traumatizing. That it literally involves doing psychological violence to oneself for most individuals. Now, I think this is often misunderstood in the literature. So the predominant way this is discussed in the literature is in terms of what people call moral injury. And the idea of moral injury is the people who kill other people or who engage in atrocities or even complicit are harmed by violating deep-seated moral values. I'm more inclined to see this as more primitive, more basic, sort of pre-moral, right? I'm inclined to see it as an inherent, as the violation of an inherent inhibition against performing such acts. And that violation harms people. That violating those tendencies drives people nuts.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And I was kind of...
You might find really interesting, Randall Collins' book, Violence. Randall Collins is a sociologist, and it's a very elaborate study of human violence. And he comes to conclusions somewhat similar to mine.
Great, thank you. I appreciate it.
By the way, just one more thing on the dehumanizing theme while we're on this. Mm-hmm. You mentioned in your reply to my question that you think we can dehumanize animals, mm-hmm. non-human animals. And I wondered, of course, you might think it's appropriate sometimes to dehumanize non-human animals because they're not humans and not persons and so on. So does that mean that dehumanization is not always bad?
Well, depends what depends what you mean by bad, I guess. I see, let's zoom in. Right, so let me figure out which way I want to go with this. So I'm thinking of pets. So the dog that we live with, in fact, we refer to her sometimes as a certain person. We basically conceive of her as one of us in a dog-shaped body, but one of us. And I think this is quite common with pets. Even the two goldfish behind me, they have names. And I conceive of them as kind of people in little fishy bodies. But that fact, say, of these fish would make it very difficult for me to kill and eat them, right? So in doing that, and I think naming is actually really, really important in this respect. It's actually important in the human case too. It's anthropologically often the soul is believed to be acquired at the point of naming. And before a naming ceremony takes place, infanticide is perfectly acceptable, but afterwards it isn't. So look, so if you want to kill and eat an animal, then their dehumanization, that is their exclusion from the us, their distancing from our kind, comes in really, really handy. Now, actually, something I didn't have a chance to talk about. I see this hierarchical thinking is as a solution to what I call the problem of killing. So life feeds on life, and human beings have always needed to kill and dismember and exploit other organisms as a condition for their flourishing. But being human beings, we have to figure out on what circumstances this is permissible and under what circumstances it isn't, and which sorts of organisms can be harmed in what way for our own advantage. And the hierarchical conception, I think, which is a necessary condition for dehumanization, is one way we've figured out for doing that. It's not the only way, but it's a very robust way.
Yeah, this special treatment of some dogs or fish by giving them names. I wonder if that's somehow a little bit reminiscent of Susan's transhumanism, like trans dogism. You get to treat these dogs as special creatures, further elevated in the hierarchy above other dogs, or these named goldfishes have souls, so they're in the hierarchy above other goldfish. Unless we simultaneously elevate all dogs or all goldfish to our point in the hierarchy, but you might think that's not realistic. So I wonder.
It might work with dogs. I doubt if it would work with fish, given our gustatory habits.
Well, I just have a quick sort of addition / follow-up, which is to come back to this idea, David, that human is a political category. Right now, it's reminding me of Francis Fukuyama's Factor X in Our Posthuman Future, where he's very much opposed to bioenhancement, period, not just transhumanism. And in the end, he is not successful in delineating, and pinpointing what it is that must be protected. He ends up saying it's sort of an interconnected group of features. But in any case, my point is, but he says we need it. We need Factor X because of what it represents. Because it represents, it's sort of moral and political at once, right? Something that must be protected, right? That is, right, that we need to cherish and work to preserve in the full, rich sense of the word. So I thought of that in connection with what you're saying. I'm wondering what you think the scope is. And you said not fish, or it was just said not fish. But what is the scope of discretion that individuals have, in making these assignments, right? Because it does seem like if you say that your dog is, what did you say, a certain person or something? Yeah. So it's like falling under the scope of protection.
Yeah.
And political, obviously in our sense is one thing, but in the ancient Greek sense of polis, community of a certain sort. Dogs can't participate in the way that the Greek male citizens are, but in any case, right? It's just sort of like a protective net or arc of some kind. So how much discretion do we have in what we decide falls under or take to fall under that protective?
Well, I think that's basically an anthropological question. We're hostage to certain cultural norms, which give us more or less wiggle room there. But the cultural norms that you and I are hostage to may not be the cultural norms that others are, right? So I don't think there's a fact of the matter there independent of the culture in which one lives. And so I'm wondering if I'm channeling Fukuyama here, just extrapolating from him and saying, from him, the way I take it anyway, I don't know if you would agree, but he at least seems to think, or I take away from the book that it doesn't ultimately matter whether we can define Factor X, as long as we're clear on the role that it plays. So I'm not sure if you would agree with that or not. Is that
would that be, do you know what I mean? It's like if you, because it's sort of, in a broad way, it fits with what you don't want to do, which is, hem things in too much and pick out like a Socratic essence,
Yeah,
There's such a feature that,
sure, that's right.
that all things pious share, that
Well,
distinguishes them from all things brave and whatnot, as in the Euthyphro and such. But I'm not sure if you would agree with it, because it does sort of loosen things up a bit more than you might want to.
well, insofar as I understand it, it sounds like I might agree with it, that what's going on here is the assignment of a status rather than identifying some substantive property that makes a difference.
So you can say things and you can list features, but you can't single out and,
Yeah, and as soon as you start doing it,
right.
you end up excluding
Right.
some that you don't want to exclude and including some that you don't want to include.
Right. Thank you.
I just had a quick follow-up point on this topic. I was thinking, when we were discussing the different senses of the term human, in one sense, we can talk about the human as Homo sapien, the member of the species, its biological species. Standardly in introductory practical ethics courses, we would distinguish that from personhood, which would be the basis of one's moral status and susceptibility to duties and rights and so forth. But I thought that rather than going political, another way you could go for unpacking the sense of human would be to think of it as something like a thick ethical term. So this distinction comes from Bernard Williams, who distinguished thin ethical terms like good, bad, right, and wrong from thick ones like the virtues like courage and justice and something more robust. And so I'm personally more inclined to think of the human in this sort of broad ethical sense that might not necessarily map on to personhood as something more like a thick ethical term. I just wanted to throw that out and see what you thought.
Yeah. Again, I'm struggling to exactly understand what you're suggesting. I guess I'm not inclined to see the political and the ethical as distinct, perhaps, as you do. So I think assigning someone the status of the human is definitely thickly ethical, for sure.
Well, I was sort of wondering if there might be if you're assuming some kind of cultural relativism, and that's why you.
Well, I don't think there are facts here. So in a sense, I am doing that. I think people assign this status. They don't assign the status of the human in a uniform manner, right? But I have very definite views about how I want to assign it, and that's a function of my conception of the kind of world I want to live in, and I want to persuade others to think about it in the same sort of way.
So I guess at this point, I'll leave that for there. I have a lot I could carry that on, but I would like to get back to the talks of the day, more broadly speaking. While we're still on David's topic for a moment, we did have another comment come in from Christina Murray, who's also she is a psychiatrist here. Let's see. Christina, you are muted. Yeah, you're unmuted now. But we can't hear you. Yeah, I'll do that.
Hi. Oh God.
Ooh, spooky.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Christina. I'm not actually Allison, but thankfully Allison is more tech savvy than me. And so I can ask my question. First of all, thank you so much for these like mentally invigorating talks. It's been really interesting to hear all these things. And my question kind of, I think, came up was just curiosity during your talk, Dr. Smith, about like, you know, and I think also maybe relates to a little bit of what you were talking about earlier, Dr. Chalmers, which is, you know, we were talking about dehumanization as kind of falling down the hierarchical ladder. And I was just curious, like, if there's any role of dehumanization in terms of going the opposite direction, like our superheroes, like, do we dehumanize them in a way? And if so, you know, I know there's like, I've gotten the chance to talk to Dan about transhumanism sometimes. And, you know, I think I sometimes have this general kind of internal feeling of like, I just worry that sometimes I can't put a finger on. And I'm just curious if there's any thought that, you know, historically what's been modeled for us, sorry, that's my husband sneezing. What's been modeled for us is like dehumanization in that direction of the fall. So in other words, like, are we as people maybe uncomfortable with the ascent because we've seen the fall? I don't know if that makes sense, but that's kind of, I guess I'm wondering, can it exist on a spectrum in that way?
Yeah, so I'm not sure what you meant by the latter part of your question, but I can certainly address the former part.
Okay.
So psychologists have the term superhumanization bias. And I think it's a little bit misleading because it confuses two different notions. So when people are dehumanized, and it's the form of dehumanization that turns them into monsters, they are regularly attributed superhuman powers. So let's take a couple of examples. Jewish people during the Third Reich were seen as superhumanly intelligent. Adolf Eichmann, you know, an architect of the Holocaust, said, you know, they're smarter than us, but it's sort of a diabolical intelligence. Similarly, African Americans were seen as having superhuman powers, insensitivity to pain, strength, prodigious sexual appetites, and so on. So the dehumanization shouldn't be understood as less than human in all respects. It should be understood in a specifically moral sense of having less intrinsic value, right? So this, you know, the superhumans can, in a non-moral sense, can certainly be dehumanized.
Wow.
They don't have to be, but they certainly can. It's perfectly compatible.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. That really that makes sense. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. So next up, Gary had a question for Dave.
Well, this question's going to take us in a different direction. So, but Dan says I can go there. Dave, I have not finished your book. I'm behind in my reading. My day job keeps me that way.
The answer is on page 402.
You're absolutely right. I'll go there. Here's my question. you argue that it is not, inconceivable that we are currently in a simulation. So let's say we are, for the sake of argument. Who are we? Are we trinities with our brain in a vat somewhere? Or are we the oracle that we're actually just kind of super automatons that are part of the simulation itself? Can we know? And I guess my question is driven a little bit by some of the things that have come up today around both transhumanism, dehumanization, prehistory. Where do we come from? How are we generated within this simulation that appears biological, but actually is, it's from bits? Are we somewhere else for eternity in some kind of, eternal soul sense? Or are we generated by the matrix itself at the appropriate time in the simulation?
Yeah, those are great questions. And I guess those are all forms of the simulation hypothesis. And yeah, at the beginning of the day, we don't know. I think probably all of those hypotheses are open. Yeah, I mean, are we trinities or the oracle? So yeah, we could be, are we pure sims or are we biosims? I think both of those are open possibilities. Maybe I don't know which is the classic form. The classic form for Descartes and for the Matrix is a biosim. On the other hand, people influenced by Bostrom and so on might tend to think of, we simulate the whole universe, including the people. I think both of those are open. If we're pure sims, we are ourselves digital creatures, at least underneath the biology, although who knows what's underneath. Even the digital level may be supported by something else in the next universe up. If we're biosims, maybe we're somewhat more straightforwardly biological creatures, although the biology we're made of may be different from the biology we know within the simulation. That was kind of a point Putnam made, that when we talk about brains, there could be a difference between brains in the simulation and brains outside it. So very different models available for who we are, and very different models available for how the world got here. If it was all created by a simulator, then we want to know, it kind of becomes a little bit like theology, right? We want to know our creator's character and our creator's purpose. So maybe this was just a giant scientific simulation, a whole batch of them running overnight. Maybe this was all for entertainment. Maybe this was to learn some kind of lesson. Maybe they're running some simulations to see what we can screw up, so that they can do it better. I think all of these are open possibilities. I'm not so good at theology, so I don't really have a favored hypothesis. I guess I think statistically we should favor those hypotheses that would lead to many, many simulations of this form. So maybe if it's a scientific simulation, they'll run 1 million of them of different parameters overnight and gather the statistics in the morning. So maybe statistically it's more simulations will be like that. Maybe it's a little bit more likely we're in that kind of simulation, but of course it's all speculation.
I guess if I may just go with a follow-up, do you feel that any of those possibilities makes the fact that we are in a simulation less likely versus more likely? In other words, it seems like a huge number of possible ways that we could be here in the simulation. For example, do you think that a mix of biosims in some sense, as you sort of laid out in the talk, and pure sims makes it more likely that we're in a simulation, whereas if we were all pure sims, it's kind of less likely? I realize it's just speculating here, and my question's speculative anyway.
I don't know, maybe again running the statistical argument, which would lead to, is it likely that there'd be more biosimulations or more pure simulations? I don't know, again, it's speculation, but I guess here's one reason. I mean, pure simulations look like they may be much easier to create. For a biosim, you've actually got to get a biological brain and body and, I don't know, take it from somewhere and commandeer it or grow it, or that looks awfully complicated. Whereas for a pure sim, you just have to run some code. You need enough memory and enough computer power, but just run some code, and then the universe will be off and running, including simulations of all the of a bunch of beings within it, assuming we have a powerful enough computer. So it's at least natural to assume that maybe pure simulations will be very easy to get up and running. Biosimulations will be less easy, therefore there'll be more pure simulations than biosimulations, and therefore you might use that as reasoning to conclude that it's more likely that we are pure simulations than biosims. Although of course all this reasoning is always basically requires projecting properties of our world that, for example, for us, it's easier to create pure simulations than biosims in principle. It's projecting that into the next universe up. And of course, the next universe up may be entirely different from our universe. So that inference is always dangerous, but it's one form of speculative reasoning, at least, about the chances.
Thank you.
David has a question.
This question for Susan. So as you were talking, first of all, confession, I'm really uncomfortable with transhumanism. So as you were talking, I was thinking, well, human beings have been enhancing themselves for a very long time, and they have this technique for doing it. It's called culture. But what I gather from what you're talking about is the folks who call themselves transhumanists, pay scant attention to that sort of enhancement, which we have a very long track record of doing. Am I correct that this is neglected entirely in favor of these empirically dicey claims about modifying brains and genes and so on?
Yeah, you're quite correct. In general, transhumanists give very little credence to socio-political and cultural ways of addressing major human challenges. I'm not the only one who's pointed this out in critiquing transhumanism, but it's definitely one of its many designating features. And the emphasis is on using powerful technologies. And my focus in the book was mainly on biotechnologies to do the necessary work of improvement. So Savulescu calls this, quote, rational evolution, as distinct from the Darwinian variety, which transhumanists sort of, as I sort of imagine it, metaphorically tip their hats to, but say, thanks, you've given us what we need, and now
we can do better.
Right. And so, right. I mean, they in terms of relying on it going forward, they kind of wave it away as non-teleological and slow and all that, painfully slow by their lights. But yes, that's absolutely true. They give little credence in general to these sorts of ways of addressing major human challenges. I think Bostrom at one point calls education, quote, low-hanging fruit. So the idea is to engineer the surpassing of limits, but it's also, they focus on different sorts of challenges, not always, but often from the ones that many other people are concerned with, right? Because, I mean, major human challenges, if you ask 10, 20, 30 people, what are our 5 biggest challenges, they won't all say the same thing, right? And there are plenty of people who are going to list, they're going to think of, we could think of the United States, or we could think about the world in the vein of Farmer and others as a single moral community and say, look, we have cost-effective, proven ways, I mean, often cost-effective and proven ways of just dramatically improving people's lives by, augmenting sanitation, water quality, lead abatement, and, all of that, nutrition, all those things, right, that would give us tremendous results if only the will were there to commit to those. So, so yes, you're absolutely right. And I would also just say that what you started with, which is we've been enhancing ourselves, is you know, from time immemorial. So they say that's part of their rationale sometimes for because they say yes, we shouldn't distinguish between, you know, treatment and prevention on the one side, enhancement on the other, because anything that improves human existence is an enhancement, and we've been enhancing ourselves, you know, since time immemorial. And of course, not me, them, of course, what we should care about is if we value a certain capacity, then more is always better, and maximization is always best. So, you know, the different techniques of enhancement, they don't have, you know, built-in moral worth of various kinds, right? Moral value and so forth of various kinds. What matters is what they're able to accomplish from the standpoint of maximization. So, Savulescu at one point says, well, you know, if you have education and a pill and a genetic manipulation, those are all means of enhancing cognitive ability. Which one should you choose? Well, you know, some critics of transhumanism will say certain means are morally problematic per se. Transhumanists say, no, that's not it. What matters is what will a given means do? How powerful does it stand to be in relation to whatever faculty we're trying to boost, right? And so, but they often start where you just started, but they're transhumanists and you're not. So you know that, yeah. So that's what I would say. But what you said about this, the sort of shying away from and having little to no confidence in sociopolitical, cultural kinds of modes of addressing human challenges is exactly what they tend to do.
Thank you.
I guess there's also the idea out there that collectives are a form of superintelligence. Maybe, I think I've heard the view expressed that we already have, say, transhumans or superintelligent creatures in the form of corporations, which are at least extremely good. I mean, maybe their goals are rather trivial, like maximizing certain financial values, but nonetheless, they're just extremely good at it, far better than any individual human is. So maybe, I don't know if that counts as culture, a form of cultural route to enhancement.
Yes, well, sure. but from transhumanist standpoint, you know, I mean, unless the entity were devoted to, let's say, you know, developing techniques of genetic manipulation with a view toward enhancing cognition, then, I mean, what I think transhumanists would really love to see happen is for the best and brightest, you know, to apply themselves to science and technology, right, to drive this thing forward. So what you're describing in relation to corporations isn't the sort of thing that they would count as enhancement, but properly described and channeled, the efforts in question could promote what they would like to see.
This also gets to the question as to whether you count, does just say someone's got the goal of developing AI and seeing AI as the successor to humanity. Does that count as transhumanism, or is that something else?
It absolutely does. I mean, you know, Bostrom has this 2014 book called Superintelligence, and yeah, so it certainly does.
So you're opposed to not just to the desirability of that, but the possibility of that. You think it's impossible?
Mean, well, I can't say it's impossible, you know, but I don't need to. I don't need to argue that it's impossible. I just, and again, my focus in general so far has been on the biotech side, but I have done a bit on the other, but mostly I have focused on the biotech side. And I do believe, but I would need to do more to make the case in relation to AI, absolutely a lot more. I do believe that the informational template pervades transhumanism. So if we're talking about transhumanist arguments, I think that any transhumanist arguments that rely on the informational ontology and epistemology are going to be suspect, period. So that is what I am comfortable saying. I am not going to do what transhumanists do, which is say, as long as their critics can't, let's say, well, critics have to be able to show that what they want to do is impossible. Otherwise, they're going to keep recommending that we go full steam ahead. I don't accept that framing of the argumentative challenge. I think that it's enough to call into question philosophically and scientifically. So scientifically, the feasibility of it, and philosophically, the desirability of it. Treating it as desirable, not to mention as a moral imperative, that can be contested. And then there's the line of argument that focuses specifically on genetics and neuroscience, and then underneath, and is driving the whole thing, the informational ontology and epistemology. And I think that there's synergy between the scientific and philosophical lines of argument against transhumanism. Would I say it's not, decisive? No, of course not. But I don't think there is such a thing in a case like this. I think it's enough to problematize what they're up to.
So just to ask a diagnostic question, I'm still trying to figure out if I'm a transhuman. Just say I believe it's possible, maybe even likely, that we'll be able to build AI with much greater cognitive capacities than human beings. Does that make me a transhumanist already? If I don't take any views to whether that's desirable, but say I believe that's possible.
So when you say much greater, do you mean categorically greater?
Good question. I think a lot greater. Categorically, I don't know. What are the
Let me
categories?
ask you, so I hate to even ask this question because, anyway, I'll just ask it because then you can tell me if, anyway, but here's my question based on, okay. You know how people make the distinction between computers having success in relation to expert systems, but not having yet achieved the machine counterpart to G, or human general intelligence. And often in my limited experience, people talk about that as necessary, right, as a prerequisite for the sort of explosion that you're talking about, or that Kurzweil talks about under the singularity. I'm not saying that, I'm just saying that, this notion of the singularity that he has is, machine intelligence gets to the relevant juncture and then explosion. I'm not saying that that's your view, but I mean, do you think that
I wrote an article advocating that actually about 10 years ago, the singularity, a philosophical analysis.
Really?
I'm on the record as endorsing the intelligence explosion.
So it's about 10 years ago, an article?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll track it down. But what about, the only thing I was really getting at was the point about G. I mean, do you think that that's a prerequisite? And if so, what do you think that the nature and extent of the remaining obstacles are?
Yeah, I'm a little bit skeptical about G in the human case, but I do think that, the relevant kind of artificial superintelligence that we're talking about would have to be a general intelligence. If it's only a specialized intelligence, then we wouldn't count it. So yeah, the question is artificial general intelligence, and is this that's got like greater than human-like abilities at many things, is that possible? Actually, I think in that article back in 2009 or 10, I said I had a 50% chance that AI would get there this century, by the end of the century. But actually, the last 10 years have led to really surprising developments that I would never have predicted back then. I mean, the last 5 or 6 years of AI, the kind of things that these deep learning models have begun to do. Even including these large language models like GPT-3 and various cousins that have been developed, all seem to show signs of general abilities. Not yet at a general human level, but boy, I think it's got to the point where my timelines have actually sped up to the point where I wouldn't be surprised if we had human level general intelligence, say by 2050. And then once you have that, then it's not too long till there's something a little bit better. And then once that system takes over the designing of the AIs of the future, then you've got the possibility for this intelligence explosion. And yeah, that may be a terrible thing. I'm making no predictions as to whether that's good or bad, but I do think there's a significant chance that that kind of explosion in general intelligence is possible. And then, well, I guess Yeah. Then the trivial question I was asking, taxonomic question I was asking on top of that is, does that make me a transhumanist for thinking that?
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't directly address that. I
Right.
know. Okay. Well, so I would need to know more. As in, are you thinking? That's why I asked the question about how dramatic we were talking about. I mean, there are various questions, but if we're thinking about it in terms of capacitation, then you could think about it in terms of AI superintelligence, but the way that I'm more accustomed to imagining it, which is basically via the hypothetical, the concept of uploading, let's say. And so transferring the entire contents, or functionally speaking, to software, right? And then, if that's sort of your template, and then if we don't get into this stuff about personal identity and persistence, but anyway, then the boosting, right, of the informational capacity in terms of what you could take in, the processing speed, efficiency, reliability, and so forth, right? That's more the thing I'm thinking about, not necessarily whether there is a machine that has no connection, that is not to be viewed in any way as an upgraded version of us, could count. But if you believe that radically augmented cognition is a live option, well, we won't worry about whether it's, what the details would look like. But if you believe that spurred by human efforts, we could get to radically augmented cognition that was categorically superior to ours, then maybe. The only reason I hesitate is that I mean, in the work that I've done, I've kept the focus on the human organism. And so since I haven't investigated AI, I have to be cautious, right? So I can't really answer your question fully. I'll just go back to saying something, in this vein, which is, if you are committed to the idea that we could be augmented, not just that there could be some machine, but that we could be augmented radically, such that we became, or our successors became, posthuman, godlike, whatever, then yes, you would be a transhumanist. I don't yet know enough about your views to say whether you are.
Makes sense. What if you think we're already, some people think we're already super intelligent because of our minds have been extended by the internet and by Google and so on?
No. I mean, I don't think that is,
doesn't count.
Not the same thing at all. Because what we're talking about is inbuilt, manipulation, right? Inbuilt augmentations through manipulation of us that make us biologically, or the equivalent in the successor domain, categorically superior in our whatever inbuilt capacities, which would, and then we would employ those in various ways, right? Reaching out and relying on other things too. But no, not that per se. That's not transhumanist.
Okay.
Nick, you had a question. Please bring it forward.
Sure. My question was for Dave. When you talked about dreams and VR, you kind of touched on the subject of permanence versus transience being relevant to reality. And I have a related question about the concept of reality being like self-sustaining or self-perpetuating. Because obviously any virtual reality system or computer simulation that we create now, no matter how perfect, it's still dependent on sort of the energy systems of our physical world. And if our world blows up, then so do these worlds that we've created. And if you think about the Matrix, it's still dependent on the AI maintaining their network of brains. So to me, these worlds seem less real because they're still dependent on an external world. Whereas on the other hand, most physical models of our universe don't necessarily rely on external forces, except maybe before the Big Bang. So do you think that this sort of causal independence or self-perpetual quality might be a relevant characteristic of reality?
Yeah, that's interesting. I do think it's a relevant difference, perhaps, between simulated worlds and unsimulated worlds, that they depend on another world. But I guess I don't think of that as being especially constitutive of reality. I think a lot of real things depend on other things for their existence. That may make them dependent. It may make them, I guess, more fragile in some respects, but I don't see that it makes them unreal. I mean, just say it turns out that our world depends on God, and God has to sustain the world at every point, then okay, well, that's maybe changes slightly how you think of the world, but I don't think it makes it unreal. May perhaps make it more fragile. So likewise, if we're in a simulation, you'll get dependence, but yeah, not obviously unreality. I mean, it'll mean that our world is not the most fundamental world because it's grounded in some other worlds. It's grounded in some mechanisms which are required to make it run. But I kind of think of all that as like the infrastructure of our world. Yeah, I mean, even the macroscopic world we know of, it has all kinds of infrastructure and physics that it needs to make that run. That again makes it dependent, but I guess I'd like to think it doesn't make it less real.
Dave, can I ask a follow-up question to that around the issue of dreams? I won't get the terminology just right, but there's sort of virtual reality is reality because it has digital or virtual objects in it. And I think when you were talking about dreams, you mentioned the possibility of brain objects or dream objects. What's interesting, of course, is if we are in a simulation, all those objects are digital or simulated objects, whatever, virtual objects, however we want to say it, because, the dreams themselves are part of the simulation. And there's sort of an interesting, it seems to me, sort of, if you say, look, we are in a simulation, this is a large simulation, let's see where that takes us. And this is a poorly formed question. I don't even know it's a question, but it seems like there's now a complexity issue here because we can postulate different sorts of real objects within this simulation. For example, some of those objects are these tables and chairs in the room I'm in, these books in the room I'm in, but another would be the objects in my dreams, which still would be within the simulation, yet somehow would they have forgive me for even saying this, a different metaphysical status in that sense within the simulation. And it also seems like there is a complexity issue there. Like, boy, these simulators, they went all out. We don't just have, this virtual world we live in, but we have a dream world we live in. And you didn't mention this in your talk, but one might argue that those dreams are very connected to our developmental trajectory, that the subjects of those dreams are anything but random within us. So it just seems like it was very, very interesting to me when you brought the dream world back in and connected it with the virtual world. And forgive me for the confused nature of my comment and question.
Yeah, so I guess your case is a dream world we're in a simulation, and then within the simulation, some of us fall asleep and have regular dreams.
Yes, just the common experience of dreaming.
I guess I want to say roughly the same kind of thing about that as I want to say about dreams not in a simulation. I'll say, it's going to depend on things like how stable they are and how fragmented and how scripted and so on they are. And then in some cases where it's very simulation-like, this will be like a full-scale simulation within a simulation, and maybe it could be fairly real, although it still would be taking place within one person's mind, which means it falls down on that level of reality. Yeah, the fact that all this is taking place within a grander level of simulation, I'm not sure really how much that changes. A stable dream is still a stable dream. A fragmented dream is still a fragmented dream. And yeah, you may have an it from dream metaphysics, or an it from brain object metaphysics, but then the brain objects will themselves be made of bits in the simulation. So it from dream, from it from brain, from it from bit, from maybe I had one too many levels there, but yeah, in principle, these you could stack simulations within dreams, and so on.
And Dave, to deal with the combinatorial problems of how the computer could sustain that, we got a question from YouTube from Paul Fletcher again on, this is from earlier today, about your thoughts about quantum computers regarding your work on the mind. So this seemed like a relevant point to bring that in.
Yeah, you know, one, of course, the world containing, just say we are in a simulation, the world containing the simulation may be nothing like our world. We talked about already about it being 26 dimensional. If it's just like our world, there's a question about how it could really contain a detailed simulation of our world. But hopefully, yeah, hopefully there are all kinds of more powerful, I mean, it could be infinite, the world containing us, in which case we don't have to worry so much about energy efficiency in that world. But yeah, quantum computers are, if you know, our world seems to be quantum mechanical, so it does seem likely that any efficient simulation of our world is probably going to have to run on a quantum computer, because it can simulate our world so much more efficiently than a classical computer. And I think all the issues I was saying still apply to quantum computers. Instead of it from bit, you'll want it from qubit. But yeah, but that idea is out there as well. This came up actually, I was last week at a consciousness conference where a couple of the people there, Roger Penrose and Stuart Hameroff, are on record as saying, classical computing won't give you consciousness. Penrose thinks consciousness requires something non-algorithmic and quantum processes. So I said, so you might think they would then reject the simulation hypothesis. I said, but no, but if Penrose and Hameroff are right, then it may be that this special feature of quantum mechanics could be bottled into future quantum computers. Maybe quantum gravity computers that exert this special non-algorithmic functioning, and we're just going to need to put together enough quantum gravity chips on top of each other to be able to get the right kind of non-algorithmic brain processing that supports consciousness by their lights. So yeah, even the skeptic about classical computing there could perhaps allow a quantum computing simulation hypothesis.
And one question I also wanted to bring forward that I think might make some interesting connections between Dave and Susan's work is I don't think this has come out so much in the discussion so far today, but Susan, I was wondering if you could elaborate a little on there's an aspect of your critique of informational systems theory and its use in biology. And specifically in the book, I seem to remember that part of your critique of the transhumanist program stemmed from its commitment to scientific realism. And so I think this might be getting at maybe an interesting methodological difference between you and Dave on reality. And this isn't something you've really spoken to yet at this point. I don't know if you care to in this setting, but I was just wondering if you wanted to elaborate a little bit on that. And I thought this could be a point of connection between these sort of, I think of them as sort of rival perspectives.
Sorry, I can say a little bit about that. It wasn't something I went into in great depth at all, but after in chapter 6, which is what you're talking about, the lion's share of it focuses on the history that I talked about today. In any case, but then the question arises: so, if the informational template fails or falls, should we be hopeful for a functionally equivalent successor? Should transhumanists be hopeful? And I relatively briefly argued no. And that's where I really drew on philosophy of science, which is not my own area, and just giving reasons that we should not be confident on transhumanists' behalf, that there would be a functionally equivalent counterpart that could bear that weight. And then I went from there to wrapped up closed the chapter by talking some about Kant, just saying that the case of science is really, the way I see it, is a powerful instance of an encompassing human situation in relation to possibilities of and the nature of knowledge or rational access to anything. And so that's where that came in, right? Because someone might say, well, transhumanists can't envision this, but suppose the informational template did fall, then we just find a new one. And I was giving reasons at that point in the chapter why, from the standpoint of science specifically, and then from a wider human standpoint of the parameters within which there are limits on, there are bounds on the nature and scope of what we can apprehend as human beings, what it is that we are capable of thinking, imagining, and experiencing. So that, in a nutshell, that's where that came in.
Yeah, I guess the connection I had in mind was, given the it from bit hypothesis, and if our physical reality ended up being fundamentally information, if it turns out that information theory is somehow fundamentally flawed, then it seemed to me that one could argue that it couldn't provide an adequate basis for the fundamental features of a fundamental level of reality, if it is ultimately illusory, right?
Well, let me just briefly, before Dave weighs in, and I'm just going to briefly say, I was simply arguing that for a particular purpose, right? That I don't accept the informational template in relation to the subject matter that I was focusing on. And I gave reasons. Transhumanists' argument, which relies heavily on that, is fundamentally flawed.
But someone could say the same thing for you. You want to reject that framework for neuroscience, right? Or is it
and genetics.
And genetics. But Dan could say,
and anything that would, any way in which those would be leveraged, manipulated, what have you, to produce or engineer superior successors. So if that would apply to whole brain emulation, for example, that was the example I gave involving the brain, where that sort of framework is coming into play. And so if there's reliance on the brain, in the way that transhumanists talk about it in terms of, let's say, whole brain emulation, then can I say it's impossible? No, but I think there's cause for concern. And, because of that reliance on the informational template, including the heavy dependence on metaphors that are not treated as metaphorical. The other way in which I would just briefly say that a reliance on information is problematic is not specifically about that template per se, but just in broader society, how much of existence is increasingly formulated and pursued, including identity. What we think of, what makes us is increasingly framed in informational terms. And I think that, and again, I'm not connecting that directly to the history, but that's a way in which the concept of information is being asked to bear, effectively being asked to bear way more weight, or a different kind of weight than it can possibly bear, at least, which is not to say I would reject the concept of information across the board. I certainly don't. But I think that the reliance on it is too heavy and misplaced in the area I focus on, but also in wider society. And I've done only a little work on that so far, but that is my view. And so, for example, in connection with, let's say, friendship or who we are as persons, concept of person, just putting it in there for the moment. Who we are as persons, what our value is, where we fit or don't fit, is increasingly framed informationally. And the concept of information cannot do all the work that it's increasingly being sort of called upon, as it were, to do.
Yeah, I think Dan's point was really about taking your critique and generalizing it to different areas other than the ones that you're using it in. So yeah, you're critiquing the use of information in, say, neuroscience and genetics. I think what Dan is saying is, couldn't one make a similar critique of the use of information in physics? And for example, the it from bit hypothesis that I appeal to. Somebody, not you, but somebody might come along and say, come on, this is just taking the blah, blah, blah paradigm of the 1940s and trying to do all the physics around that. Actually, it's interesting that the it from bit, digital physics as a framework was arguably first put forward by Konrad Zuse in about 1942, maybe actually the 1950s. He was one of the inventors of the computer in the 1940s. So if somebody wanted to make a historical critique of the it from bit idea as being grounded in, outmoded information theory or something, they probably could.
Well,
I don't know to what extent I want to actually rely specifically on it from bit. For example, we could have it from qubit, we could have it from quantum gravity, depending on the different frameworks for physics in the future. But I do suspect there is possibly a similar critique to be made there.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, I'm not equipped to do what you just did in relation to physics. So thank you for doing that. I mean, this isn't exactly what you were asking, Dan, but in terms of percolation and just powerful influences, this concept of gene 4 it remains very, very powerful, and it can be extremely damaging. And so, I mean, like aggressiveness is a good example to go back to David was talking about, because there is an interesting parallel. One of the chapters of the book, it focuses on connections between transhumanism and Anglo-American eugenics. And well, there are lots of them, but both transhumanists and Anglo-American eugenicists addressed what they thought of as the eugenicists thought of as criminality, and transhumanists talk about in relation to anger, but they conflate anger with aggressiveness, and they do that thing that it's just so damaging. That's been going on again since the ancient Stoics, but they treat aggressiveness as though it's sort of built into people, and that's just one example of a very harmful assumption. But also on the flip side, the idea that intelligence is built in as well. So, but just this idea of the gene 4, I think, does damage across the board. For example, creating unfairly high and ridiculously high expectations that can't be borne by any kind of genetic profile. And you see this, for example, in egg vending, in the realm of reproduction, where there have been all kinds of ads in college and university newspapers. And the idea is supposed to be that, so there are these private companies, right? And the idea is, the ad says, if you are, so they're taking things like SAT scores and grades as proxies for intelligence, right? If you're athletic, or if you're this height, or whatever the case may be, then the idea is supposed to be that eggs from you will help make it more likely that prospective parents will have a child with the complex phenotypic traits that those parents happen to value. Right. And that's just right. And then, I mean, apart from the science of it, right. But also in addition to the science, alongside the science, that putting those expectations on a child well, scientifically illegitimate and just plain unfair and damaging to the child and to the parent-child relationship. So that kind of thing can even feed into a certain kind of perfectionism that some people have written about, for example, in psychology, forms of perfectionism that can be quite damaging. So, I mean, I think that, that's just a kind of illustration of how this idea in relation to genetics still has a powerful grip. It's not just the designer baby idea, but just more broadly, the gene 4 idea still has a lot of purchase.
Well, and just to bring that back to the psychiatry for a moment, David made a point earlier in the conference about a potential tendency of biological psychiatry to have dehumanizing tendencies. And so maybe this could be a point where you could elaborate on that a little bit. But I also wanted to kind of just highlight how this isn't sort of just a theoretical sort of methodological debate. But in psychiatry, I think that there are radically different sort of methodological stances on how one sees the importance of, say, GWAS studies and the identification of biomarkers as risk factors for mental illness. That it's not going to be a single gene kind of discovery like Downs or Huntington's. It's rather going to be a polygenetic set of risk factors that would be implicated in various psychiatric conditions, say eating disorders. And so, that's a large area of psychiatric research. And, if there is the potential for, and I've heard some more psychotherapy oriented psychiatrists kind of critique the strongly biological approach on the basis of that it doesn't have an adequate conception of agency, right? That it's overly mechanistic. Once we go in for the sort of mechanistic biological reductionism, what we end up with is something that doesn't really respect who we are, and that and I could see why given David's background in psychoanalysis, why that orientation might come out. So I just wanted to sort of elaborate on that piece and draw that connection and see if you wanted to follow, if you had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I don't really have problems with things being mechanistic. What I have problems with are things being overly simplistic. And we know that the genetic realm is unimaginably complex. And we know that developmental trajectories play a huge part in the phenotypic consequences of one's genetic repertoire. And we know very little, I think, about human development, simply because we can't study it the way we can study developmental factors in other organisms. We can't do the experiments and so on. So that's, that's my concern there. And I think that what's additionally damaging here is the fact that as soon as we start talking about genetics, even if we know better, there's a tendency to default to essentialistic psychological dispositions. Certainly there is in the general public, and I think there is among people who really should and actually do know better. And that distorts what we're trying to understand.
I mean, earlier you brought up the issue of allocation of resources and to what extent funding has gone towards, Tom Insel had a piece in the New York Times a month or two ago, somewhat lamenting his expenditures on the brain initiative, but also at the same time saying that there has been important research done and taking credit for important potential for innovation. And so, the brain is such a complex organ that, even if we only understand some of it at this point, like 1% from all the investments that we made in it so far, I could see the biological psychiatrist arguing that there is still the potential for making innovations down the road by adopting a mechanistic approach and, hopefully in the future, trying to understand the brain to have evidence-based therapies and to come up with more effective psychopharmacology and neural interventions, and that all of those technological innovations will need to be based in solid research about how the brain and
Sure. That's absolutely, that's uncontroversially true as far as I'm concerned. But brains don't float around in vats, right? Brains float around in social worlds, in families. They're embodied in people with struggles and experiences and so on. So one of my worries about this stuff is that one very important side of what it takes to understand human beings and human distress, and I don't often use the term, but let's use it here, mental illness, is neglected in favor of the other. And the study of the brain, and we'll throw some genetics in, is hugely more resourced than an engagement with the impact of social conditions and so on. So, that's my concern.
And this is, yeah, I totally agree with you, David. When transhumanists talk about biologically eliminating suffering, right? That's just damaging in so many ways. It's not, I think, I don't think it's going to be feasible, but it does go back to what you were asking or wondering about earlier, David, about transhumanists, and it just really crystallizes their view, which is we can't legitimately rely on human cultural, sociopolitical, interpersonal paths to addressing major human challenges. We need to sort of short circuit all of that and unglamorous, messy, incremental, nonlinear work in favor of, unimaginably potent biotechnologies that they are sure will come if only we invest properly. So at the right level. So we're not investing in other things that we either know or have very good reason to believe could be successful or far more successful than they have been even thus far. And we're doing, they want us to do this, go full steam ahead with their vision. And it, to a very marked degree, it will have to be at the expense of these other things, right? But I mean, just in relation to suffering, right? It's damaging, in terms of resource allocation, but in terms of the message it sends about human suffering, right? That human suffering doesn't register as something to be credited and addressed in its own right, in its own way, in human terms, as humans experience it. We're going to biologically work around it by extracting the sources, literally, of suffering, so that that capacity for suffering no longer exists. It's a fantasy, but it's a very damaging one. And anyway, I'll stop there.
I agree with you, Susan.
I guess one reaction I had to that last point, Susan, was it seems to me that, if we're talking about research, the allocation of funding from a government agency like the NIH, that's one kind of allocation question. But I guess, when we're talking about the allocation of resources, there's also sort of where's the revenue coming from to fund this? And as you pointed out, the Silicon Valley stuff is largely coming out of the private sector. And so, I think that there are different types of justice questions at play at different levels about fair allocation. But I don't think we're going to figure that out this afternoon.
No, I agree, we won't. However, I would just like to say, thank you, Dan, and in response to what you said briefly, is that I don't think that, you're absolutely right about the private, but I just don't think that the public-private distinction is as sharp as it's sometimes made out to be. Because, when people go to college, right, or to graduate school, they work in labs that, right, receive federal funds. And so on, right? So I don't think that that distinction is as sharp as it's often made out to be. So if we made a commitment in relation to public funds, right, it would stand to have more pervasive or wider implications than it might otherwise seem to be the case, right? And just based on the fact that the public and the private in relation, even to private institutions like, Stanford or, where I got my doctorate, for example, right? And so if we actually think about the involvement of public funds as it kind of percolates and, extends into certainly higher education, I think that, decisions regarding public funding, what we do and do not choose to prioritize can be very, very powerful. But also, one thing that matters is public attitudes. So when transhumanists say, quote, we need a culture of enhancement, I don't need it, they need it, because if they can galvanize public support, that's going to put pressure on powers that be, right, to do that. And just quickly, I'll say that in addition to the academics in Silicon Valley and mainstream media, Pew and AARP did public opinion surveys and about enhancement. And a lot of people were skittish about it, but there was a significant minority for both of those surveys. There was a significant minority of people under age 50, so that their common features were being under 50 and having had prior exposure in some way to enhancement. They were familiar at least with the concept. There was a significant minority of folks that typically had those features who were receptive to the idea of dramatic cognitive enhancement. So that's not the same as, wild public support, but what that suggests is, right, that there is some interest there, and one of the features being a prior exposure to the concept, right? The other being under 50. So if you increasingly familiarize people with the concept and you glorify all the wonderful things that, they might expect to have, down the pike for, in their own case or for their children and whatnot, it's not impossible that there could be marked public support. And if that happened, I'm not saying it will, but if that happened, that, stands to influence decisions about public funding. So, yeah, anyway. We won't settle this afternoon, but I think we've had I've just had a fabulous day. Yeah.
Well, you're not alone. I can also speak to my experience, which has been absolutely wonderful. I've thoroughly enjoyed this day of conversations. At this time, I would like to thank our speakers again. for spending the day with us and producing such wonderful work. I hope our viewers will have a chance to get out and buy their new books and give them a read. And in light of this conversation, maybe you could return to it later on YouTube and see if this conversation might throw the ideas from those books into a new light. Anyway, that was one of the goals of this conference, was to sort of showcase this work, which, as Susan pointed out to us before the conference, was unfortunately some of it came out during a pandemic. And so there's a chance that it was overshadowed by a lot of the, coming out in a pandemic. So basically, I wanted to hopefully reinvigorate these ideas. I think there's some really cool stuff in these books. I've once again learned so much from talking with all of you today, and look forward to reading more of your work in the future. And thank you again.
I want to thank you all for this invitation. I very much appreciate it, and for organizing this fabulous conference. And I really have had a fabulous day. And thank you, David and Dave, very, very much for everything.
Yeah, thanks so much. Thanks so much for organizing this this conference and bringing together this great group of people. It was just a pleasure talking to you both, David and Susan, as well as Nick.
Yeah, it was great.
Gary.
Oh, yes. Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much,
everyone. Hope you have a great rest of your weekend. Thank you so much.